A fleeting glimpse from his youth left an inexplicable mark deep within the heart of Lianjing. Yet before he could gather his thoughts, this person, who held a certain significance for Wuqiao Wuji, completely vanished from his world. Years later, a newly appointed teacher stood beneath the trees at the entrance of the vocational school. As the morning light filtered through the verdant leaves, showering a layer of golden dust, and the exquisite profile of the sorcerer imprinted itself in Wuqiao Wuji's vision. Even the gaze that met his was reminiscent of their initial encounter in the corridor years ago. Lianjing remained 10 paces away, his fingers, which hung at his side, slightly curled, and he felt as though something had broken through the earth. As the last remaining scion of the Saionji lineage, although Saionji Yin met an untimely demise in his previous life, he was fortunate enough to leave without any regrets. The individuals responsible for his parents' deaths had long since been dispatched to hell by his own hand. Thus death represented a form of homecoming for him. If there were any unfinished business, upon careful reflection, Saionji Yin realized there was indeed none. However, at the moment his consciousness was on the brink of dissipating, a being that proclaimed itself to be an educational system approached him, informing him that he could be revived by completing certain tasks. The realm of the deceased was eerily silent and dark, yet the cold, electronic voice resonated like a thunderclap. I have a life-or-death proposition for you. Will you accept? Saionji Yin resolutely declined. Absolutely not. Who would willingly put themselves to work? The system replied. Very well. May our collaboration be pleasant. A flash of white light enveloped him, and Saionji Yin's time regressed to the very day he commenced his position at the vocational school. The approaching familiar figure caused his heart to leap. Chapter 1. Vocational School. The world of sorcerers has never been naive. A mere brush with a stranger sorcerer, or a simple farewell exchanged with teachers and peers before parting could very well become their final encounter. The words left unspoken to those we do not have time to know. The seemingly simple farewell takes on an extraordinary significance in the eyes of sorcerers. For sorcerers, death is a concept all too familiar. March, the final month of spring, sees the colors of newly sprouted flora transform into an expansive azure sea that stretches to the horizon, refined by the passage of time. The crimson torii gates ascend from the base of the mountain, leading to the Tokyo Metropolitan Jiu-Jitsu Technical School, colloquially known as the Jiu-Jitsu Vocational School. Similarly, this religious vocational institution, as perceived by the outside world, has long been criticized for its remarkably expansive grounds. Saionji Yin was not a stranger to this place. In fact, he was quite familiar with it, having spent 6 months here previously. Though brief, it was indeed one of the few truly delightful periods of Saionji Yin's life. After his resurrection, the system fell silent, not uttering a single word. Had it not been for the sudden appearance of a transparent panel in his line of sight and the nearly scorching sunlight bathing him, Saionji Yin might have genuinely believed he was merely trapped in an excessively vivid dream conjured by his deceased self. Task: become a vocational school teacher. Status: completed. One could say this truly exemplifies the efficacy of an educational system. Perhaps as a form of novice protection, the system's initial task required no effort on his part, as at this juncture, Saionji Yin was already invited to this place by the principal of the vocational school. After submitting the task, Saionji Yin stood still, patiently awaiting the system's next directive. However, to his surprise, the transparent panel visible only to him flickered like a malfunctioning monitor before vanishing entirely, leaving Saionji Yin calling out to the system in his mind with no response. Saionji let out a subtle sigh of relief. It seemed there was no need to worry about his actions being constrained. As the hour hand gradually approached 9, Wuqiao Wuji sauntered from the far end of the narrow path, his distinctive silver hair and towering height of 195 centimeters impossible to overlook. Luyan halted 10 paces away from Saionji, one hand casually tucked into the pocket of his matching black trousers, while the other dangled lazily at his side, embodying a relaxed demeanor. The sounds of chirping insects and birds filled the air. The sorcerer with raven hair and dark eyes stood beneath a tree, slightly tilting his head as if peering through the gaps in the leaves above. Morning light filtered through layers of overlapping foliage, quietly casting a golden hue upon Saionji's outline. Wuqiao Wuji felt a slight constriction in his chest, his fingers involuntarily curling, and despite the urge to move forward, he ultimately remained rooted in place. Saionji regained his composure, surprised to see Liu Yin not far away. If his memory served him correctly, Wuji should have been occupied with a mission at this hour. So how had he ended up here? Recalling the widely circulated rumors among sorcerers about his strained relationship with a certain Liu Yin from his previous life, Saionji felt a fleeting urge to laugh. It was quite amusing how this fellow, who appeared aloof to everyone else, seemed remarkably serious in his presence, leading to these absurd misunderstandings. As for their relationship, Saionji lowered his gaze slightly. One could only say they were two equally timid souls. Yet he had often found solace in the thought that, fortunately, they were both cowards. Thus, when the system inquired whether he harbored any regrets, Saionji chose to deceive, stating he had none. How could that be true? In reality, there were numerous things he had not managed to do, and countless words left unspoken. However, after the stroke of fortune that allowed him to start anew, Saionji felt that these matters were ultimately inconsequential. The raven-haired sorcerer articulated each word with clarity. It has been a long time, Wuqiao. Before truly confronting death, Saionji had been skeptical of the existence of souls in this world, until he found himself trapped in that dark, box-like realm after his demise. There was not a glimmer of light, nor could he perceive the passage of time. Even now, Saionji remained uncertain of how long he had lingered there. It felt as if only a brief span of minutes had passed, yet it also seemed like countless years had elapsed, sufficient to witness the tides of change. Indeed, it had been an exceedingly long time since their last encounter. Wuji's eyes were obscured by dark lenses, yet even with his eyes closed, Liu Yin's abilities still enabled him to perceive everything around him. Long time no see, Liu Yin scoffed inwardly. Their last meeting had been in December of the previous year, amidst heavy snowfall and frigid temperatures. The cold, stoic sorcerer bore traces of blood from his quarry as he hurried past from the opposite side of the traffic. At the moment Liu Yin caught sight of him, Wuji distinctly observed Saionji casting a glance in his direction while wiping away the blood. They had clearly made eye contact, yet not a single word was exchanged. Well, it truly has been a long time, the sorcerer mused. The tall, graceful figure of the industry elite approached, effortlessly draping an arm over Saionji's shoulder, slightly bowing his head, his azure eyes sparkling with mirth beneath the sunglasses. I always said I should join the esteemed Wuqiao sensei in the noble field of education. He certainly had a knack for praising himself in every circumstance. Saionji smiled and nodded. Indeed, you have a point. Right. Although he usually maintains a stern expression and appears quite fierce, and the higher-ups occasionally lose their minds, the moment they see the adorable students, they feel that remaining here is quite splendid. Wuji paused momentarily. Everyone is eagerly anticipating the arrival of the new teacher. At this juncture, Liu Yin's tone took on a hint of grievance. It seems the student's favorite teacher will soon no longer be me. Not only did he boast of himself, but he also took the opportunity to mock the higher-ups, his greetings awkwardly delivered, which reminded Saionji of the fellow's past demeanor. Such a conceited, childish brat. What was this nonsense about being the favorite teacher? Saionji, who was already on his second tenure, scoffed internally. That concept was utterly non-existent. As they traversed the winding wooden corridor, a broad training ground came into view. Due to its sunken design, those on the steps could easily survey the entire area. Every sorcerer entering the high school for training, aside from weekends and external missions, would undergo intensive training here. The existence of sorcerers is exceedingly rare. Most hail from prestigious families, and such individuals would hardly consider the high school as their optimal choice. Thus, the sorcerers capable of manifesting in this realm can be categorized into three distinct groups. The descendants of fallen sorcerer families, exceptionally gifted ordinary individuals, and those marginalized by their kin, compelled to join the esteemed institution. For instance, the long-haired maiden currently engaged in combat with the cursed skeletal panda, conjured through the utilization of cursed tools and a night moth's righteous path, is Zenin Maki. One of the twin daughters of the Zenin clan, Maki's cursed energy pales in comparison even to that of an ordinary person, let alone the ability to perceive curses. Yet, it is precisely such an individual who resolutely chooses to sever ties with her family, obstinately pursuing a path uniquely her own. She embodies a flickering flame, fragile yet tenacious, destined to one day transform into an inferno that will incinerate the decay of the Zenin household. Impressive, isn't it? Remarked the white-haired sorcerer, leaning against a pillar, his gaze distant. It seemed he had perceived that flame long ago. At the tender age of 15, Satoru Gojo assumed the esteemed position of family head after mastering the limitless technique. Thus, when he chose to remain at Jujutsu High as an instructor, the once tranquil realm of sorcery erupted like oil sizzling in boiling water. The commotion lasted for quite some time. While others may have been oblivious to the reasons, Kinji Hakari was well aware, akin to a long-buried aspiration resuscitated. This individual desired to transform the decaying sorcery world in his own unique manner. The festering roots were inexhaustible, since the old timber was on the brink of collapse. It was time to plant new seeds, destined to burgeon into towering giants. Kinji Hakari's heart swelled slightly, and in that moment, he felt that the one truly deserving of the system's bond was Satoru Gojo. The arrivals and departures of both individuals did not intentionally disrupt the students. After they left, Tuj Inamaki, seated in the open space, glanced back. Akira? Who's that? Panda settled beside the descendant of the cursed speech users, reaching for a bottle, emitting a chill. I'm not sure. Yaga mentioned a new teacher would come a few days ago. That must be it. As he spoke, he tossed one of the bottles to the sword-wielding, glasses-wearing girl. But didn't he just see Maki? Sighing, he added, wait, do you guys actually know him? Panda. How many times must I say that you shouldn't throw soda around? Maki, seated on the steps, deftly twisted open the bottle cap, clearly experienced. By releasing the pressure inside first, she ensured that it wouldn't spray everywhere. She took a sip of the soda, feeling the gentle fizz burst in her mouth, and followed the gaze of her peers to the now empty corridor. He was originally from the Zenin family, but later became an assassin, specializing in hunting sorcerers. Maki averted her gaze, taking another sip. It was for his parents. Chapter 2, The Puppy. Such matters involving a family's hidden past were not meant for Maki Zenin to know, especially since she was merely 2 or 3 years old when Kinji Hakari departed from the sorcery world. This was largely thanks to the current heir of the Hakari clan, a foolish individual who not only loved trailing behind Naya Zenin, begging for favors, but also had the audacity to speak carelessly about everything. A talentless person with a disdainful view of others naturally relished the act of belittling his cousin, whose abilities far exceeded his own. Maki Zenin grimaced. If it weren't for that incident years ago, the Hakari family likely wouldn't be in its current state. She couldn't fathom how this fool managed to attach himself to others while being so utterly dim-witted. Panda nodded, lost in thought, his expression turning serious. He shouldn't be like that guy, right? The identity of that guy was all too evident, and Tuj Inamaki cast a similar glance. Maki felt a headache coming on. Although she knew who they were referring to, she had never interacted with him, and the thought processes of sorcerers were hardly the same as those of ordinary individuals. With a resigned turn of her face, she replied, I don't know. I just hope he's not like Satoru Gojo. No one could endure 2 Satoru Gojos. And the trio sighed in unison. Though it was a school for jiu-jitsu, it was not dissimilar to any other institution, complete with student dormitories, faculty quarters, a cafeteria, and a medical room. These places had all been explored under Satoru Gojo's guidance, with the only notable difference being that Kinji Hakari's usual lazy presence in the infirmary was absent today. Next came the final destination for Kinji Hakari and Satoru Gojo, the principal's office. The dark wooden door bore the quivering shadows of trees, with the words Principal's Office encircled by a subtle golden trim that glimmered. Satoru Gojo paused at the entrance, clearly showing no intention of entering. Not going in? Kinji Hakari inquired. Satoru donned the sunglasses he had unknowingly removed, leaning against the doorframe in a boneless manner, arms crossed over his chest, and smirked at Kinji. I might have inadvertently angered Yaga just now. I'd rather not face a scolding, and besides, I'll wait for you here. Satoru Gojo was undeniably handsome, his pure, divine visage framing his hair and lashes. Beneath the lenses, his blue eyes, known as the 6 eyes, had the power to draw anyone who met their gaze into their depths. The title of God suited him perfectly, for he was a masterpiece of creation. His drawn-out weight lingered on his tongue, reluctant to part as he ultimately left behind a moist kiss and an enticing invitation meant for adults. Kinji Hakari knew without a doubt that Satoru was watching him. At the moment their eyes met, however, Satoru pretended to be nonchalant, turning his head away as if scalded. With no alternative, Kinji Hakari could only observe the blush between Satoru's silver locks, suspecting that he too bore a similar hue. He heard himself chuckle softly. I know. The sunglasses were removed again, and Satoru buried his face in his palms, his feathery eyelashes trembling slightly before slowly drooping. He stood beneath the vacant eaves, murmuring, "Do I truly know, or do I not?" Yaga Yoshinobu sat serenely behind his desk, a myriad of documents strewn across its surface. Kinji Hakuri's attention fell upon a small potted plant at the edge. Its verdant leaves and upright branches exuded vitality, clearly well cared for. Though a few pitifully damaged leaves near the door marred its beauty. Who would dare to poison the principal's cherished plant? The answer was all too evident. You must have toured Jujutsu High already. Yaga set down the materials in his hands and moved to the reception area near the wall, first taking a seat on the black leather sofa. Kinji Hakuri then noticed the embedded electric stove on the coffee table releasing steam, indicating that Yaga had been waiting for him for a while. The young sorcerer took a seat across from him, a cup filled with hot tea placed before him, the rising steam dissipating the chill surrounding him. "I have, and I quite like it here," Kinji Hakuri affirmed. "That's splendid," Yaga nodded in satisfaction. He had initially worried that this scion of a fallen clan might feel out of place, but it seemed his concerns were unfounded. Yaga's gaze drifted slowly over Kinji Hakuri's face. He bore a resemblance to his mother, yet the familiarity in his features evoked memories of the once illustrious Kinji Hakuri. He was Yaga's predecessor and Kinji Hakuri's father. The events of that time had unfolded too suddenly and too oddly. It was particularly strange that the ambush by sorcerers occurred just before Kinji Hakuri's ascension, having narrowly escaped due to visiting his grandmother. Kinji Hakuri could no longer remain there. Yaga, then a teacher, had actively invited Kinji Hakuri to attend Jujutsu High, where he would be protected from those who might wish him harm. However, the invitation was declined. Soon after, news of Kinji Hakuri's departure spread. Time passed, and following the death of Megami Fushiguro, yet another sorcerer assassin emerged within the Jujutsu world, a killer specializing in hunting sorcerers. Your ranking with the higher-ups remains at grade 1. This was the association's evaluation of your capabilities 2 years ago. Yaga sipped his hot tea. "If you wish, we can conduct a re-evaluation immediately." The higher-ups were notoriously suspicious. The return of a sorcerer who had been absent for years would undoubtedly rattle their fragile nerves. However, if he were deemed special grade, it would be a different story. Since the emergence of Satoru Gojo, the equilibrium between curses and humanity has been irrevocably disrupted, resulting in the adversaries that follow only growing stronger. The existence of a special grade sorcerer may not tilt the scales in favor of humanity, but it is certainly better than having none at all. "I understand." Yaga Yoshinobu nodded thoughtfully and reminded that since you have just returned, there will be an observation period above you. As I mentioned before, these individuals are excessively adept at vying for power, and thus, their gazes inevitably carry a hint of wariness when directed at others. The observation period remains unchanged, and Nishiyama agreed with a nod, expressing no dissent. The ensuing exchanges were trivial pleasantries, yet as they were about to depart, Principal Yaga called out to Nishiyama, "Do you have a place to stay?" The sorcerers abruptly ceased their conversation, and after a moment of contemplation, Nishiyama replied earnestly, "Yes, I do." The conversation with the principal lingered a bit too long, and the restless sorcerer squatted on the steps, idly brushing the stray hairs from his forehead. As Nishiyama finally opened the door, he immediately approached with his distinctly knuckled fingers clenched into a fist. "Ding ding, it's riddle time. A reward awaits if you guess correctly." The head of the Gojo clan wore a focused expression, seemingly choosing to selectively forget the events that had transpired earlier. He was likely unaware that his demeanor resembled that of a pet eager to please its owner. Despite his words lacking explicit expression, his actions were fervent and sincere. Nishiyama had no intention of guessing. His mind was solely preoccupied with how he could reside in Satoru Gojo's home. He wished to squander no further time. The dark-haired sorcerer casually tapped with his index finger, only to hear the playful tone of the 6 eyes. "Then I shall reluctantly grant you another chance." With that, Satoru Gojo withdrew one hand. The remaining answer could not possibly be wrong. Nishiyama's second outstretched hand hovered in the air, only to be retracted with a mischievous glint as he lifted his gaze through his sunglasses to meet those cerulean eyes. "May I request a different reward?" Chapter 3. Important. A different reward? Satoru Gojo was momentarily taken aback. Before he could ponder further, he found himself in close proximity to the sorcerer. So close that the 6 eyes did not need to try hard to catch the faint woody scent emanating from the person before him. A fragrance he had encountered long ago. It was akin to the first snow settling on branches, cold yet tinged with a hint of bitterness, a sensation that, surprisingly, did not displease the sweet-toothed 6 eyes. The sorcerer's hair swayed gently in the breeze, and before any action was taken, Satoru Gojo felt as though a feather had drifted into the lake of his heart, creating ripples. He resisted the urge to scratch the itch and contemplated drawing even nearer. Just a step forward would envelop Nishiyama entirely, satisfying his desperate desire to grasp something. Satoru Gojo slightly lowered his head. not surprised to see his own reflection mirrored in the dark pupils of the sorcerer. His gaze slipped downward, landing on the other's soft lips. Satoru Gojo licked his palate, curious about the flavor of snow melting away. The thoughts of the six eyes were all too comprehensible. Nishiyama took a half-step back, retrieving a reward wrapped in translucent cellophane, a mint candy, from his relaxed palm. Malicious. The cold, electronic voice emitted words laden with profound emotion. Malicious? He simply could not resist teasing the other. Nishiyama unwrapped the candy, the refreshing burst on his tongue akin to plunging into a cluster of mint. As he casually maneuvered past the still-dazed six eyes while silently conversing with the system in his mind, he had expected Mr. System to behave like a programmed electronic entity, appearing only at designated times. The system fell silent for a moment. Though brief, Nishiyama managed to catch it. I am different. Indeed. The system that forcibly bound itself to the hostess was likely one of a kind in the world. The system snorted softly before logging off once more. As the sun ascended to its zenith, the temperature rose significantly compared to the morning, and the heat-sensitive insects scurried into the shadows, while a few birds flew overhead in search of water. The six eyes, unfazed by the heat, pressed closer, insisting that if he did not tell him, he would not let go. He was still caught in the playful banter, childishly demanding an answer. You will fall. Nishiyama tilted his head to evade the breath of the person deliberately leaning in close to his neck. But it was futile. Even if he pushed away, the other would simply close the distance again. Impossible? Satoru Gojo's tone was laced with incredulity and a hint of pride. It is absolutely impossible to fall with me around. Engaging in mischief without reflecting on one's actions, he bore the demeanor of a pampered house cat, both haughty and endearing. Nishiyama nodded nonchalantly, redirecting the conversation before Satoru Gojo could escalate his antics. Aren't you working this afternoon? It had been previously mentioned that those endowed with curse techniques were a mere fraction of the populace. Conversely, the curses born from the negative emotions of ordinary people were ever increasing. Thus, sorcerers were perpetually busy, especially someone of Satoru Gojo's caliber. Despite his prowess, he was still but one individual, and thus, quite occupied. I cannot say for certain. The white-haired sorcerer frowned slightly, the disdain for work evident on his face. As long as it isn't too severe, skipping work is permissible. But what about you? He subtly indicated his ample free time before tossing the question back. Do you have any special arrangements this afternoon? Meanwhile, he had prepared a retreat for himself. It just so happens that the students have not engaged in collective activities for quite some time. Why not choose today to familiarize themselves with the new teacher? Come on, come on. Truly, he was a beautiful cat, effortlessly eliciting a refusal from others whenever he played the charming card. The evening works for me. Nishiyama mimicked the other's speaking style, elongating the final syllables to sound as though he were uttering something intimate. As for the afternoon, I must meet someone. He was back to teasing the cat. As expected, the white cat nudged closer, as if it had caught its owner sneaking out to meet other strays, its irritation evident as it seemed ready to swipe its claws. Yet even if it did scratch, it was merely gentle. An important person. Satoru Gojo's voice revealed nothing. Yet the sudden weight on his shoulder and the silvery strands drifting across his face, which did not belong to him, made Nishiyama abandon his attempts at further teasing. Importance comes in many forms. Nishiyama gently pushed back, reiterating, you really will fall. The answer he received was no different from before. The six eyes remained obstinate, unwilling to walk properly. The difference now was that the black-haired youth's wrist was firmly grasped by another. That should alleviate your worries. The direct contact between their skins, devoid of any barriers, allowed the warmth of the other to flow steadily through their connection, causing the covered areas to warm slightly. Nishiyama's attempt to pull away was halted by Satoru Gojo's probing question. So, what type of important person are you meeting? The determination to uncover the reason was palpable. Nishiyama sighed. The individual I am meeting is not important. Rather, the matter itself holds significance. The grip on his wrist loosened, though it had never been particularly tight. The gleam in the eyes of the six-eyed sorcerer sparkled with a hint of exhilaration, unabashedly pressing further. May I accompany you? No. The individual whom Nishiyama was to meet was rather extraordinary and somewhat reluctant to engage with sorcerers. Bringing along Satoru Gojo would likely be perceived as a provocation. The rejected Satoru Gojo sulked momentarily. Truthfully, he could join as long as he remained undetected, a feat easily achievable by the strongest. However, Nishiyama had no desire for such an arrangement, understanding the agony of waiting, particularly when the distance between both parties was minimized, rendering the wait even more excruciating. Yet, Gojo's dejection was palpable, his striking appearance peaking at that moment. The black round sunglasses perched on his nose seemed poised to slip off, and perhaps due to the lighting, the blue of his eyes appeared somewhat moist, giving rise to suspicion that tears might soon flow. His silvery hair fell loosely atop his head, seemingly unchanged from before. Yet it exuded an air of unwarranted grievance. Only Nishiyama-in was susceptible to such charms. The sorcerer gently brushed his wrist, and, raising his gaze earnestly towards Satoru Gojo, stated, "However, the designated meeting place is rather remote. Might I trouble you to escort me there?" "Yay!" Gojo cheered, brimming with delight. Chapter 4. The Reason. It is difficult to fathom that such a place exists within the urban sprawl, where densely packed residential buildings resemble a labyrinth, each likely as old as Nishiyama-in. Initially, municipal planning demanded the demolition of the surrounding area to make way for a comprehensive shopping complex, but it was ultimately shelved due to the unanimous opposition from local residents. Years passed, and the surrounding structures were demolished and rebuilt, transforming the landscape beyond recognition. Yet this area remained largely unchanged, validating Nishiyama-in's assertion of its remoteness. A black sedan halted by the roadside, where traffic was sparse. The interior was far too congested, and attempting to enter would likely result in an inability to exit. However, the originally intended duo had become a trio, and thus the six-eyed sorcerer now found himself sulking against the car window. Why is he allowed to tag along? The designated auxiliary supervisor, Yonoya, disdainfully averted his gaze from the rearview mirror. "I must clarify, accompanying Mr. Nishiyama was not my intention." The association's observation period for Nishiyama-in was as straightforward and blunt as its name suggested, dispatching a specialized auxiliary supervisor to document and report his actions. Yonoya was the chosen one, and the rationale was simple. Prior to his role as an auxiliary supervisor, he had been a competent sorcerer with unique abilities. This meant that should Nishiyama-in engage in serious misconduct, Yonoya possessed the authority to exorcise him. What a hassle! Having transitioned from the front lines to a less perilous clerical position, he still found himself entangled in such physically demanding tasks. Moreover, Yonoya rolled down the window, revealing another association vehicle parked not far around the corner. "Even if you wish to take your frustrations out on me, it does not alter the fact that you have a mission." Feeling somewhat targeted, the exceedingly serious auxiliary supervisor sighed. Satoru Gojo answered a call, deliberately adopting a stern expression. "Itiki, if you keep pressing, be prepared for a beating." Swiftly hanging up, Gojo cast a quick glance at Yonoya. "You must have offended someone. And this is clearly personal retribution." One cannot deny that Satoru Gojo possessed a certain self-awareness regarding this matter. His mere existence often served as an affront to many sorcerers. The fact that anyone could endure his presence was, in a sense, truly remarkable. Yonoya discreetly glanced back. "Nishiyama-in, do not look at me. I shall only pretend not to understand." Thankfully, Satoru Gojo's antics were always measured, and the six-eyed sorcerer returned Gojo's childish gaze with a knowing expression, tugging at Nishiyama-in's sleeve before pushing the door open. 8 o'clock, do not forget, he cautioned, his silvery hair standing upright due to the pressure of the eye mask. Appearing aloof and exuding a rebellious aura, yet in truth, it was remarkably soft, like a Maine Coon. His beautiful eyes obscured beneath the blackwork mask. Only the bridge of his nose was partially visible, with his lips, slightly too pink, parting as he spoke. Being late was inconsequential, nor did distance matter, wherever it may be. "I shall find you." Aside from his deliberate display of weakness, the final statement felt exceedingly childish. Satoru Gojo paused momentarily, earnestly advising, "You must not hide away." Nishiyama-in's heart skipped a beat. He abruptly lifted his gaze, searching for something in the face of the six-eyed sorcerer. Gojo, puzzled, tilted his head. "What is it? Have you suddenly been captivated by my charm?" Nishiyama-in ruffled Gojo's hair. If that were the case, someone would undoubtedly become overly proud. "Wow, that would be quite unseemly," Satoru Gojo exclaimed, the distance between them evaporating under his approach. "I am a remarkably reliable adult." "Indeed, but a reliable adult ought to focus on their work." "No. Say it again." Gojo feigned innocence. "What was that about being handsome?" "Say it again." The response came in the form of a brief and abrupt honk from the sedan. "Yonoya, apologies, my hand slipped." Nishiyama-in couldn't suppress his laughter, smoothing his hair. "All right then, see you tonight, handsome Satoru." Gojo pouted, visibly displeased. "Very well, see you tonight." Even as the six-eyed sorcerer vanished from view, his voice echoed. "Itiki, I truly am going to beat you up." The interior of the vehicle fell silent, and the auxiliary supervisor in the front seat rolled down the window. "May I smoke?" "Of course." The sound of a lighter igniting was drowned out by the flow of traffic. Yonoya's half-exposed face caught the sunlight as he leaned down to take a deep breath. "You truly are surprising." Nishiyama-in was uncertain what he referred to, opting for silence. "I meant that you would choose to return as a teacher," Yonoya clarified, as if sensing his silence. Sorcerers are inherently conservative and exclusive when faced with uncontrollable factors. They will devise ways to quash them in the cradle, even when the other party poses no threat. Groundless accusations and disproportionately arduous tasks made one feel nauseous merely at the thought. Yonoya closed his eyes. Had he not encountered Nishiyama Inn, he would have added another name to the list of those who perished at the hands of curse users. Nishiyama Inn's departure had been akin to defection. The reason he had not been labeled a curse user was due to the intervention of the Gojo family. Yonoya could not fathom the reasoning behind his return, especially since Nishiyama Inn did not appear to be the naive type. Nothing is impossible. Every word spoken, every choice made, and every encountered circumstance, whether distinct or similar, must have some underlying reason for its occurrence. Nishiyama Inn was also somewhat curious about the position this individual currently held. It was a routine inquiry. Yonoya remained non-committal. I stand solely on the side of the rules, he added, but I detest the rules, particularly those of sorcerers. With a familiar ally's leniency, many unnecessary troubles could be avoided, especially since Nishiyama Inn was set to meet an exceedingly ordinary person, navigating through the crowded low-rise buildings and traversing the dim, narrow alleyway ahead. The rich fragrance of flowers wafted towards them even before they drew near. An elderly man of diminutive stature, adorned with a sun hat, was diligently watering a terracotta flower pot by the fence, clutching a green water bottle that had seen countless years of service. "Good afternoon, young man," he greeted amiably. Saionji Yin, showing due respect, replied, "Good afternoon, sir." The old man nodded, gesturing towards a nearby staircase. "Ayu has been back for quite a while." Saionji Yin turned his gaze, spotting the man referred to as Ayu, standing at the staircase's corner. As their eyes met, the man, sporting a small mustache, waved with a smile. "Long time no see, Saionji." Chapter 5, Unseen. Despite the immense power wielded by the Sorcerers Association, there remained areas they could not oversee, particularly in the realm of identity forgery, a shadowy industry. Ayu, or more precisely, Kongshiu, a man devoid of any sorcery, yet capable of navigating a world where everyone else possessed the potential of nuclear weapons, thanks in part to his past as a detective, which endowed him with formidable counter-surveillance skills. Additionally, this individual frequently changed identities, unless a solid transactional relationship was established. Locating him amidst the sea of humanity would be akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Upon entering the room, Kongshiu reclined on the sole genuine leather sofa. "How is the life of a sorcerer treating you?" Saionji Yin, feeling no need for formality, casually pulled over a folding chair. "I haven't officially taken office yet." The man enveloped in swirling smoke chuckled lightly. "Not in office yet? Yet they have already begun to keep an eye on you." His implication was clear. You sorcerers have a penchant for your convoluted games. People are fundamentally the same. Saionji Yin retorted. This was indeed an accurate observation. Kongshiu tapped his index finger lightly, ash cascading from the embers, as he glanced at the papers strewn across the coffee table. "But honestly, had you not contacted me out of the blue a couple of days ago, I would have thought you had unearthed something significant." Saionji Yin remained silent, fully aware of the ensuing conversation. The events of yesteryear were undeniably intertwined with the Saionji family, and the information he had gathered aligned with the clues provided by Saionji Yin. Kongshiu remarked, "However, you likely haven't guessed the true culprit." A profound sense of reflection crossed the face of the renowned intermediary. What did it matter if one belonged to a sorcerer family? When it came to the pursuit of something, it would only be more brutal than for ordinary individuals. Kongshiu uttered a few words, Saionji Takamai. The answer mirrored that of the previous life. The younger brother of the former head of the Saionji family, endowed with talents that even surpassed his elder sibling. Yet, Saionji Takamai had no interest in the position of family head. In his eyes, nothing was more paramount than enhancing his sorcery. Perhaps due to the sorcerer's unnaturally calm demeanor. The intermediary expressed surprise. "You can't possibly know, can you?" Saionji nodded, not only aware of this, but also privy to how his elder had become entangled with the curse bearers and issued the order to eliminate his parents. These revelations had been imparted directly to him by the elder himself. Yet, everything felt deeply amiss. Many previously overlooked discrepancies crystallized in that moment, as the gathered information suggested. A person solely focused on their own strength would not harbor such jealousy that they would wish to eliminate others, as they would never afford their rivals the chance to showcase their talents. Why remain dormant for so long, choosing such a peculiar day to strike, only to further manipulate him into pursuing those curse bearers, deliberately shredding and distorting the clues, then guiding him step by step to uncover the truth? Saionji Yin brushed his eyes, a golden glimmer swirling within. It was the ocular technique, truth, an innate ability possessed by every member of the Saionji family, capable of observing the structure of all sorcery and identifying weaknesses. However, even having mastered the technique, extreme, and successfully transitioned into the complete form, void, he still could not see through it all. Saionji Yin's intuition suggested that after his demise, there must have been events unknown to him. Ultimately, the answers remained entwined with Saionji Takamai. The dark-haired sorcerer refrained from touching the documents on the table, instead pulling out his phone to transfer a sum of money into Kong Xiu's bank account. Please investigate whom Saionji Takamai has associated with. Kong Xiu glanced down at the message. Such generosity. Collaborating with you is indeed a delightful experience. Subsequently, the intermediary gazed up in disbelief. Are you referring to over a decade ago? Saionji Yin tilted his head, affirming, I know you can accomplish it. I could. But never mind. The intermediary sighed, believing he would no longer encounter such a troublesome partner, only to find that Saionji Yin had not failed to meet his expectations. By the way, regarding your eyes, Kong Xiu inquired, how do they compare to the 6 eyes? Saionji Yin cast him a sidelong glance, puzzled by the trivial nature of the question. Certainly, the 6 eyes. All right then, Kong Xiu conceded, sensing the conversation had grown tedious. Have you met Fushiguro Megami's son? He chuckled lightly. I even held him when he was a child. It's hard to believe over a decade has flown by. In Saionji Yin's recollection, Kong Xiu, a man whose eyes were solely set on profit, would not form connections with others, yet it was surprising that he still remembered Fushiguro Megami's son. But humanity is inherently complex, and Saionji Yin replied candidly, I have yet to meet him. However, I should be able to see him tonight. Though there is no need for Kong Xiu to know that. As they departed, Kong Xiu remained sprawled on the sofa, half lifting his eyelids to address Saionji Yin, who had one foot out the door. If you're struggling, just come back. I actually enjoy partnering with you. The sorcerer did not turn back, merely waving his hand behind him. Understood. Kong Xiu scoffed, cold. Upon returning, the assistant supervisor was crouched beside the car, feeding a stray cat with leftover bread. And upon noticing Saionji Yin, he stood up, brushing off the wrinkles from his attire. You're finally back, Uehara remarked, glancing at his watch. I've been off the clock for 5 minutes. If you don't hurry, you'll have to walk home alone. It's only 5 o'clock, Saionji Yin replied. I feel it's pertinent to inform you that the legal workday lasts for 8 hours. Uehara countered vigorously. The association won't compensate for any extra time. This was the first time Saionji Yin encountered a sorcerer, no, an assistant supervisor, who was so concerned about working a few extra hours. Furthermore, Uehara's method of emphasizing key points was quite peculiar. Isn't it about not getting paid? The former sorcerer's expression was indescribable. Yes, indeed. They don't pay. And it hasn't been just a day or two. Not a single person has brought it up. Uehara's tone was laced with countless regrets. If it weren't for the inability to file a complaint, I would love to see the expressions of those high-ups when they receive court summons. Saionji Yin attempted to imagine it, finding it genuinely amusing. Uehara chuckled. So, you all must strive harder. Anything lacking novelty won't endure for long. As they conversed, the vehicle had already exited the dilapidated urban area. With the city lights illuminating the twilight, the neon glow washing away the estrangement and barriers of the day, infusing the atmosphere with a genuine sense of humanity. Saionji Yin provided the previously agreed-upon address and, as they neared the vicinity, remarked, Please drop me off here. The assistant supervisor glanced at the electronic display. It's still over an hour until 8. Saionji Yin smiled. I wish to wander alone for a bit. Chapter 6. Commotion. Although he claimed to desire some solitary exploration, Saionji Yin himself was uncertain of his intended direction. Wandering aimlessly through a couple of intersections, he eventually found himself standing in a quaint little park. A sea of pink petals encircled the central clearing, and the air was thick with moisture, carried by the evening breeze that wafted throughout. At this moment, the fountain performance had already commenced, attracting a considerable audience. A child nestled in his father's embrace leaned back, stretching out a hand to touch his mother's hair, only to shyly retreat into the warmth of his father's arms after being gently admonished not to fidget. Before long, he began to sweetly inquire if they could also come out to play next weekend, and whether they could bring along their pet, Aki. Aki was presumably their beloved companion. Nishiyama and followed their footsteps, weaving through the crowd, and just as they were about to part ways, a surge of cursed energy brushed past the man. After an inaudible wail escaped the realm of ordinary perception, the man holding the child shrugged his shoulders, shaking his head in response to his wife's concerned inquiry. Strange. I suddenly feel much lighter. Amid the subdued murmurs of the crowd, Nishiyama settled onto a public bench, his eyes gently closing in repose. Unbeknownst to him, the park had emptied significantly, leaving mostly young people behind. Under the soft glow of the lights, fragrant branches cast shadows over the face of the sorcerer, which was strikingly handsome. In a hazy state, Nishiyama seemed to hear a voice speaking. Excuse me, came a timid voice from a girl, carrying a noticeable hint of shyness. I just wanted to ask. Without hesitation, he bluntly interrupted. He already has someone he likes, so it's a no. The courage his companion had mustered popped like a soap bubble, and upon realizing that the target of his affections was not single, the girl blushed and apologized. "Ah, I'm so sorry, I didn't know." Nishiyama waved his hand dismissively, uttering a few comforting words, wishing her the best and finding someone truly suited for her. Then came the sound of hurried footsteps returning. "I'm really sorry, and by the way, you two make a lovely couple, so please, do stay happy together." Satoru Gojo responded affirmatively to each remark. At that moment, Nishiyama's drowsiness dissipated significantly, and when he opened his eyes, he found the white-haired teacher's face almost pressed against his own, resembling a curious kitten that had leapt onto the pillow beside its master during their slumber. Neither party brought up the earlier incident. "Have you been here long?" Nishiyama inquired. "Not at all," Gojo replied, having changed into casual attire. As he approached, the scent of sea salt shower gel wafted towards Nishiyama. With a cheerful demeanor, Gojo extended his hand before the sorcerer, proclaiming, "This is a wake-up call from the incredibly handsome Gojo-sensei. How about it? Are you so pleased that words escape you?" "To say I am at a loss for words is a tad exaggerated," Nishiyama retorted, "but I am indeed quite pleased." Having gleaned the desired information, the sorcerer resembled a cat that had spotted its beloved treat, declaring, "I want a reward." The ultimate goal of the feline was revealed, to hold hands with the one they cherished. Yet even the phrase "hold hands" was subtly shrouded in reticence. Nishiyama gently placed his hand atop Gojo's. Thanks to Gojo's elevated body temperature, at the moment their hands made contact, Nishiyama felt as though he had been enveloped in a warm cocoon. The other hand, slightly dissatisfied, shifted to intertwine their fingers completely, a gesture that shattered the boundaries of social distance. The warmth of their palms not only mingled, but also allowed them to feel the rhythmic beating of each other's hearts gradually aligning in harmony. This simple yet profound connection elicited a sigh from their very souls. Following the suggestions of the students, the group opted for a collective activity that would foster camaraderie: singing. A choice deemed informal and conducive to bonding. Considering the restrictions on minors in entertainment venues like karaoke bars, the affluent Gojo-sensei kindly offered his home, which boasted the necessary facilities. However, when it came to singing, Nishiyama was utterly clueless, and one could even label him tone-deaf. Gojo, without a hint of mercy, sold out his student. Panda may be a cursed spirit, but surprisingly, he can sing quite well. As for Inamaki, due to his cursed technique, even if he wished to sing, he could only hum along in his heart. When it comes to Maki, she hardly ever sings. Gojo added with a gesture of his hand, very rarely, indeed. Upon mentioning Fushiguro Megami, a look of indescribable regret crossed Gojo's face, as if he lamented that the child he had nurtured had not inherited even a sliver of his entertaining spirit. As for Maki, Gojo's tone turned playful, and he exaggeratedly exclaimed, "Oh, I've never heard Maki sing. I must record it on my phone when the chance arises." Nishiyama thought to himself that if Gojo followed through with such a plan, he would surely face repercussions later on. "And what about you?" Gojo continued, his words flowing more freely than usual. During such moments, Nishiyama would listen intently, absorbing every word spoken. Then, as was customary, he would respond appropriately. "Me?" Gojo's tone softened as he turned his gaze to meet Nishiyama's eyes. The sorcerer's eyes mirrored the darkness of his hair. Yet Gojo always perceived something uniquely different within them. Initially, they resembled the morning dew of an autumn day, imbued with a slight chill that irresistibly beckoned one to draw closer. Eventually, that morning dew ascended to the heavens, transforming into an elusive wind that could never truly be grasped. And now, the wind had come to rest. It lingered upon a lake, crystal clear to the bottom, where Hiswell clamored to dive beneath the surface. "Of course, I can sing beautifully," Gojo declared. "Do you wish to hear? I will sing solely for you." It was yet another of those subtle expressions, unwilling to be overheard. As they neared the vicinity of the house, Maki called, requesting that they pick up a bottle of soy sauce and some drinks from a nearby convenience store. Note, the head chef was Fushiguro Megami. With no other option, the two had to retrace their steps, heading toward the shelves stocked with seasonings while being subtly scrutinized by the store clerk, searching for the items Megami had requested. As for the beverages, Gojo, considering the tastes of his students, selected a variety. When asked what Nishiyama wanted to drink, the sorcerer casually grabbed a bottle from the nearby shelf. Gojo glanced at the strawberry-flavored drink he had just placed in the basket, picked it up like a child, then quietly returned it, opting instead for a can identical to Nishiyama's. Having completed this series of childish actions, he feigned nonchalance, transferring the basket from his left hand to his right, naturally intertwining his fingers with the sorcerer's as they walked toward the checkout counter. As Nishiyama was led along, he involuntarily mused, "How could this be so adorable?" Chapter 7, Secrecy. Upon returning home, the colossal display screen in the living room was paused at the beginning of a song, while Panda and the descendant of the cursed speech user who had been expressly forbidden from entering the kitchen, were fiddling with a newly unwrapped microphone. Upon hearing someone enter, the cursed spirit maintained a bowed posture, greeting the new teacher. Meanwhile, Inamaki, with his collar obscuring the lower half of his face, shyly uttered, "Kombu." Although the wording was limited to ingredients for rice balls, the sorcerer understood its meaning as a greeting. Nishiyama responded with a smile, prompting Inamaki to relax and obediently take a seat. Everyone collectively overlooked a certain individual. The overlooked person placed the bag on a stool and began their usual mischief. "Did you not notice the dazzling Gojo-sensei walking through the door?" Panda accepted a new battery from Inamaki, pausing momentarily at Gojo's foolish remark. Now, he finally comprehended what had felt amiss since the morning. It turned out that the absence of the white-haired teacher's spiritual torment was the missing element. However, such a phenomenon ought not to exist in the first place. Upon realizing this, the cursed spirit, as if suddenly unlocking the meridians of its being, swiftly and flawlessly assembled the remaining 3 microphones without a single error. Following this, a harmonious sound of high-fives echoed among the boys. Satoru Gojo lamented with a heavy heart. "Are you pretending not to hear? I must file a complaint. This is bullying on campus." The frosted glass door of the kitchen swung open, and a girl with a sky-blue high ponytail stepped out. The pitiful six-eyed one immediately reported to the older sister figure. "Report. Little Maki's favorite teacher is being targeted by those wicked students." The girl disregarded the unfortunate title the teacher had used, her expression dangerously intense. "I have no such thing. Rather, it is you who, upon returning, is making a ruckus as if you want the whole world to know. Truly foolish." At such a moment, not only was the white-haired teacher's technique limitless, but his character also matched his boundless abilities. He would typically adopt a demeanor as if abandoned by the world, launching indiscriminate attacks on everyone's nerves. Surprisingly, Satoru Gojo merely emitted a nasal humph, sitting down next to Zenin Maki like a pouting little wife who had been wronged. Maki watched as the six-eyed one began to toy with hands that did not belong to him, feeling an inexplicable pang of pain in her eyes. She vaguely sensed an emotion akin to boasting, a subtle notion that this individual's initial intent was to convey to others, "I now have someone backing me." Casting a discreet glance at the faces of her 2 peers, Maki felt a twinge of discomfort in her stomach. Nothing was more painful than being the only one aware of such matters. She turned her attention to another person present, although they were familiar with each other. Conversing face-to-face like this was a first. The girl directly stated, "I am Maki, the true Maki." She refrained from mentioning her surname, as she considered it merely a burden and exploitation imposed upon her by a group of fools, akin to buying a bicycle for a fish. The newly appointed teacher smiled and reciprocated with the same structure, Zenin Maki, but not the Zenin of Zenin. The introduction concluded amidst their peculiar, yet similar exchanges. Zenin Maki took the initiative to offer help in the kitchen, recalling that the person currently cooking was still a minor, not yet 15. Additionally, there was the matter of the soy sauce that had been requested. Upon entering the kitchen, the sorcerer found a boy with black hair and green eyes, donned in a pink apron adorned with Hello Kitty, stirring a pot with a spoon. The steam caused his cheeks to flush slightly, and his unruly black hair exuded youthful exuberance. His profile bore a resemblance to a man in a photo that Zenin Maki had seen on Kong Xiu's phone, a man who appeared reluctant while holding a child. Zenin had been somewhat surprised when he saw the photograph, as the individual described by the agency did not seem like someone who would leave behind a picture with another man. As the cooking progressed to the stage of adding sauces, Zenin Maki tore off the plastic wrapping from the bottle and handed it to the boy. The black-haired boy's lips curled slightly. "Thank you. What should he call him?" Fushiguro Megami pondered, directly addressing the other by name, much like calling Satoru Gojo. Felt too impolite, even with the former's relationship in mind. However, the teacher had mentioned that Fushiguro was only 14, not yet of age to enroll in high school. Regardless, that was a matter for the following year. The sorcerer seemed to sense the turmoil hidden beneath Fushigiro's calm exterior. "Just call me Zenin, and may I call you Megami?" The boy nodded in agreement. The muffled voices drifted through the door, as if separated by a veil, while Fushigiro's gaze settled on the steaming food he had prepared. He instinctively glanced at the refrigerator, noting that its contents had been prepared by the young master. Catering to diverse preferences was a challenge, so Fushiguro had opted for a few more common dishes. Estimating the time, he casually inquired, "Zenin, do you have any preferred flavors?" His method of expressing closeness mirrored that of his teacher, both subtle and straightforward. Zenin Maki had no particular demands regarding food content as long as it filled his stomach. "I like everything. You've worked hard, Megami," he replied, which sounded somewhat too formal, easily leading to unnecessary misunderstandings. Zenin added, "However, I am quite interested in cooking. If you have time, may I come to find you?" Being acknowledged was truly a joyous experience, and Fushiguro, still a child, was no exception. I only know a little. He concealed his emotions well, though the slight fluctuation in his tone revealed an unusual sentiment. That guy is always busy. But there's no need to worry about him starving. Zenin, you're welcome to come find me anytime. His words subtly conveyed that Zenin would be living with Satoru Gojo, prompting the sorcerer to raise an eyebrow and respond softly. As this gathering involved close acquaintances, there were no strict rules of silence during meals, and the dinner concluded in an atmosphere that was both relaxed and casual, fostered by the teachers and students. The two adults took charge of cleaning and tidying up, and upon exiting, they found the ambient lights in the living room already illuminated, with the low coffee table laden with snacks and drinks. As the lead vocalist, the cursed spirit chose a nostalgic love song, one that remained popular even in contemporary times. Just as Satoru Gojo had mentioned, the panda's singing ability was indeed remarkable. His deep, soothing voice flowed through the room. The white-haired teacher and the sorcerer sat down in the vacant spots left by the students. The moment they settled onto the sofa, Satoru Gojo immediately snuggled up like a boneless cat, his hand, hidden beneath his sleeve, inappropriately entwined with another. The darkened environment diminished their mutual wariness while amplifying certain emotions, especially since their relationship was anything but innocent. The sudden urge to touch the person beside him was satisfied, sending a shiver of indescribable delight up the sorcerer's spine. Zenin and Maki instinctively glanced at the others, and upon realizing that no one was paying attention to their situation, the mild thrill transformed into an unbearable secret itch. The sorcerer grasped the prominent knuckles of the six-eyed one. Sit up straight. Chapter 8 Haha. The six-eyed one whispered a compliant okay, surprisingly obediently creating some distance between himself and the sorcerer. The fleeting softness of his ears brushed against the other, akin to a spark falling into a haystack, igniting Zenin Maki's temperature. He looked towards Satoru Gojo, only to find the latter wearing a look of innocence and grievance. Again with the act of pity. The sorcerer could not abide such expressions from him. A softness welled up within his heart, and his fingers beckoned, receiving the unspoken permission. The large cat could no longer contain itself and pressed closer, drawing the sorcerer into its territory. Whispering in a tone audible only to the two of them, I want to let go. I want to stay close to you, Maki. The warmth had already receded from Zenin Maki's face, and he calmly pondered, merely staying close wasn't he enough. What would happen after the closeness? The six-eyed one possessed an all-encompassing perspective, capable of perceiving everything, whether from a great distance or within the current darkness, providing him with all necessary information. The black-haired sorcerer spoke with a cold and serious expression, his star-like eyes glimmering with a hint of undeniable authority, evoking in Satoru Gojo a mental image of him reaping the lives of cursed spirits during missions, powerful and beautiful. Subsequently, the six-eyed figure articulated slowly, his gaze unwaveringly fixed upon the countenance of Saionji Yin, as if savoring the profound meanings concealed within. Was this the kind of thought he harbored? Worry briefly flickered in Satoru Gojo's eyes as he averted his gaze, only to feign a composed return of his stare. His cheeks flushed as if painted upon a pristine canvas. The image of a divine being descending into the realm of mortals made Saionji Yin's eyelashes tremble, and he found himself at a loss for words, having spoken such candid truths without preamble. His demeanor grew colder and more aloof. Yet his restrained hand instinctively brushed against the other's palm, reminiscent of a wayward kitten seeking forgiveness. Jujutsu Kaisen nudged his companion's leg, his wide eyes blinking in confusion as he silently questioned whether something was amiss. The girl, possessing a heightened sensitivity in such matters, rolled her eyes, thinking, only now do you realize? He.S. already 27. It wouldn't be abnormal for him to marry directly, would it? The astonishment on Panda's face was almost palpable, but would such a family consent to a same-sex union? You're Jujutsu Kaisen, after all. How can you be more conservative than an old human? Maki gasped, albeit reluctantly acknowledging, that guy is the strongest. The one capable of influencing him hasn't even been born yet. That's true. Panda nodded, turning to the quiet Satoru, the unspoken expectation hanging heavily in the air. Fushiguro, you're relatively close to him. How far have they progressed? What does that have to do with me? The young man replied calmly, sipping his drink. But under the pressure of 3 stares, he reluctantly divulged, they're likely already living together. Wow, how scandalous. What are you all whispering about? I want to listen too. Just as he was about to inquire about their marriage plans, the raven-haired boy's mouth was suddenly covered. Panda chuckled heartily, diverting attention. Oh, it's nothing at all. We were just saying it's time for Maki to sing. The white-haired teacher squinted. You're not trying to deceive me, are you? Of course not. Jujutsu Kaisen shivered, shoving the microphone into his companion's hands, eagerly seizing the remote to select a song. How about this one? It's quite popular lately. And I've heard Maki hum it, right Maki? When did I ever hum something like that? The The girl's protest faded into her friend's enthusiastic nudges, and she stammered, "Ah? Yes, yes. If looks could kill, Panda and the others would have perished countless times." As Maki's smile turned sinister, "You all better watch out. This is a duet." Satoru glanced at the display, winking. "Otherwise, let us have Ahui join in. A duet with the revered Maki-senpai would be simply splendid." Panda, ever perceptive, like a minion presenting a knife, thrust the neglected microphone into the boy's arms, relishing the chaos. Duet. Duet. Innocently gazing back at the eager gazes of his peers and future juniors, he thought to himself, "I'm merely a clueless little panda." The youth's clear voice harmonized perfectly with the accompaniment, and the satisfied white-haired teacher produced his phone, ready to record the moment. Saionji Yin cast a helpless glance at him, deliberately humming, "The adorable little cat knows nothing," as they sang close to midnight. The arduous return to Jujutsu High seemed too troublesome, and the exhausted youths decided, as previously agreed, to spend the night at Fushigiro's nearby residence. The house fell silent, with empty bottles strewn across the coffee table, some standing upright, while others lay toppled. On one side, a pale pink can was tightly nestled against another, one of which had been opened. Saionji Yin prepared to tidy up, but as he stood, he was unexpectedly pulled down and into the embrace of the six-eyed figure. Struggling to rise, he felt hands sliding up his lower back, with an irresistible force drawing him completely closer. Six Eyes buried his head into the crook of his neck, murmuring, "Don't clean up." The fragrance of white peach intertwined with a faint hint of alcohol, along with the warmth and dampness on his neck, made Saionji Yin grasp the nape of Satoru's neck, gently pulling back. "You knew it contained alcohol and still drank. How much did you have?" "Not much, just a little." Satoru fidgeted restlessly, akin to an octopus wrapping around him only to be pushed away again. "Really, just a little." "Really?" Saionji Yin cradled Satoru's face, leaning closer and lowering his head, his tongue delicately gliding over Satoru's lips, seemingly verifying the truth of his words. "Are you testing me?" The sorcerer's ears flushed with warmth, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "MHM." Their breaths mingled once more, and Satoru mimicked Saionji Yin's movements, but it was insufficient. He intuitively pried open the other's lips, completely enveloping him with his essence. The kiss lingered, and when it finally broke, both were slightly breathless, Six Eyes' gaze sparkling, yearning for another intimate encounter. Saionji Yin's fingertips caressed the lashes of Satoru's eyes, eventually settling at the corners, where the blue of Satoru's irises mirrored the vastness of the sky. "So beautiful." "Are you looking at me?" Six Eyes tilted his head back, covering one eyelid with his hand, planting kiss after kiss along his wrist, trailing down the skin's texture into his palm, each kiss gradually transforming into a lick. He seized the hand that attempted to withdraw, continuing until the kisses reached their conclusion. "I've always been watching you," he said, taking Saionji Yin's perfectly manicured fingers into his mouth. The fingertips were enveloped in a warm, soft space, and Saionji Yin could distinctly see the gentle licking and nibbling as they collided. Their body temperatures rose, and the deeper the void within him was filled, the more it felt lacking. The sudden sensation of weightlessness prompted the sorcerer to instinctively place his remaining hand on Six Eyes' neck. "Where are you taking me?" he asked a foolish question, to which the white-haired teacher chuckled softly. "To the bedroom." Ignoring the undeniable redness of his ears, he teased, "How childish." The childish kiss, imbued with a cautious yet precious touch, trailed down to the fair skin concealed beneath the fabric, only to press harder, leaving behind marks that signified possession. "Is it okay?" Six Eyes looked up, his eyes glistening. In such a moment, to ask for permission was rather audacious. Saionji Yin exposed his vulnerable neck, the corners of his eyes tinged with crimson, his expression both malicious and provocative. "If I refuse, will you cry?" "I might cry, but who would be the one shedding tears is uncertain." Time passed, and Saionji Yin found himself shifted from one place to another, his limbs growing weak as he clung to Six Eyes. "I'm going to fall," he lamented. In response, the white-haired teacher offered a soothing kiss. U1T. Chapter 9 Mission. In the city of West Tokyo, behind the Nagai canning factory, sunlight was obscured by towering buildings, and the cramped employee dormitory had languished for years in a dim and chilly environment. The damp walls had peeled extensively, and even the newly replaced overhead lights flickered erratically due to short circuits. The hallway, while narrow and crowded, was thankfully free from clutter, leaving only a faint musty odor lingering in the air. A middle-aged woman, slightly stooped from the weight of life as pressures, opened the door. Her face bore the marks of age, yet her eyes sparkled with a flicker of hope for life. The name tag on her chest read Keiko Ryama, and she scanned the joint investigation document held by the high ponytailed girl, issued by the association and the police department. She did not exhibit any disdain due to the other person's age. She merely stepped aside with a calm demeanor, saying, "Please, come in." Makihiko was momentarily taken aback, but quickly composed herself, taking a seat on the somewhat worn sofa in the living room under the guidance of Keiko Ryama. A potted green plant, one that would never bloom, was positioned near the window, beside a plastic frame housing a photograph of Keiko Ryama and a man in an affectionate embrace. That man was her husband, Tsutomu Ryama, who had been missing for half a month. Just prior to that, the day marked the bankruptcy of the Nagayama canning factory. The association's observation window showed no signs of cursed energy fluctuations, and Tsutomu's disappearance was initially categorized as a typical missing persons case. However, if that were truly the case, the likes of Saionji Yin and his companions would not have appeared here. People like you have come here many times before, she stated calmly, as if merely elucidating a fact. But it's all right. As long as I can discover where Tsutomu has gone, Keiko paused. Even if he has already ventured into the realm of the dead, I simply seek the truth. Yet the truth she yearned for was destined to remain beyond her grasp. Makihiko opened her mouth, but found herself at a loss for words. Could you elaborate on the circumstances preceding your husband, Tsutomu's disappearance? Saionji Yin offered a reassuring glance to his student. Before the factory's closure, it had faced a severe operational crisis, triggered by an incident where a worker's operational error led to a massive food poisoning outbreak. This calamity further exacerbated the factory's already precarious situation. On the night of the incident, that worker had tragically hanged himself within the factory premises. The couple had dedicated over a decade of their lives to this place, harboring an extraordinary affection for Nagayama, choosing to remain and face the crisis together. However, the factory ultimately succumbed. From that period onward, Tsutomu began waking in the dead of night, frantically donning his work uniform and attempting to enter the now-closed factory. His condition worsened, and the couple sought medical assistance during daylight hours, only to be met with a diagnosis of excessive stress. Eventually, one fateful night, Tsutomu vanished entirely into the darkness. After I reported it, the police conducted extensive searches within the factory grounds, but found nothing. Keiko concealed her distress beneath the motion of her lowered head. How could there be nothing? I know he is there. He has always been there, calling out to me. After bidding farewell to Keiko Ryama, Saionji Yin and his student departed from the family quarters. The assistant supervisor, known for his penchant for slacking off and arriving late, leaned against a street lamp smoking a cigarette. Upon noticing the visibly troubled intern, he offered a cigarette. What is up with this guy? Makihiko remarked, incredulous at the sight of a minor being offered a cigarette. Saionji Yin shot him a sharp look. Are you planning to get the association to bail you out? I'm merely attempting to lighten the mood. Uenohara waved his hand dismissively, signaling the sorcerer to temper his alarm. So, how is the situation? Information is scarce, but it is certain that a curse is involved. As this is a student's sorcery internship, Saionji Yin replied. Analyzing intelligence is a fundamental skill for sorcerers. One must determine from the existing clues whether to abandon the case. Abandon? Uenohara smirked. Isn't that somewhat at odds with the association's mission? Makihiko remained silent, yet her sentiments echoed Uenohara's. Should they not strive to save at all costs? We are merely sorcerers, not saviors, Saionji Yin stated coolly. Only by staying alive can we vanquish more curses. Makihiko, please share the intelligence you've gathered. Based on Keiko Ryama's description, it could be inferred that Tsutomu's state prior to his disappearance was influenced by a curse. And the location of his disappearance was indeed within the factory premises, a fact corroborated by data shared by the Metropolitan Police Department. As for the absence of cursed energy fluctuations, it is highly likely that the cursed spirit itself possessed low cursed energy, thus leaning towards mental manipulation. Makihiko pondered for a moment. Of course, we cannot dismiss the possibility that it has deceived the window. In general, her assertions were accurate, but she had overlooked one detail. What about Keiko Ryama? The image of the woman pushing open the door flashed in Makihiko's mind. Her light gray top, somewhat faded from washing, bore signs of wear at the cuffs, and the buttons were mismatched, having been salvaged from other garments. The badge pinned to her chest indicated she was in work attire. Yet the Nagayama canning factory had long since ceased operations, leaving her with no place to work. Like her husband, Keiko Ryama too was ensnared by a curse. The sorcerer nudged the idly gaming assistant supervisor with his foot, make a call, and summon assistance. He glanced back at the foreboding dormitory building behind them. It is still hunting. Makihiko felt a surge of eagerness, pointing at the building surrounded by barbed wire. Aren't we going in? The sorcerer neither nodded nor shook his head. After the personnel have been relocated. In truth, Saionji Yin sensed something amiss. Curses are born from humanity's negative emotions, and these emotions often stem from unfulfilled desires. Thus, the essence of a curse is human desire. It is inherently greedy and could easily have chosen the dormitory as its stronghold, given the abundance of humans. Yet, it did not. Was it reveling in the thrill of the hunt, Or was there something else within that it coveted yet could not assimilate? What could it be? Before the sorcerer could delve deeper into his thoughts, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Glancing at the caller ID, Saionji Yin answered the call. The voice on the other end was somewhat distorted, accompanied by the sound of wind. It's time for your boyfriend check-in. Should we switch to a video call then? A check-in should include a face. Switching takes time. Rokugan paused. More than that, I wish to converse with you a bit longer. Or do you want to see me? Not addressing whether he wanted to or not, he simply asked, is that not allowed? Once the video call was established, the face of Satoru Gojo appeared on the phone screen. He noted the background that was clearly not from Jujutsu High and deduced they were on a mission. There are only Makihiko and myself here. We were personally summoned, Saionji Yin confirmed. Can you wrap it up before I return? I wish to see my boyfriend the moment I get home. Saionji Yin smiled. By Shinkansen, or shall I use teleportation? Given that I have a student with me. Rokugan pouted. Perhaps it's best if I wait at home for you. That way, I can see you the moment you arrive. How enviable. Indeed, how enviable. Are you just humoring me? Well, I am thinking of you. Do not phrase it as a question, Rokugan corrected with dissatisfaction. I am indeed thinking of you. Saionji Yin genuinely laughed. Yes, I think of you too. Chapter 10, Undercurrents. Born from darkness, from dark to darker, all filth and impurity, be exorcised. A viscous black barrier descended from above the factory grounds, forming a hollow sphere bisected along its axis at ground level. You're going in to settle the accounts? The assistant supervisor remarked, somewhat astonished. Isn't this supposed to be a student internship? Saionji Yin's right hand had already ventured inside the barrier. Something feels amiss. Better safe than sorry. Hara's casual gaze swept over the high ponytailed girl carrying cursed tools. Well, she still has some work to do. Is this guy looking down on us? Makihiko's forehead throbbed with indignation. Just wait until that little girl flattens you. Not bad. You've got ambition. Just my type, he said with an earnest expression, uttering something incredibly infuriating. Makihiko felt a frustrating sensation akin to punching a cotton ball. This guy should have been assigned to Satoru Gojo instead. The girl's expression was so difficult to decipher that Uehara could instantly discern her thoughts. Please, if I were to partner with him, I might as well return home to tend to the fields. He might as well have inscribed the words repulsion towards the same sex across his face. Someone was speaking ill of me, while far away, a sneezing feline, Fushiguro, was calling out, Idiki, hurry and buy me some ice cream, strawberry flavor. The invocation of barrier techniques manifests slight fluctuations of cursed energy within a certain proximity, yet such variations can only be perceived by those possessing an acute sensitivity to curses. Unlike the barriers employed by the Sorcerers Association to inhibit movement, any sorcerer can observe this with the naked eye. The Nagayama canning factory was already enveloped in a barrier, where a humanoid cursed spirit settled beside the woman. Did that previous group of sorcerers notice nothing at all? Not necessarily. Your demeanor, brimming with confidence, is truly arrogant. Roko averted her gaze from the smiling woman. I'll retrieve the items. It will also serve as an opportunity to test the capabilities of that group of fools. Do not disturb the snake in the grass. The woman turned her face, revealing the stitches on her forehead, whether they fall into their hands or ours. It amounts to the same. It would be best if it were as you say, Roko scoffed. The mere thought that the woman speaking to me is, in reality, a man repulses me. How could that be? In response, the woman smiled even more radiantly. Just endure a little longer. Soon, you will witness a new version of me. The concrete pavement of the road had cracked, with green plant stems and leaves emerging from the crevices. The once gray walls now bore large dark patches, presenting a scene of overall decay and gloom. One might think years had passed. It had barely been a month since its closure. Yet Maki exclaimed, it deteriorated far too rapidly. Just as machines rust when left unused for prolonged periods, so too do our residences. Humanity's impact on the surrounding environment is ever present, albeit easily overlooked. Nishinoya pondered aloud. If explained through the lens of feng shui, it is the principle that vitality nurtures objects. A most intriguing concept. Being a peripheral member of the family, Maki had little exposure to such notions. Yet it brought her some joy. Is it the feng shui of planting flowers? Precisely, Nishinoya replied without elaboration. I have encountered it before. It's quite remarkable. Likely during his time as an assassin, Maki refrained from further inquiries as they approached a building, where a small amount of white powder remained on the ground near the wall. It was lime powder used to mark a corpse. The deceased was named Harizumi Hirase, a worker who had committed suicide. Following the autopsy that night, the conclusion drawn was that he succumbed to internal ruptures and severe hemorrhaging from a fall from a height. The Criminal Investigation Department confirmed that there was no evidence of homicide. Subsequent examinations also failed to reveal any supernatural traces. It was indeed a case of suicide. Without a doubt, Nishinoya looked up at the uppermost level. Let us investigate there. The external metal staircase, composed of mixed metals, appeared precarious, creaking with every step. Maki adjusted her glasses. Her special internal structure allowed her to perceive curses and impurities. It's remarkably clean. Too clean, almost. The rooftop layout was narrow, with a low structure connecting to the indoor staircase occupying most of the space, leaving only a passage about 2 meters wide near the edge. Nishinoya nodded and circled the railing to the spot from which Harizumi Hirase had jumped. On the ground lay the remnants of an unpeeled warning tape. Faded by wind and sun, the sorcerer's footsteps halted beyond the warning line as he turned to grasp the student, intending to retreat. Yet, this compressed, cursed energy surged forth like a startled beast, erupting violently. The surrounding structures swelled under this force, as if the lowest layer was suddenly yanked upwards. The space visibly distorted for a fleeting moment, and when they regained their bearings, the two found themselves standing below. Is this a domain? Nishinoya remained silent, pulling the somewhat bewildered girl back a step. A thunderous crash resounded as a heavy object struck the ground. The splintering of a skull sending crimson fluid cascading down the rough wall. The scene of Harizumi Hirase's demise reappeared before them. The effects of the barrier technique do not influence the internal environment. Thus, individuals within the barrier can still observe changes in weather and time. Maki noticed that the sky above had been cloaked in night, and the blood, which had been fresh mere seconds ago, had dried and congealed in the blink of an eye, leaving behind a patch exuding a putrid odor. Time had accelerated. Harizumi Hirase's body sank as if mired in a swamp, swiftly vanishing from sight, while the accelerated manifestation rotated incessantly above them. The sun and moon alternated approximately 7 times before a vague figure emerged. Nishinoya halted Maki, who was attempting to intervene. This is 15 days past. Ryamataku stumbled up the iron ladder on the right side, and with another resounding crash, his corpse appeared there. The manner of his death and the shape of his body, along with the traces of blood, were strikingly similar to Harizumi Hirase, as if the faces had merely been exchanged. Ugh! The already deceased Ryamataku's abdomen swelled rapidly, his blood-stained clothing stirring in the darkness, leaving no doubt that something would soon emerge. Maki frowned. This is no longer human. As if in response to the girl's statement, time accelerated once more, unnoticed by anyone. As Ryamataku's corpse gradually decayed, and the swelling in his abdomen became increasingly pronounced. When the sun reached its zenith for the 15th time, the temporal point within the barrier returned to when they had entered. Ryamataku, or rather, the entity occupying his body, had finally developed. A small hand, akin to that of a child, pried open Ryamataku's mouth, and a curse, roughly the size of a 7-year-old child, crawled forth. Chapter 11. The Human Cicada and Concerns. This was a newly emerged curse. Nishinoya's eyes shimmered with golden light, a cold smile gracing his lips. It has been deliberately nurtured. Its strength should be nearing that of a special grade. Maki positioned her cursed tool defensively in front of herself, aware of her limitations. This is beyond our capacity. How could the association err in such matters? The girl possessed slender, deep brown eyes, perhaps due to her upbringing in the sorcerer's environment. Her death was destined to be sudden, leaving her unprepared. Thus, these beautiful eyes held no fear of death. This was both a blessing and a curse. Individuals like you have come here numerous times. Ryama Keiko had made it abundantly clear that this was no mere lapse of judgment, but rather a scheme devised upon realizing something amiss. No, it wasn't even a scheme. It was merely the impotent outcry of a bunch of antiquated old men. What of the Zenin family? Were they unaware? Or did they simply turn a blind eye to eliminate the family's shameful disobedience? After all, it was merely a useless being, invisible even to curses. Its continued existence was a waste of resources. However, such convoluted matters need not trouble the students. Nishinoya's eyes were entirely suffused with gold. No need for such pessimism. It is time for instruction. Before Maki could utter a word, she was whisked away by a wave of cursed energy to a relatively safe location. The newly emerged curse had completely detached from Ryamataku's shell, sprawling on the ground as it stretched its body. As the sharp, obsidian claws sprang forth from the gaping flesh of the chasm, it lowered its head, admiring its own formidable power like a child. Yet, the occasional glance it cast was imbued with a feral malice. The cursed spirit lacked a corporeal form in a traditional sense, to facilitate hunting and feeding. They instinctively manifested an appearance that posed a threat to others. Upon reaching a certain level of evolution, or when the amassed cursed energy reached a critical point, they would give birth to a new form of intelligence. The first act of a curse, upon gaining the capacity for thought, was to abandon its originally cumbersome and massive body, opting instead for a more agile form, akin to that of a human. It is indeed a profound irony that a monster born from human consciousness gradually gravitates towards humanity. Let us tentatively refer to this curse as the human cicada. The mere fact that it did not immediately charge forward was sufficient for Saionji Yin to discern its intelligence. A translucent membrane unfurled from the cicada's armpit. An caustic liquid seared the ground, creating pits of varying sizes. Fortunately, the creature's other body parts were devoid of slime. Otherwise, it would have necessitated a strategy of remote consumption. In contrast, Saionji preferred close combat. Yet, one could not entirely dismiss the possibility that other parts of the human cicada could also exude slime, or that the slime might possess corrosive effects on cursed energy. The sorcerer patted his empty back. He had left his cursed tool behind. Thus, Maki, tasked with observation, had captured nothing. Her gaze revealing only the fluctuations of the cicada's cursed energy, completely foregoing cursed energy. Achieving such feats solely through physical prowess was something she knew only Satoru Gojo could accomplish. Maki, may I borrow your naginata? Saionji exposed his back to the enemy with almost reckless abandon, and such a blatant gap would not escape the notice of the human cicada. Teacher, behind you. The cicada moved with remarkable speed, a testament to its choice of a diminutive form. Its outspread membranous wings served not only as offensive appendages, but also significantly enhanced its velocity. However, Saionji was faster still. The naginata did not strike in a conventional slashing manner, but instead was thrust into the cicada's wing with the hilt. When crafted, cursed tools were inscribed with special techniques. And the sorcerer's subconscious infusion of cursed energy during use endowed these seemingly ordinary weapons with capabilities far exceeding their mundane counterparts. As the hilt was withdrawn, a gust of wind accompanied it. Due to its cursed nature, the blood evaporated into filth the moment it left the body. Nevertheless, this did not equate to cleanliness. Saionji flicked the hilt. Cursed tools are fundamentally mere implements. Failing to utilize them to their fullest potential means one is being used by the tool rather than the other way around. Maki possessed a reputation for her adeptness with various cursed tools at the Jujutsu High, yet mere proficiency was insufficient when confronting dangerous curses. Flexibility was paramount. In her training, Saionji noted this absence. The girl appeared contemplative. Humans are arrogant, and curses are no different. The newly birthed curse suffered from its own hubris, yet it would not reflect. It merely howled and distanced itself, preparing for its next assault. Saionji remained unfazed, continuing to address the high ponytailed girl. Maki, your physical prowess ranks among the elite of your generation, which is quite commendable. However, as a sorcerer, you can achieve even greater heights. What weighs on your mind? Or rather, what binds you? I will refrain from using cursed energy in the ensuing battle, including my ocular abilities. Observe closely, for soon you shall be the one to exorcise it completely. With that, the sorcerer vanished before his student, wholly unaware of the profound shock she was experiencing. This must be special grade. Although she vocalized this thought, an unprecedented excitement surged within Maki. Even stronger? She murmured. How audacious. As Saionji had indicated in his impromptu lesson. His cursed energy remained perfectly still, and the state of his eyes was likewise nullified, sidestepping the cicada's black claws lunging toward his face. The tip of the naginata embedded itself in the ground. Rather than retreating, Saionji propelled himself upward by leveraging the ground. The sorcerer's movements were fluid, and the naginata descended with an unstoppable force toward the cicada's head. Yet, being a special grade curse, its reflexes surpassed those of ordinary cursed spirits. Saionji did not harbor the illusion that he could slay it. His true objective lay within the cicada's abdomen. The curse sensed this intent and, as it evaded, it opened the closure on its abdomen, unleashing a foul-smelling liquid. However, this was anticipated by Saionji. The black-haired sorcerer deftly avoided it, casting his naginata once more. His actions reiterating to Maki the notion that cursed tools were merely instruments to achieve one's goals. As the dust settled, the cicada, which had previously emitted an excited low hum, was pinned to the ground like a mouse caught in a trap. Chapter 12. The Human Cicada and Doubts. Is it dead? Maki pondered. In the dented earth, the emotions of rage and resentment contorted the cicada's already grotesque visage, its body deflating like a balloon pricked by a needle. The sound of friction, akin to that produced by biological wings colliding with air currents, resonated as the cicada chose to shed its shell in its moment of critical injury. This instinct was etched into the essence of cicadas. Each metamorphosis rendered them more powerful. Saionji once again confirmed that this curse had been deliberately nurtured, as monsters born from humanity's fears often retain such characteristics. The initial discoverer of the cicada had used human bodies as a breeding ground, attempting to merge the human cicada with a particular cursed object. Yet, the process of fusion was still one step short of completion, that being the third shedding of its shell. Only a fully transformed cicada could truly integrate the foreign cursed energy within its body. From behind its concealed form, the curse's translucent membranous wings fluttered, each vibration imbued with cursed energy, directly targeting the naginata still resting upon the cicada's shed exoskeleton. Under the high-frequency resonance, the cursed energy easily disrupted the techniques inscribed within the cursed tool, leaving the blade riddled with spiderweb-like cracks. The sorcerer lowered his center of gravity and rolled outward, effortlessly evading the area attack. This brief interval was precisely what the curse sought. From their recent clash, the cicada had realized that even in its current state, it could not contend with the adversary before it. It cast a venomous glance at the black-haired sorcerer on the ground, then swiftly redirected its course toward Maki. If it could consume this human, it would shatter its shackles. The curse's body was not the only thing hidden. Its cursed energy flickered like extinguished flames in the dark, making it even more challenging for Maki, who already relied on external stimuli to perceive curses, to see anything at all. Aware of the cicada's intentions, Saionji pursued closely, all the while adhering to the agreement made with his student to refrain from using cursed energy. Nevertheless, the sorcerer seemed to possess a precognitive awareness, consistently evading the curse's attacks in the instant before they struck. It is time to conclude this, Saionji thought. The sorcerer's speed surged once more. Maki merely caught a glimpse of her new teacher appearing before her, seemingly grasping something in his hand. With a resounding thud, a powerful impact rent the cement ground nearby, creating a deep crater. The assailed entity, a cicada, was forced to relinquish its invisible state, its childlike hands grasping at the bindings around its neck. The enormous, translucent membranous wings flapped laboriously against the ground, striving for liberation, while a viscous liquid secreted from the black wing tips dripped onto the earth, emitting a corrosive sound. Nene Saionji enveloped her arm in cursed energy, unhesitatingly probing towards the belly of the curse, where she surmised the essence it sought to merge with resided. Upon inserting her hand, she encountered formidable resistance. Although the cicada had lost its means of resistance, extracting something from a living cursed body naturally required considerable effort. However, despite being fundamentally a product of cursed energy, the grotesqueness was undeniably repulsive. The cursed energy clinging to her hand served only to isolate toxins and separate cursed objects, leaving Nene feeling as though she were stirring through a mass of sticky substances. The unfinished domain vanished the moment the cursed object departed from the cicada's form, causing the curse's power to plummet drastically, rendering it perfectly suitable for student practice. How could fingers appear within this creature's body? It was utterly revolting, Maki grimaced, her instinctual sense of danger prompting her to instinctively retreat a half-step. Indeed, it was quite disgusting. She would have Akira take it back later, if memory served her correctly. The association had been deliberately searching for this entity in recent years. The sorceress stood, delivering a kick to the curse, which had begun to feign death after losing its host's fingers, successfully eliciting a howl laced with resentment. Maki's ascension over the years had been continuously meddled with by the Zenin clan. Although her rating remained at grade 4, she could effortlessly exorcise grade 2 curses. Meanwhile, the cicada's strength had dwindled to approximately grade 1. Its appearance belied the fact that it had descended from trading blows with special grades to being utterly defenseless. In a confrontation between the two, Maki did possess a chance of victory, albeit with greater difficulty, dependent on whether she could identify that crucial element. Nene released her hold on the curse, and before vacating the combat range, addressed the high ponytail girl. Maki, you are exceptional, yet should you fail to accept yourself, you shall truly reach your limits. The cicada, now liberated, quickly vanished, though traces of cursed energy lingering in the air still attested to its presence. Nene's words left Maki perplexed, yet she lacked the time to ponder, as the imminent murderous intent of the curse constricted her breath. Aware that evading the impending attack was paramount to her survival, her brown pupils behind black-framed glasses dilated, a natural human reaction to absorb more light. Maki endeavored to utilize her cursed tools to trace the curse's movements. If fortune favored her, the cicada's ability to conceal cursed energy would have dissipated alongside the cursed object. However, fortune did not favor her as she had hoped. The curse's energy vanished, rendering Maki blind in its presence. The cicada recognized this as well, intentionally accelerating the frequency of its membranous wing flaps and unleashing its most proficient sonic attack. Coughing violently, the girl expelled blood mixed with fragments of internal organs. Had it not been for her extraordinary premonition prompting her to sidestep just moments before the attack, she would have found herself destined for the incinerator. Nene settled onto a clean patch of ground, seemingly relaxed, yet her attention remained fixated on her student. You are aware of Maki Zenin's uniqueness. This marked the second occasion the system had conversed with Nene, and one could not help but note its infrequent appearances. The sorceress did not deny, I can deduce a few things. The presence of twins has always been unique, particularly for sorcerers endowed with cursed talent. The system responded, Unless one perishes, she can never become the second Megami Fushiguro. This is a constraint imposed by the will of the world. This is to say, divine constraints are inherent bindings, forcibly assigned at birth, requiring the relinquishment of certain innate conditions to attain exceptional abilities in specific domains. I am well aware of this. Nene replied, showing little surprise. One might say, I merely facilitated her early acclimatization. Maki awkwardly evaded the unseen attacks of the cicada, her stamina gradually depleting with each successive dodge. Forget about launching an offensive. The very notion of survival was becoming increasingly dubious. Yet, unbeknownst to Maki, her evasions were becoming increasingly adept, not due to physical muscle memory, but rather a combat intuition akin to a sixth sense. The observing sorceress remained disinclined to intervene, but the words spoken by Nene resonated distinctly within Maki's mind. Accept oneself. Have I been denying myself all along? Non-sorcerers are subhuman, was a widely circulated saying within the Zenin family, and one she had often encountered. Maki, do you remember? I mentioned you are exceptional. Your uniqueness stems from your cursed energy, yet that is not what you should cling to, for cursed energy holds no significance for you. A mad theory, was the girl's first thought, yet her body involuntarily aligned with Nene's counsel. Indeed, there was no need to confine herself due to what was lacking. If her eyes failed to perceive, then she would utterly abandon the need for sight, employing the other four senses of her body, honing the instincts forged through years of life and death, utilizing everything at her disposal. After all, it was merely the eyes that could not see, not that she was already deceased. The girl removed the black-framed glasses that had long shackled her, bereft of the cursed tool's enhancement. She could no longer detect the residual impurities lingering in the air. Yet, she found herself experiencing an unprecedented sense of liberation, and although she could not perceive the curse, Maki discovered she seemed to be aware of many details she had previously overlooked. Like a pearl cleansed of dust, Maki's mind effortlessly began to analyze the causes of the events unfolding before her. Thus, the cicada was destined to meet its end at Maki's hands. Nene displayed a satisfied expression, and after a brief silence, the system delivered an announcement that took her by surprise. Hidden task, assist Maki Zenin in her enhancement. Status, complete. Chapter 13, Good Night. Between the upper echelons exist varying stances. Should an adversarial faction inadvertently reveal a flaw, the opposing side will pounce like sharks scenting blood, compelled to seize a piece of flesh. This is the bare minimum of respect. Upon the return of the cursed finger to the Shinjuku, the conservative faction, led by the Zenin family, unveiled a scapegoat that had been prepared in advance before the reformists could act. They announced in the assembly their decision to cease interference with student ratings and to expedite the probationary period for Nene. The implications in their words conveyed a sense of arrogance, as if to suggest that such a retreat was a sign of their regard for the others, allowing members of other factions to harbor pent-up frustration. In response, Nene remained indifferent. It seemed that her life's reboot had indeed altered many circumstances, which piqued her curiosity. The system stated, "This is necessary." The sorceress, unashamedly inquisitive, pressed, "What has been muffled?" The system continued its terse manner. "In short, just understand that all of this is correct." Was that to imply that previously, it had been incorrect? A fleeting thought flitted through Nishiyama's mind, only to be deliberately buried deep within his consciousness by Saiki, as he believed that even if he were to voice it, he would likely receive no meaningful answer. Furthermore, there were matters of greater importance at hand. The bathroom attached to the bedroom was aglow with light. Steam clung to the frosted glass door, and upon opening it, droplets cascaded down the textured surface, pooling onto the equally damp tiles below. Emerging from the bathroom, he donned a light-colored nightgown, his damp hair clinging together, leaving coin-sized marks around his neckline. A towel that should have adorned his head was clutched in the hands of Satoru Gojo, who, not properly wearing his shoes, bounded onto the bed and extended his hand. "Help me dry my hair," he requested, noting that his delicate feline companion despised the drone of the hairdryer. The freshly bathed cat, with its eyes noticeably bluer, sat cross-legged and obediently lowered its head, revealing a charming whirl of fur that was usually concealed. Even through the layer of the towel, he could feel a pair of hands, foreign yet gentle, tracing through his strands, imbued with a tenderness that beckoned one to lose themselves in its embrace. It evoked a heartfelt desire for time to simply halt in this moment. Yet, those hands must have grown weary. Gojo met the sorcerer's gaze, their proximity allowing him to discern the earnestness in his eyes. "Why are you suddenly so close?" "It must be tiring," he remarked, considering the repetitive nature of the task. The sorcerer, being slightly shorter than Gojo, had to kneel and straighten his torso to reach every inch of his partner's hair. "I want to tire, as I'm engaged in something I love," he replied. The cat, relishing the act of having its hair stroked, often resorted to feigned ignorance to affirm its significance in the owner's heart. even though it already knew the answer. Should it fail to achieve its goal, it would persist stubbornly until the last remnants of moisture were absorbed by the towel. Nishiyama reluctantly admitted, I don't particularly enjoy drying hair. I prefer being with you. Does that make you happy? Despite the truth of his statement, the words felt forced. Gojo, with a slight pout, articulated each word, resembling a cat with ruffled fur, yet the undeniable uplift in his tone betrayed his delight. Seizing the opportunity while the sorcerer momentarily set the towel aside, the exuberant feline claimed the bed, propping his chin on his hands. He swiftly shifted the topic. I'm so excited for tomorrow. What is up? Of course, we're going out to have fun. The hardworking Gojo-sensei is taking a day off. Although Principal Yaga was somewhat reluctant, he ultimately succumbed to the argument that I have accrued plenty of vacation days. Nishiyama was also unwittingly subjected to a similar, yet audacious demand. You wouldn't want to ruin a sweet couple-'s date, would you, Yaga? In the past, he had ventured out, either alone or with students for team-building activities. But it's not the same, exclaimed the cat, shifting aside to make room for another. This is a date. Only our close relationship allows for such things. The two words truly seemed to please the sorcerer, and Nishiyama felt a surge of joy. So, where shall we go? Perhaps somewhere we've always wanted to visit, but never could for various reasons? Gojo, lost in thought, replied earnestly, how about an amusement park? I've never been to a haunted house, and holding hands in the dark would surely be thrilling. As he spoke, he inched closer until he lay across the sorcerer's lap. A date is for two, so it shouldn't just be places I want to go. What about you? Ahin, where do you want to play? Anywhere with you is fine, the sorcerer added, his eyes glinting dangerously. Yes, I also want to try holding hands in the dark. Anything else? Gojo sensed a hint of dismissal in his tone. The Ferris wheel, Nishiyama suggested tentatively. Gojo seemed to have an epiphany, and Nishiyama momentarily believed he was witnessing the cat's ears perk up in excitement. Is it that one? The one where couples kiss at the highest point and then descend together? Gojo's voice brimmed with exuberance. Then we must get in line early. It'll be crowded. He then inquired, what are you looking at? Is there something there? Nishiyama couldn't confess to admiring the non-existent cat ears. So he gently brushed his fingers through Gojo's silvery hair. Nothing. I just think you resemble a cat. The cutest cat in the world, he declared exaggeratedly. The cutest cat in the world, he affirmed with genuine sincerity. Gojo suddenly had a stroke of inspiration. I've got it. A good partner should indulge their boyfriend's whims. He reached for his phone, skillfully navigating to a shopping site. After browsing, he entered a highly rated store, his expression shifting to one of rare distress. The black ones are cute, but I also really like the white ones. They match me perfectly. He ultimately concluded. Why not buy both? But I didn't know you like these kinds of things, animal ears and all. The fluffy headbands, being handmade, posed no risk of appearing artificial. Nishiyama felt himself flush with warmth. We can look at them later. Didn't you say we need to get in line early tomorrow? I've already placed the order. It'll arrive in a week. Gojo sensed something amiss. You're thinking of something mischievous, aren't you? His eyes widened with eager anticipation. During the process, Nishiyama quickly interjected, it's late, we should sleep. No. The sorcerer coldly pressed the switch, plunging the room into darkness. Gojo made one last stand, declaring, you have to kiss me before we sleep. Delicate kisses graced his forehead, traveling down to his brows, and then to his eyes, where the kisser lingered, seemingly enamored with Gojo's eye area, before trailing down his nose. In the obscurity, his vision obscured. He boldly began to trace the outline of his partner's lips with his delicate tongue, an act marked by a newfound confidence and sense of entitlement. The slight tickle against the palate and the heightened sensitivity of his salivary glands made it feel permissible to grow even closer. The large feline, entirely satisfied both physically and emotionally, enveloped his beloved human within his domain. Good night. Chapter 14, Farewell. As anticipated, the weekend crowds were indeed overwhelming. To maintain the image of the dapper boyfriend, Gojo donned round sunglasses that showcased his striking eyes. As for the unintended consequences brought about by the 6 eyes, they were, regrettably, a means for Gojo to indulge in playful affection with his beloved human. The weather in April had begun to warm, particularly in bustling environments, prompting the 6 eyes to plead for ice cream from a crowded shop. Before departing, he reminded Nishiyama, you want to get lost, right? I'd be very sad if you did. The cat blinked innocently, adding, if someone tries to chat you up, be sure to refuse them firmly. He took a few steps outside before turning back, not even if they're male. Of course, the sorcerer acknowledged with amusement, don't worry. I'll be right here waiting for you. The striking white of Nishiyama's figure stood out in the crowd, causing numerous individuals to approach him for contact information instead of the other way around. A shadow fell upon the vacant seat, accompanied by a voice tinged with nostalgia. As popular as ever, the Starry Sky cult leader settled beside Nishiyama, tilting his head in greeting. Hi. Nishiyama narrowed his eyes slightly. What are you doing here? It was merely a coincidence. Suguru Geto's gaze fell upon the twin siblings posing for a photograph in front of the goldfish catching booth. He turned away, his expression tinged with regret. We could have become family, he chuckled softly, for you should be able to understand me better. My family has long since departed from this world. Well, you always reject me, and I can't help but feel vexed, the sorcerer. Sensing the growing danger from his counterpart, voluntarily lowered his guard. He has always been quite forgiving towards his kin. It was merely an attempt to draw someone into his camp. Inui interrupted, then you may leave. How ruthlessly blunt. The leader of the Starry Sky sect was not surprised, as the answer had always been a refusal. However, you are now a student of Jujutsu High. He furrowed his brow, scanning the crowd around them. Are you truly that unconcerned? You may try. Geto dispassionately averted his gaze, no matter how arrogant he was. He would not act beneath the watchful eyes of Six Eyes. It was just a jest. A jest should invoke laughter from both parties. Really? The sorcerer looked as though he had just heard something astonishing. You could utter such words? Is your icy demeanor reserved solely for me? It was something he should have anticipated. Anyone who associated with Satoru Gojo could hardly be considered serious, and Inui had no desire to refute that. You sought me out merely for nostalgia. Of course not, Geto denied. Someone has been unable to reach you, and I happened to encounter you, hence delivering a message. The only person likely seeking him out was none other than Kong Shiu, and Inui certainly did not believe the excuse of being unreachable. I'm not surprised in the slightest. Isn't your Starry Sky sect built upon that fellow's connections? That much was true, Geto conceded graciously, his gaze towards Inui revealing a hint of admiration. You were well aware of this, yet you still approached him. You hardly care, do you? Geto raised an intrigued brow. In your eyes, sorcerers and curses are indistinguishable, both merely tools for your purposes. The cunning sorcerer chuckled uncontrollably. That sentiment is truly to my taste. He then uttered two words. Geto did not linger for long, even as he departed. He greeted the returning Six Eyes, using this fellow's own words to say that there were other family activities to attend to. Geto, rushing off right after our first meeting. Satoru Gojo scoffed. Well, perhaps we will meet again soon. Though he said this, he was aware that their next encounter might very well be one of confrontation. Inui remained lost in contemplation of Geto's words. Despite the considerable effort expended, we have indeed uncovered a lead, that fellow remarked. How fascinating. A creature that seems entirely unrelated to curses is, in fact, the source of all this chaos. How thrilling. What do you suppose the mastermind intends to achieve? Six Eyes nudged the seemingly dazed sorcerer, and Inui gathered his thoughts, glancing at the darkening sky. Shall we head back? They had already visited the haunted house, and the matter of holding hands in the dark had been struck off Satoru Gojo's mental checklist. Even if the notion of a sorcerer visiting a haunted house seemed somewhat absurd, they even took a popular couple's photo booth picture. However, there remained one crucial activity yet to be fulfilled. Six Eyes pouted, reiterating, the Ferris wheel. He pointed towards the tallest structure in the area. We promised. He leaned closer to the dark-haired youth. No backing out. A clear sapphire was meticulously nestled within a pristine white wing, the reflection of his pupils only revealing the sorcerer before him. Inui grasped Six Eyes' hand. Let us go. We must hurry to the queue. Fortunately, the line was exceptionally short, almost non-existent, and they were ushered into a cabin by the staff. As the door closed, Inui seemed to catch a glimpse of someone sneaking past from a nearby building. Unlike the thrilling pirate ship rides, the Ferris wheel revolved slowly, with tempered glass on either side providing ample viewing space. Furthermore, due to the frequent application of lubrication on the axles, the noise was minimal. As the cabin ascended, the view widened, granting an unobstructed panorama of the entire amusement park. How splendid it would be to feel the wind. Six Eyes beckoned, curling his fingers. Safety was the primary concern for such attractions, to prevent unnecessary safety hazards. Apart from essential ventilation openings, the cabin doors could not be opened from the inside. Well, Satoru Gojo did not appear disheartened. Rather, he boasted, but I can also soar like this, and even higher. Undoubtedly, with his limitless technique capable of influencing atomic-level matter, levitation was trivial compared to long-distance movement. He proposed, shall we give it a try? A kiss while flying sounds delightful, although it was exceedingly indecent. The sorcerer did not outright refuse. Wouldn't he that be captured by some hidden camera? If they were inadvertently filmed during a mission, the association and officials would willingly intervene to obscure it. However, if they were caught doing something like this, it would indeed lead to social death. Chapter 15, An Unexpected Turn. Emerging from the corridor, the sky had already darkened, and Satoru Gojo persisted in his notion. Are you shy? We could find a secluded spot. It wasn't a matter of solitude, but rather that this fellow merely thrived on spontaneity. No, even if no one is around, it's still a no. Well, the cat felt wronged, holding out for less than 5 seconds. That should be permissible. Do not speak of such things in public. Do you not see the numerous glances directed our way? The absence of an outright refusal implied room for negotiation, and 6 eyes, adept at seizing opportunities, happily approached. The stark contrasts of black and white merging seamlessly. The crowd shifted in waves, and the two embarked on what was, in essence, their first official date. Finally drawing to a close as the stars twinkled in the twilight. Are you hungry? A bit, came the reply. What do you wish to eat? Inui inquired. Shall we head to a nearby restaurant, or return home to cook? I'm quite exhausted, 6 eyes offered as an excuse. Always having firm preferences regarding food. I want something sweet, but I also wish to return home. Conveniently, there was a well-reviewed dessert shop near the exit. Albeit it closed unusually early, yet if they set off now, they would arrive just before closing time. Inui lowered his gaze to the map, searching for the quickest route. Then let us stop here for a quick bite before heading home to cook. Note of caution, satisfy Satoru Gojo's daily sweet cravings. With his whims indulged, 6 eyes emitted a delighted sound. The crowd parted like a tranquil lake breached by a sudden force. The waters surging forth as the sorcerer followed Satoru Gojo, yet they could not evade the unexpected throng. Be careful. Inui steadied a girl who toppled forward due to inertia. Ah, thank you. Thank you. The girl mechanically repeated her gratitude, seemingly still in shock until she regained her composure. I truly apologize for nearly colliding with you. Ranmori's expression was frantic, her eyes shimmering with tears born from anxiety. Any onlooker would instinctively inquire about her distress. My companion, the words she intended to articulate were likely different, and 6 eyes tilted his head curiously. The sorcerer subtly pinched the fingers of Satoru Gojo, signaling him to pay closer attention. Ranmori made a concerted effort to calm herself. Shinichi, my companion, just called me, but there was no response on the other end. However, since the call wasn't disconnected, I knew it had to be him. Just then, tears began to trickle down the young girl's cheeks. The call had been terminated. Hayuin Saionji handed her a tissue he carried, reassuring her, do not worry. Everything will be all right. Almost instinctively, the sorcerer recalled a scene he had witnessed not long ago and inquired, could you describe his physical features? A photograph would be even better. Shinichi was wearing a green jacket today. The girl swiped her phone screen, revealing a photograph that could only be shared among those with a close bond. Despite feeling somewhat embarrassed about involving a stranger, Ranmori had no choice but to seek assistance for someone so significant to her. This is him, she stated, recognizing the boy in the picture. Oh, it truly is this lad. With their initial plan thwarted upon confirming the identity of the individual they had just seen, the three made their way toward the direction where the renowned detective had last been spotted. The location of Shinichi Kudo's disappearance was to the north of the Ferris wheel, an isolated area devoid of surveillance. While it is true that ordinary humans possess cursed energy, this alone was insufficient for tracking their target. Fortunately, with the aid of the 6 eyes, locating the eavesdropping high school detective required little effort. However, beneath a low house concealed by bushes lay a pile of clothing that matched precisely the description given by the girl, with a conspicuous mound in the center. As Shinichi's childhood friend, having grown up alongside him, Ranmori recognized his unconscious face in an instant. Confusion and helplessness flooded her features. After all, she was still just a 15 or 16-year-old girl. What on earth is happening? Do you see anything? Although the world itself defied logic, the notion of shrinking a person was beyond the current capabilities of human technology. The 6 eyes adjusted his sunglasses, remarking, it's rather peculiar. But this matter should be left to the professionals. The professionals referred to the likes of Nikaido Glass, who should still be at the high school. Consequently, the shrunken detective was taken to a nearby hospital affiliated with the association. It was merely a 10-minute drive away. Upon arrival, the staff attended to the external wounds of Shinichi Kudo, while the young girl, though immensely worried, remained quietly by the side. Hayuin Saionji pulled the 6 eyes out of the ward and sent a message to the assistant supervisor accompanying the doctor. They seated themselves on a bench outside the door, and the 6 eyes, having become somewhat preoccupied with the photograph the girl had just shown, belatedly realized that neither he nor Hayuin had a formal picture together. How utterly inadequate. The moment he discovered that the other protagonist was entirely oblivious to this fact, a twinge of dissatisfaction transformed into mild resentment. Hayuin, always perceptive to his emotions, asked, why the sudden unhappiness? He quickly recalled their recent experiences. Was it because of the absence of a photograph? Without revealing his embarrassment, Satoru Gojo grunted in acknowledgement. Neither of us has a picture together. At that moment, discussing future opportunities for photographs seemed wholly inadequate, especially to a cat who valued ritual. Would you like to see my phone wallpaper? He offered. The sorcerer's phone lock screen displayed an exceedingly simple black image, with the security features entirely accessible to Satoru. Yet, The Six Eyes was not the type to possess a strong desire for control. Rather, such tendencies manifested in other aspects of his life. Moreover, a relationship devoid of personal space was inherently unstable. Thus, he refrained from crossing that boundary. The calm demeanor in the sorcerer's dark eyes suggested that the request from the Six Eyes was a trivial matter, which only served to heighten the cat's feelings of grievance. Naturally, Satoru's annoyance was palpable as he leaned his full weight against his boyfriend. The sorcerer's lock screen featured a simplistic graphic password with an uncomplicated shape. After a brief transition effect, the image on the wallpaper materialized before them. In the corridor, a young boy with half-closed eyelids bore a striking resemblance to the Six Eyes. The only difference was that this version of Satoru Gojo resembled a lion basking in the glory of its prime. His rebellious spirit, infused with the youthful essence of the wind, seemed almost ready to leap out of the screen. Are you still angry? Not really. I wasn't particularly angry to begin with. The Six Eyes picked up his phone and snapped a picture of the two of them together, the childishness inherent to their relationship perfectly suited for a couple. Satoru adeptly replaced the old photograph with the new one. Once he completed this task, he turned to the sorcerer and declared, "Now I am completely over it." His tail seemed to be soaring high with delight. Chapter 16, Responsibility. The doctor's diagnosis was swift. Upon exiting, a new colleague was dismantling the cake brought by Aitoshi, while her peers were eagerly awaiting their share. Truly, a display of a wealthy young master's demeanor. Nikaido Glass instinctively reached for her pocket. But upon being reminded that they were in a hospital, she reluctantly withdrew her hand from the cigarette pack. "What is the situation?" Haiyuan inquired. "Indeed, there are traces of a curse," the doctor replied, her enthusiasm lacking. "Currently, there is no life-threatening risk to the patient, but to resolve this completely, we must locate the source of the cursed energy. However," she continued, "if we had more medicine, it would simplify matters considerably." "Medicine? Oh right, I forgot to mention." Nikaido explained. The little spirit inside claimed he was fed some sort of drug that caused him to end up like this. The creation of such a drug likely involves considerable complications. "Wow," Satoru exclaimed, an ordinary high school student embroiled in a bizarre incident. "This feels like a protagonist template." "Indeed. It's also a deductive series with a detective twist," the doctor added with a smirk. "Hey, you two, enough already." Meanwhile, in the patient room, Shinichi Kudo was reconstructing his worldview. If he recalled correctly, he had fainted after witnessing a transaction involving an illegal organization and was subsequently assisted by a kind-hearted individual, as Rand would put it, leading him to this place. As for the doctor providing his diagnosis, her words, which could easily land someone in a psychiatric hospital, left the esteemed detective somewhat bewildered. What on earth is happening here? 3 knocks resounded on the hospital door. Considering he hadn't eaten all day, Rand stepped out briefly. The detective gathered his thoughts and raised his voice slightly. "Come in." A young man, appearing to be around 27 years old, entered. He was lean but exuded a sense of strength, instinctively scanning the environment for safety as he entered. His right hand bore calluses on the webbing between his thumb and index finger, likely from years of wielding a knife. Given his familiarity with cold weapons and keen awareness, the black-haired man before him was likely a trained assassin, navigating the precarious line between life and death. Connecting this to the information provided by the doctor, the possibility of him being a killer could be dismissed, leaving only one other option. "You must be the professional that Nikaido mentioned," Haiyuan said, settling into the chair beside the bed. He did not deny it. "Yes. How do you feel? Are there any discomforts?" "None, just a bit unaccustomed." Anyone would struggle with such a sudden transformation into a child. The detective hesitated before continuing. "Cursed energy is indeed real." The enigmatic Saionji Yin was perceptibly contemplative. "Due to the implications concerning the world of sorcery, your investigation into the clandestine organization has been reported to the higher echelons of the police force. Subsequently, designated individuals will liaise with you." He paused, regarding Kudo Shinichi's condition. "As for your physical state, it may take some time to stabilize." Shinichi fell into silence. Clearly not because he was beyond recovery. Saionji seemed to intuit his thoughts. "You need not overly concern yourself with the black organization. The sorcerers will also partake in the investigation." "Understood. Thank you," came Shinichi's response, though his tone did not convey complete comprehension. Saionji raised an eyebrow. "While I must admit that some of my observations may not align with my position, I have no intention of interfering. Your companion, or rather, your girlfriend, was exceedingly worried during your absence," the sorcerer remarked, his gaze disapproving. "It is quite egregious to make those dear to you shed tears," lowering his head in contemplation. Shinichi reflected on this. The sorcerer affectionately ruffled the hair of the small spirit beside him. "Thus, it is imperative to trust adults more. I am already 17. The detective proclaimed solemnly, evading the touch above his head. "Can this, then, be interpreted as the arrogance of adulthood? Until one reaches adulthood, one remains a child," Saionji replied. his eyes gleaming with amusement. It is not arrogance. It is the duty of an adult. The matters pertaining to the detective were ultimately delegated to others within the association. After escorting Shoko back to the Jujutsu High, Gojo Satoru, who was meant to return home with Saionji, was abruptly informed of a task requiring his departure. The duties of a sorcerer are demanding, especially for one endowed with the six eyes. Utilizing the association's special channels, sorcerers do not need to undergo the same extensive waiting processes as the average individual. As he was leaving, the six eyes, affectionately known as Nico, embraced Saionji under the guise of charging, his voice muffled. "I must be off." The sorcerer placed a gentle kiss on his cheek. "I understand. Be swift in your departure. Remember to think of me at every moment." "That goes without saying, right?" Nico replied, a hint of childishness in his tone. "Ugh, I truly despise working." The intensity of their romantic interactions is not something the ordinary person could withstand. The life-sized cardboard cutout of an assistant supervisor glanced at the ceiling, then at the tiled floor, deliberately avoiding the lovey-dovey couple. "What is the fuss about? It's merely a business trip, not a separation of years. Idaki, let us go." Yes, the humble company man replied. This was undoubtedly a case of misplaced grievances. As Nico's figure gradually faded from view, Saionji's phone vibrated, and it was unnecessary to ponder over who might be reaching out. "Wataru, I don't want to go alone." Saionji replied via text, "But you still have Idaki." The phone chimed insistently twice more. "Wataru, how annoying, you know precisely what I mean." Nico sent an exasperated emoji. He followed with another message. "If only I could tuck you away in my pocket and take you with me." Saionji responded, "Such a thing is impossible." The teachers at Jujutsu High commenced their duties at 9 o'clock. Ever since being inspired by Uehara, Saionji had not arrived early again. Just managing to reach the school by 8:55, he pushed open the door to the teacher's lounge, surprised to find the reverse sorcerer, who had remarkably not arrived late. Nestled on the couch, engrossed in his phone, occasionally yawning, with increasingly dark circles under his eyes, concern for his well-being grew. "Good morning," Saionji greeted, his voice noticeably weaker. "Morning," the reverse sorcerer replied, his expression complex. "You look as though you haven't slept a wink. Just as I was about to leave yesterday." A sudden insight struck me. He referred to Kudo Shinichi's situation. "But once I got busy, I lost track of time, and by the time I returned home, it was already past 4. At this point, sleeping any longer would be futile," Idaki remarked, raising his hands in surrender. "I ended up watching television until dawn." Saionji genuinely admired this. That's quite the dedication. The nurse nonchalantly waved her hand. "I was actually planning to skip work, but Yaga called, insisting that I must come to Jujutsu High today." The reverse technique is not particularly difficult. The challenge lies in transferring the target of the technique from oneself to another. As the sole sorcerer capable of healing others, Shoko was generally not assigned to field work. Principal Yaga had specifically summoned her, and Saionji could only surmise that the identity of the individual requiring the reverse technique was of significant importance. Sure enough, Shoko gathered her belongings and stood from the couch. "Yaga wants me to come over." Chapter 17. Training the educational philosophy at Jujutsu High emphasizes tailored instruction. Panda, a sorcerer's aberration crafted by Yaga, possesses a threshold for damage contingent upon his creator's limitations. Another student, Inamakituj, unlike ordinary sorcerers who rely solely on cursed energy output, utilizes cursed words through the tip of his tongue to issue compelling commands to his targets. Naturally, the higher the grade of the technique, the more susceptible the user becomes to backlash. Thus, Tuj's mastery of cursed speech can only be honed through practical combat. Consequently, amongst the first-year students, only Maki requires guidance. The cursed tools designated for student practice were meticulously arranged on the shelves to mitigate unnecessary reparations. The two in the training arena adeptly controlled the combat range within a safe perimeter. Maki leaned back to evade a punch aimed at her face, simultaneously bracing herself with her right hand and launching a powerful kick towards the relentlessly advancing Saionji. Unsurprisingly, he easily blocked her attempt, and she swiftly distanced herself, albeit with a hint of frustration. In the initial 5 minutes, she had been able to keep pace with his onslaught. However, as time progressed, his attacks not only remained relentless, but also became increasingly difficult for her to counter. Was he akin to a large carnivorous beast that relished in toying with its prey before delivering a fatal blow? Each time she thought her attacks would surely land, Saionji found myriad ways to evade, only to retaliate with a forceful strike. Maki's ribs ached, leaving her uncertain whether the pain was physical or a mental manifestation of her frustration. "Please, just give me a break," she gasped, genuinely at her limit. A good teacher is one who can accommodate reasonable requests from students. Saionji's offensive intensified as he circled behind Maki at a speed imperceptible to the naked eye, delivering a swift kick that sent her sprawling. Although he had tempered his strength, Maki's body still carved a formidable groove into the ground. A sight that elicited simultaneous gasps from Inamaki and Panda. As the ringing in her ears subsided, Maki lay on the ground, utterly spent. That felt good. That's rather extreme. Panda and Inamaki exchanged glances, silently acknowledging their shared sentiment. Thank goodness it wasn't me facing off against him. It seems Maki has improved significantly, Panda remarked. Inamaki nodded in agreement. While it is possible to achieve noticeable enhancements in a short time by pushing one's physical limits. Saionji extended his hand toward the student on the ground. However, it's better to start gently at first. Maki grasped her teacher's hand and rose. I knew it. You weren't using your full strength just now, were you? Saionji regarded her thoughtfully, deciding not to discourage her too harshly. If I were to use my full strength, I would have to employ my eyes. Is that the infamous Saionji family eyes? Panda inquired. Aside from personnel whose techniques must remain confidential, sorcerers can voluntarily disclose their techniques during combat to gain a degree of cursed energy enhancement. Moreover, the individual before him is none other than his own student. Thus there exists no necessity for concealment, particularly since the ocular techniques of the Saionji clan can be readily uncovered. As the words of Saionji Yin echoed, his dark pupils shimmered with flecks of golden light. Objects observed within my line of sight appear to move at a sluggish pace. However, should one's physical responses fail to keep pace, it would merely serve as a hindrance, wouldn't it, Maki? Therefore, prior to activating their eyes, every member of the Saionji family undergoes extensive training. Following that, the enhancement of curse energy precision and the observation of techniques are crucial. Saionji Yin swept his gaze across the faces of his students. This aspect bears resemblance to the six eyes, yet our ultimate aim in observation is dominion. Is that not a conundrum in itself? The high ponytailed girl with deadpan eyes interjected. It can certainly rival the six eyes. Theoretically speaking, of course, Saionji Yin's expression darkened slightly. What does that imply? The trio cast puzzled glances at one another. The only one known to possess the ability to control techniques is the first head of the family, which elucidates why, despite the Saionji clan's formidable ocular techniques, each generation seems to dwindle in prowess. The sorcerer's statement harbors a significant flaw. As Panda stroked his fluffy chin, being known implies that there are those who remain unknown. As for that, I am uncertain. Saionji Yin blinked. Next is a team battle. Let us engage together, youngsters. 1 against 3, do not underestimate us. With numbers on our side, hey, do not be overly arrogant. Maki. In contrast to the sorcerer's somewhat relaxed stance, the students formed a triangular formation, encircling Saionji Yin. Through prolonged interaction, the trio no longer required verbal communication. A mere exchange of glances sufficed to ascertain their battle strategy. A gentle breeze rustled the leaves, and Jujutsu Kaisen Panda took the initiative, advancing alone to grapple with Saionji Yin, creating an opening for the sorcerer to swiftly retreat and create distance. As the strongest in physical combat among the first years, Maki did not distance herself. Rather, she lingered near Panda, poised to strike at any vulnerabilities displayed by the sorcerer, confirming that she would not be caught off guard and that the opponent remained within the range of her technique. Inamaki unzipped the high collar of his coat, revealing the snake-eye curse markings at the corners of his mouth. Saionji Yin's advantage lay in his eyes, against an opponent of superior strength. Inamaki opted to reduce the attack damage of his technique to enhance its accuracy. The sorcerer's purple eyes narrowed. It's blurry. This marked Saionji Yin's first confrontation with a curse user, and for an instant, his vision trembled uncontrollably, subsequently appearing as though shrouded in a mosaic, revealing only color blocks formed by the blurred objects. The sorcerer's evasive maneuvers momentarily faltered. Though brief, it was still a fleeting instant, yet his opponent was no ordinary individual. Panda's attack was unhesitating, relentlessly pursuing the sorcerer's opening. Naturally, Maki would not let this opportunity slip by. She circled to the opposite side of Saionji Yin, delivering a sudden punch as the sorcerer attempted to evade. A gust of wind rushed past his ear, and with seemingly no escape, a smirk crept upon Saionji Yin's lips. A commendable coordination, yet the students slightly underestimated him. If he were to rely excessively on his eyes like that group, he might indeed find himself at a disadvantage against the students' clever combination attacks, but he was destined not to be so. The sorcerer accelerated, transitioning from defense to offense. He grasped Panda's hand as it swung towards him, slightly pivoting his body, supporting his weight on his left leg, and then delivering a kick to block, thereby throwing Panda away. As Jujutsu Kaisen Panda hit the ground, a cloud of dust arose, while Maki had already braced herself for the impact of being kicked away. Thus she did not appear overly disheveled. The situation had shifted in an instant. Slow down. The rapid succession of incantations caused Inamaki's throat to feel somewhat strained. He coughed twice and hastily repositioned himself. Perceiving the target's position, Saionji Yin felt his body grow inexplicably heavy, inevitably affecting his movements. With distance created, Panda and Maki advanced towards the sorcerer, while the other continued to disrupt Saionji Yin's pursuit. Even under the influence of the slowing effect, the sorcerer's attack speed still posed a challenge for the students, let alone the diminishing effect of the technique. Utilizing his considerable size, the sorcerer abandoned all other means of attack. His imminent goal was to capture Saionji Yin and delay his pursuit for as long as possible. Almost there. With 5 seconds remaining until the incantation's expiry, the sorcerer, wishing to avoid prolonged engagement, executed a misleading strike before unleashing his formidable physical strength to hurl Panda away once more. Noticing the disturbance, Maki ceased her approach towards Inamaki and turned, her muscles tensed, ready to fully confront Saionji Yin's impending attack. 3 seconds until the incantation vanished. Saionji Yin brushed past the girl. Observing from the sidelines, Inamaki Tuj was momentarily stunned, not having time to react before a hand reached before him, gently tapping his forehead. The sorcerer's previously fierce demeanor softened, akin to ice and snow melting to reveal the verdant hues of spring. Saionji Yin's expression was unexpectedly gentle. It is over. A relaxed Panda slumped onto the ground. I'm so tired. Maki retorted, you can't be fatigued, but you're incredibly strong. The sorcerer nodded affirmatively. Indeed. The snake-eye curse markings were concealed beneath his collar, and Inamaki Tuj, with a bright smile, followed closely behind the sorcerer. Education emphasizes a balance of work and rest. Saionji Yin glanced at the sky and proposed, how about we have free time this afternoon? Hooray. The high school surrounded by mountains was already resonating with the chirping of cicadas. Maki rubbed her slightly sore wrist. Summer has arrived. I should buy new clothes. And I plan to go shopping later. Panda, surprisingly interested in this matter, chimed in, I want to go too. Ah, are you buying clothes as well? Do not underestimate Panda. Hey, shopping doesn't necessarily mean buying clothes. Jujutsu Kaisen Panda glanced at another peer. Inamaki, do you wish to join? The sorcerer nodded. He too needed to prepare some throat lozenges, preferably a mint flavor suitable for summer. The students gathered, and Maki inquired, do you have any plans for this afternoon, teacher? What a shocking statement from a straight-laced girl. Panda blinked rapidly, yet his peers seemed immune to his confusion. He sighed. The teacher likely already has plans, right? What plans? Maki, utterly speechless. That guy Gojo is on a business trip. Realizing this belatedly, I only asked because I knew that. Panda puzzled, huh? The corners of the sorcerer's mouth curled upward beneath his collar. Pickled fish roe. The interactions among the students were indeed fascinating. And Saionji Yin nodded in agreement. Then let us all go together. See, I told you so. And you, Panda, are becoming more and more gossipy. Clearly, Maki is utterly oblivious when it comes to matters of the heart. Looking for a fight? Are you, Panda? Has little Maki become flustered? Chapter 18, Willful. Satoru, what are you doing? Cat peeking in. In the periphery, the students entered a clothing store, declining the enthusiastic assistance of the sales staff. Panda volunteered to choose clothes for Maki. The staff exhibited an unusually high acceptance of Panda speaking, perhaps due to the prevalence of eccentric attire. In comparison, someone fond of wearing costume clothes seemed entirely normal. It must be said, the tolerance of a big city is indeed remarkable. Saionji Yin retreated to a corner, attentively monitoring the students while typing responses. Saionji Yin, I am out shopping. Wug. A message appeared in the dialog box almost instantaneously, suggesting that the person on the other end had been vigilantly waiting by their phone for a response. The brevity of the 3 characters starkly contrasts with Wug's usual demeanor. Had the words escaped his lips, one could almost perceive the lingering tone of dissatisfaction. Saionji Yin, it is not just one person. Saionji Yin, I am with the students. Wug, how unfair. You didn't invite me along. Are you trying to cultivate a bond behind my back? Why speak in such a peculiar manner? Is this some form of unreasonable provocation? Saionji Yin, Wug is on a business trip. Leaning against a relatively intact structure, the formidable Wug effortlessly eliminated the cursed spirit, choosing to selectively disregard the meek protest of the assistant supervisor who had mentioned the need to temper his behavior. With a slight tap on the profile picture on the left side of the screen, he seemed to be attempting to touch the other's cheek through the screen. It was indeed true that he was on a business trip, yet the privilege of denial belonged to the most handsome and strongest among them. Wug, humph. But had you asked me, I might have returned immediately. You speak of skipping work with such audacity. Moreover, Wug continued to type. Yin has never taken the initiative to message me, so perhaps I am not cherished after all. The cat is weeping profusely. This accusation, delivered with utmost certainty, led Saionji Yin to genuinely believe he had never messaged Liu Yan. A swift glance at the screen revealed that their last conversation had taken place merely half an hour prior. The sorcerer's fingers lingered over the keyboard. When a message promptly arrived from the other side. Wug, I can't hear, I can't hear, I can't hear. It was as if he mischievously knocked over the cup on the table, blaming it for being in the way, while adopting a petulant demeanor that suggested he felt neglected by the other. The status at the top of the chat interface indicated that the other was typing, and Lu Yen, in a delicate manner, awaited the other's responses, only to find that the text vanished without any further messages. Wug's pupils trembled. He thought, he no longer loves me, a grave misunderstanding. Can you hear me? The call was answered almost immediately, amidst the cacophony of the marketplace. Saionji Yin made his way towards a safe passage. I can hear you. Wug's voice bore a hint of reluctance. A reluctance stemming from the acknowledgement of an impending truth. Do you think I am quite willful? Yet, I cannot help but admit, Lu Yen remarked, when facing Yin, I am often compelled to indulge in a bit of willfulness. Willfulness, in the deeper context of a romantic relationship, signifies a reaction to feelings of insecurity when emotional needs remain unmet. Saionji Yin pondered this seriously, while the person on the other end grew impatient, even if discontented. There is no opportunity for retraction. How could there be a retraction? Saionji Yin replied honestly. That translates to discontent. Quite the deft reversal of blame. Allow me to clarify, I never claimed that Wug was willful. The position now reversed, Saionji Yin stated, shifting the phone to his other hand. Moreover, I genuinely like you. Furthermore, rather than the term willfulness, it would be more appropriate to describe it as a display of affection. Being swayed by another's emotions is a perilous affair. Hence it is imperative to maintain a certain distance during interactions. Yet, humans are unable to remain rational indefinitely. For there always exists someone capable of breaching all defenses and effortlessly reaching the softest parts of one's heart. Lu Yan's heart burst open like fireworks. He felt elated. Yet his tone remained nonchalant. Just as I thought. Successfully appeasing him, the sorcerer inquired, Are you still at work? Wug glanced at the assistant supervisor who dared not approach. No, I have finished here, but there are several other locations I have yet to visit. Puffing his cheeks, he added, However, it's all quite manageable. I should be able to return the day after tomorrow. The strongest notion of manageability clearly posed no significant issue. Thus, Saionji Yin advised, Remember not to trouble Itiki. How could I be the kind of person to cause trouble? Lu Yen huffed, lowering his voice. I miss you so much. I miss you too. The call stretched on, and when the sorcerer emerged, Maki and Panda had already vanished. Leaving Inamaki in his casual attire, waiting with a bag. Limited in words, the vocabulary to describe the ingredients for a nigiri was exceedingly scarce. Thus sorcerers often carried their phones and paper for easier communication. Maki and the others had gone to an external dessert shop. It was then that Saionji Yin recalled he had yet to add the student's other contact information through the notifications sent by Inamaki. He proceeded to send friend requests one by one. However, upon gathering, it was only Maki who appeared. Whereas Panda, he went to chase a cat. The notion of Panda chasing a cat was so densely packed with humor that one hardly knew where to begin with the banter. Maki, holding an empty bag emblazoned with the logo of Shishikanya, explained in exasperation, Just now, a gigantic cat snatched the buns we bought. It even taunted us, and Panda, unable to contain his frustration, took off after it. Maki gritted her teeth. Despite being so fat, it vanished in an instant. Just hearing the student's descriptions was enough to conjure an image of the absurdity of the situation, yet to escape from Panda's grasp. It was evident that this was no ordinary cat. Saionji Yin began to speculate, pointing in the direction opposite to him. Did it go that way? Meanwhile, Panda, in pursuit of the hefty feline, arrived at an alley, where upon entering, he sensed something amiss and halted, wishing to retreat. Oh dear, a tail is following me. The individuals inside had evidently noticed the intruder. The cursed sorcerer with peculiar bangs exhibited no intention to attack, merely averted his gaze, as if dismissing garbage. At that moment, the cat Panda had been pursuing lounged comfortably upon the shoulder of a young boy, speaking human words. Arrogant humans, daring to wish to keep me as a pet. Faced with such a taunt from a curse, Saru Geto's expression turned icy. Natsum soothingly patted the cat teacher, his face resolute as he gazed at the opposing figures. Cat teacher is my most important friend. I'm sorry, but I cannot give him to you. Having been refused twice in succession, the cursed sorcerer's irritation intensified, the air thickening with tension. Panda, who had been covertly observing, hesitated over whether to intervene when a hand landed on his shoulder. Seeing the newcomer, Panda felt a wave of relief wash over him. Once the students had distanced themselves, Saionji Yin approached the two in confrontation. Chapter 19, Nonsense. It's you, little brat. The calico cat attempted to leap onto the newcomer, only to be deftly caught by its owner, who then delivered a solid punch to the other's head, the brown-haired youth grinning shyly. Mr. Saionji, Natsum. It's been a while. The sorcerer nodded at the boy, discreetly checking the large demon behind him, subtly shielding the two from view. How disrespectful. Am I some casual creature to be touched? The calico cat's black eyes scanned the cursed sorcerer. This fellow has a similar aura to you. Indeed. You sorcerers are all so unreasonable. It still held a grudge against Suguru Geto for wanting to take it as a subordinate. With a newfound sense of security, Suguru Geto smiled as he drew a line. I am not that kind of hypocritical fool. It's not every day one encounters a special grade with a bit of skill. Missing this opportunity would render one unaware of when the next might arrive. Though it was somewhat regrettable, everything was for the greater cause, and it was best to avoid any unnecessary complications at this juncture. The cursed sorcerer clicked his tongue and addressed Saionji Yin. Since this is someone you know, I shall not press the matter. Moreover, although the special grade is rare, extending a favor to the other party is still feasible, as Suguru Geto reminded. Only this once. He cast a significant glance at the youth, his tone laden with meaning. Keep the curse close. You never know when it might consume you. Leaving behind a provocative remark, the leader of the Panstar sect called for the pelican to depart. I am not a curse. The calico cat's fur bristled, declaring, next time, I will surely devour him. The line between yokai and curses is exceedingly nebulous. Sorcerers typically categorize them together, yet, in essence, they are profoundly distinct. Take, for instance, the fox that lingers near humans. Yes, the cat teacher is a great yokai, Natsum remarked as he brushed away the crumbs from the calico cat's mouth. Teacher, you've stolen someone's food again. Natsum's attention was drawn, and no wonder the cat teacher had vanished so suddenly. Hadn't he just mentioned before leaving that he must run amok? If he continues to eat like this, he will undoubtedly turn into a pig. That is foolish. Yokai can't turn into pigs, idiot Natsum, it retorted, extending its paw toward the onlooking students, slightly sheepish. Besides, it's not just anyone who knows that little ghost. They are my students, Nishiyama said, introducing them. He inquired, how did you come to be targeted by Suguru Geto? The calico cat's yokai form, as long as it refrained from actively using its powers, appeared no different from an ordinary cat. There must be another reason for Geto's attention. Allow me to clarify. The great yokai interjected. A couple of days ago, a little yokai stumbled upon something unfortunate, and when Natsum and I intervened, that man caught sight of us. Initially, they had come to visit relatives and evade the storm, but the yokai scoffed. Who knew that fellow would follow us? Truly, he is relentless. Hasn't he done anything to you, has he? Natsum gently patted the calico cat on its back, to which it shook its head. No, we merely encountered Mr. Nishiyama just now. This was not the first time they had received assistance from a sorcerer, and the youth felt somewhat embarrassed. Thank you very much. No need to be polite. In fact, it should be Nishiyama thanking you, but that was a long time ago, the sorcerer suggested. It is rare to meet. Shall we explore together? I just saw a place that sells excellent sake. The calico cat raised its paw to propose. However, Natsum swiftly subdued it with a punch. No drinking. He added apologetically, it might not be possible. The cat teacher snuck out, and Aunt Tajiki is still waiting for us. Nishiyama, reluctant to impose. Very well then. It is getting late. You should hurry back. The youth appeared quite disheartened, and the sorcerer patted his head. Then we shall go together next time. Before parting, the great yokai, delighted by a bag of snacks from Nishiyama, scoffed. Humph. That thing is clearly no ordinary item. It buried its head into the steamed buns from the shishikinya. Given your sorcerer's penchant for causing trouble. Don't meet your end in a place I cannot see. Cat teacher. Natsum disapproved of the calico cat's choice of words, but expressed his concerns similarly. Be careful, Mr. Nishiyama. I shall live well, he reassured. The students were fascinated by the yokai, bombarding Nishiyama with inquiries. Just as everyone was deliberating the next destination, when an unexpected visitor approached. Why are you looking at me with such a disdainful gaze that begs to pretend not to see? Uehara greeted Maki. Hey, little girl, you've grown quite a bit. I told you not to call me little girl. Maki's eyelids twitched, and she introduced to her peers. This is that insufferable guy who is on par with Satoru Gojo. Hey, I'm still here. If you're going to talk bad about me, at least wait until I'm gone. Maki shot him a glare. The presence of this uniquely positioned assistant supervisor rarely bodes well. Why are you using that tone too? Uehara's words dissipated under the sorcerer's calm and unperturbed gaze. He got straight to the point. The higher-ups wish to see you. Come with me, young master. Young master can be spared. The sorcerer raised an eyebrow. That title is decades old. Unexpectedly, the assistant supervisor smirked. That is not certain. Nishiyama turned to his students. Do you wish to continue exploring? Upon receiving a negative response, the sorcerer insisted on escorting the children back. Even for a superpowered youth, as an adult, he could not simply abandon them, especially as their teacher. The assistant supervisor raised no objections. For him, This was an excellent opportunity to slack off. In the vehicle, Maki felt a twinge of concern, as her teacher's position in the sorcerer community was indeed somewhat precarious. What urgent matter is so pressing? She pointed at her phone. It's almost 10. Panda blinked. Is that something you can ask? Of course you can ask, Uehara replied, freeing a hand to point at himself. I'm merely an assistant supervisor, he stated. I don't even know the universe's end. How could I possibly know this? Maki remarked. Is this person a machine for pointless chatter? There won't be any issues. The sorcerer reassured, at least until he has done nothing. Chapter 20 Transition. Regardless of how the times change, the sorcerer administration has always existed within this ancient edifice. Much like its past masters, whose faces may have changed, yet their obstinately conservative nature has never wavered. The assistant supervisor only escorted Nishiyama to the entrance, as the next destination was one that could not be entered without summons. Another remnant of feudal customs, Uehara waved his hand, signaling his intent to slip away. The heavy clouds obscured the moon, and the already shadowy stone path appeared even more foreboding, accentuated by the low bamboo on either side. However, their profession inherently incites adrenaline, rendering it far from terrifying. The sorcerer traversed the path inward, noticing a room aglow with dazzling light. He pushed the door open and entered. The room was lit by candles, with melted wax dripping from the brass holder onto the floor, rapidly cooling to form several oddly shaped, circular clumps piled together. The grid screen was arranged in a way that only allowed entry from one direction, casting Nishiyama's silhouette against the flickering flames, obscuring the scene behind him. The youth of today truly possesses no sense of time. As soon as this was said, another equally oblivious fool chimed in. They simply rely on their abilities, disregarding us old-timers. This was indeed accurate. The sorcerer maintained a tranquil expression, gently lowering his gaze as if to concede. A few chuckles arose, and coincidentally, it was Nishiyama's relative, his blood uncle, Takashi Nishiyama. Do not speak so. Little Haydn is not a child lacking manners. His gaze seemed to pierce through the screen, landing upon the sorcerer. Isn't it our creed to prioritize the younger generation? The tactic of giving a slap and then offering a sweet date was too cliched. Nishiyama focused on the patterns on the grid, completely shutting out the elderly's prattling, chattering incessantly, like flies. Enough. As the topic veered off course, the person behind the main screen began to show signs of impatience. Let us get to the point. It concerns a rather unique escort mission. The other party is well acquainted with the sorcerer community and has specifically requested Nishiyama to go, yet such a commission would not warrant the higher-ups to inform personally. The previous speaker continued. Suguru Geto has been spotted in Tokyo recently. You have encountered him, haven't you? The sorcerer had never ceased his pursuit of Geto's cursed energy, for this traitor, who had committed heinous deeds, was a thorn embedded deep within the sorcerer community. Having encountered Saionji Yin in 2 instances, the individual speculated on the latter's intentions. In alignment with the surveillance report from the window, and considering the circumstances at that moment, the individual pondered briefly. There was no necessity to continue negotiations with such an unforgivable traitor. One must always remember their position. It became evident that rather than having discovered anything, the individual sought to seize the opportunity to deliver a reprimand, which was indeed characteristic of such people. The sorcerer nodded in agreement, acknowledging the merit of the young man's awareness. However, the conversation took a turn. I have heard that you have been spending considerable time with Satoru Gojo. This was not to imply any interference in your friendships. The individual remarked nonchalantly. Yet, no matter the circumstances, Saionji is still your surname. Locking eyes with the seasoned sorcerer behind the screen, he continued. We all hope that the future Saionji family will have a powerful and amicable head. The friction between Gojo and the higher-ups had long been established. Yet Saionji Yin had not anticipated the extent of the discord between the two. The old man's intentions to recruit were unmistakably transparent. Was he truly attempting to sever ties? Saionji Yin could not possibly acquiesce, yet he felt compelled to embellish his refusal, as the elders despised being contradicted. His rejection provoked a flicker of irritation in the other. While Saionji Takeki remained unperturbed, there is no rush. Let the young man have ample time to contemplate. Exiting the directorate, it was already midnight. He declined the superficial inquiry from the assistant supervisor about whether he required a ride, knowing full well that the latter had already slipped away to bed. The clouds had unknowingly dissipated, and the pale moonlight illuminated the desolate mountain path. As Saionji Yin strolled, he reflected on the recent events. Although details had shifted, the higher-ups indeed extended an olive branch, yet what piqued his curiosity was the role played by Saionji Takeki. Was this also a signal from the shadows? Furthermore, he had received a name uncovered by Kong Shiu, along with a compiled document detailing the individual's life, just as Suguru Geto had indicated. An ordinary person with no conceivable connection to sorcery. Or was there something else lurking behind? Yet, Saionji Yin did not perceive anything particularly special about himself that warranted such exceptional treatment, leaving him to ponder the underlying motives. Nevertheless, he firmly believed that the truth would eventually come to light. The April evening breeze was still somewhat chilly, and the sorcerer adjusted his collar. The distorted sounds emanating from a nearby television intermittently reaching his ears. Saionji Yin cast a final glance at the buildings shrouded in night before resolutely embarking on his journey home. Chapter 21, Requests. Perhaps due to his newfound role as a teacher, the number of minors interacting with Saionji Yin had nearly doubled. This was not due to any peculiar inclination on his part. After all, he preferred the sincerity of youth over the concealed intentions of adults, who often masked their thoughts beneath calm exteriors. The black-haired sorcerer leaned against a wall, appearing nonchalant while remaining vigilant of his surroundings. The target of the escort mission. Nikajo emerged from a shop carrying a bag and approached the sorcerer. Saionji-kun, would you like something to eat? The boy wore a smile. His honey-colored eyes bright, yet incapable of reflecting anything, an attribute befitting the blind, yet he behaved just like any ordinary person. The words of refusal faltered at his throat as Saionji Yin accepted the offered bread. Thank you. Expecting a rejection, Nikajo felt a surge of joy. His technique was rather unique, allowing him to glimpse the future momentarily. He pointed to the sorcerer's jacket pocket. Someone is about to message you. Saionji Yin was unfazed. He had already been aware of this when he received the mission. The sorcerer paused in his swallowing motion, knowing without needing to guess who it would be. Yet he showed no inclination to check his phone. Everything takes precedence over the mission. He had also informed the other party in advance that they would not be receiving a prompt reply. That makes sense, the boy mused. But only very important people would persist in messaging someone who doesn't respond. Is it family? He inquired with curiosity. Someone of equal importance to family. Oh. Nikajo ceased to pry further, akin to a fledgling bird finally liberated from its cage. Breathing in the fresh air of freedom, I haven't been out in a long time. The notion of foreseeing the future, merely uttering those 4 words, could evoke skepticism. Yet when one truly encounters an individual capable of such feats, the desires hidden within hearts would erupt. After awakening his ability, Nikajo found himself confined within square walls under the pretense of protection from his family. Fortunately, this confinement was nearing its end, and with that thought, the boy made a somewhat capricious request. Saionji-kun, may I go to a certain place? Horse racing? The person on the other end of the phone repeated incredulously, infused with a hint of exasperation. Kong Xiu lamented. Surely, you haven't been possessed? Abandon those unrealistic fantasies. Saionji Yin slightly moved the receiver away, noticing Nikajo's bashful lowering of his head in response to his glance. Isn't that a bit shocking? As someone deeply familiar with the world of gambling, Kong Xiu was quite experienced. However, it's notoriously difficult to win money in that realm. Rather than giving it away, you might as well transfer it to me. So, is there even a way? Saionji Yin interjected. 2 people, in a position with a good view. Really just for a look? Kong Xiu remained unconvinced, not believing the words from the man's mouth. Of course, just to look, Saionji Yin thought the individual was becoming increasingly verbose. Then I shall consult others. There was no logic in passing up an opportunity for profit. Fine, I'll send you the address shortly. The intermediary sighed, finally advising. A small gamble is for pleasure, but a large gamble can be detrimental. I had a friend who didn't heed such warnings and ultimately met his demise. The sorcerer coldly ended the call, scanning through Kong Xiu's accusatory messages before opening the map to confirm the destination based on the address provided. I apologize for the trouble, Nikajo murmured. Eyes cast down, hands unconsciously rubbing the hem of his clothing. It's no trouble, the sorcerer relaxed his tone. However, this is a one-time exception. You must never venture to such places again. He too felt a flicker of curiosity. What made you wish to see horse racing? Particularly underground racing? Nikajo's face flushed crimson. I've heard my family mention it. The Nikajo family could be deemed somewhat reputable. They would not be so reckless as to expose an underage child to such affairs, leaving only one possibility. It was mentioned by the attendant responsible for his care. Saionji Yin's expression darkened. Due to his foresight, Nikajo often encountered various individuals with differing motives, and over time, he naturally learned to discern whether others were genuinely fulfilling their desires or merely feigning sincerity under familial pressure. Thus, he was exceptionally sensitive to emotions. Perhaps we shouldn't go. If it's too troublesome, the boy's honey-colored eyes remained dim, seemingly accustomed to the notion. Yet Saionji Yin perceived a faint hint of disappointment. The youth maintained a calm demeanor, having grown accustomed to this feeling after countless rejections. There are indeed some complications. As expected, the boy's mood further sank. The sorcerer feigned indifference, waving down an approaching taxi. So you must not stray from my side for even a moment. The sedan came to a halt by the roadside, and Nishiyama gently opened the door, ruffling the tousled hair of the youth. Let us go, he said. Huh. Does that mean you agreed? Bojun-K felt a bit dazed, only coming to his senses once seated in the car. He pressed his forehead against the window, fixated on the retreating buildings. This is the third time, he murmured, his voice barely audible. Nishiyama did not quite catch what he said. Bojun-K's lower face was obscured by his arm as he shook his head. It's nothing. By the way, I'm not of age yet. Can I still go in? What a peculiar conversation. Can a minor really enter? The driver, who had no intention of eavesdropping, raised an eyebrow, contemplating whether to alert the authorities. Nishiyama found the situation both amusing and exasperating, realizing a tad late that he had neglected to consider Bojun-K's underage status. Fortunately, Bojun-K recognized that his words had sparked misunderstandings, and to avoid further complications, he fell silent, obediently gazing out the window. Upon reaching their destination and entering the venue under the guidance of the reception staff, Bojun-K caught sight of the security personnel clad in suits and sunglasses. Are they sorcerers? Nishiyama did not turn back. The existence of sorcerers is kept secret from most people, but many intricate matters lurk behind this dark industry. So encountering them is quite normal. However, we should refer to them as cursed practitioners instead. You are the first person willing to share this with me. The youth looked up, his expression earnest yet tinged with sadness. I wish you were my family. Yet, such a notion was utterly impossible. Is that so? The sorcerer halted his steps. I cannot become your family, but we can be friends, and that is also a significant relationship. Bojun-K was taken aback, but nodded in agreement. That makes sense. Chapter 22, The Will to Die. As they emerged from the underground arena, the crowd had mostly dispersed, and the youth's face still bore the flush of adrenaline. With his hands clasped behind his back, Bojun-K walked ahead of the sorcerer, occasionally turning to converse with Nishiyama. In that fleeting moment of bursting forth from the track, it felt less like conquering an opponent and more like grappling with his past. The youth tilted his head, seemingly savoring the recent match. So impressive. Every single one of them. Bojun-K was indifferent to the outcome. To him, it resembled a riddle where the answer was already known. What captivated him about the races was the fervent desire of the competitors to achieve something. It was a struggle against oneself and an opposition to an unknown fate, a sensation he could not grasp. Nishiyama-san, actually Bojun-K's words trailed off, as if pinned by an unseen force. His already lackluster chestnut eyes appeared even colder, devoid of warmth. In Nishiyama's gaze, the youth, who had seemed bashful moments ago, now transcended the realm of humanity. His expression had turned pale, evoking a sense of compassion mixed with an air of indifference, as though nothing in the world could disturb his tranquility. Indeed, to glimpse the future was a divine ability. The activation of Bojun-K's technique required a specific medium, which he accessed through his eyes. Unlike ordinary human perception, the objects he beheld were composed of countless intertwined threads, and the method to activate his technique involved plucking the most luminous of these threads with his gaze. However, there were exceptions, such as himself. Bojun-K could not perceive his own thread. Thus, it was only natural that his technique could not be applied to himself in the eyes of others. Fortunately, the surroundings were deserted, and Nishiyama's sole task was to remain by Bojun-K's side, guarding against any sudden developments. Approximately 5 minutes passed before Bojun-K, emerging from his trance, felt his legs weaken and was swiftly caught by the sorcerer just before he collapsed. The ordeal left him as pale as a sheet, as if he had just been pulled from the water. The youth, somewhat dazed, gazed longingly at Nishiyama. Nishiyama-kun, the commission is complete. As soon as he spoke those words, a surge of searing flames accompanied by cursed energy erupted forth. In the aftermath of the explosive sound, a 10-meter-wide crater appeared where they had stood, the extreme heat corroding the edges while nearby buildings crumbled under the shockwave. I thought it would be a sure hit, a voice emerged, laden with an inexplicable sense of regret. As the smoke cleared, a grotesque, inhuman visage materialized before them. Roko, seemingly unimpressed, clearly did not regard the sorcerer before him as a formidable adversary. Hand over the little demon you have, and you might just leave unscathed. Nishiyama led Bojun-K to a relatively intact area. Can you stand? The youth, merely temporarily drained, replied, I can. However, he cast a complex glance at the sorcerer. The one responsible for the transaction has already been killed. He explained, the so-called escort commission is merely a necessary procedure for delivering goods to the receiving party. Human nature is intricate. While some revere the divine art of glimpsing fate, others harbor fear. Rather than exterminating the opposition, it is often more prudent to sell to those in need, thus contributing to one's family. Perhaps out of guilt, The Bujun family compassionately fulfilled Bujun K's wish. After all, the commission only required escorting him to the transaction site. As long as the other party was sensible, they would not meddle unnecessarily. Choosing you was merely a selfish whim of mine. Bujun K smiled wryly. Initially, I thought they would refuse. Nishiyama inferred the truth from his words. Feeling a surge of anger. You expect me to hand you over and leave on my own. But as you said, the one responsible for the transaction has already been killed. I will die here, Bujun K asserted, his expression unwavering, devoid of fear. That is my fate. Not so. Nishiyama encountered, his gaze steady. Is this your chosen defiance? Because you harbor a death wish. With the revelation piercing his inner secrets, Bujun K fell silent. For the sorcerer spoke the truth, and he could not bear the reproach reflected in the eyes of someone he had long admired. In the next moment, he found himself enveloped in a warm embrace, one that was almost scorching, causing tears to well in his eyes. I'm sorry, the youth's voice trembled, the accumulated feelings of grievance and fear erupting at that moment. But why me? Why must this cursed ability manifest within me? Why must I be both needed and feared? Sold like a commodity? I know everything. Bujun K sobbed, resembling a forsaken creature. I know it all. His muffled cries echoed in Nishiyama's embrace, as the youth desperately sought an outlet for his pent-up emotions. I'm sorry, am I really that pathetic? No, you have done exceedingly well. It was he who should apologize, if initial doubts had clouded his judgment. Now Nishiyama could unequivocally confirm the identity of the person before him, a child he had rescued from the hands of a cursed practitioner and delivered to the police. After that, their paths diverged, and even when news surfaced of the tragic demise of the Bujun family heir, he remained unaware that the boy laid to rest was the same child who had once grasped his sleeve. Fortuitously, the twists of fate had allowed both to grasp hope anew. You have performed admirably, whispered Nishinari Yin. Moreover, my response back then was incorrect. What? Muttered Fushiguro Megami, somewhat slow to grasp the situation. The sorcerer comfortingly patted the boy's back. What I mean to say is, from this moment forward, I shall be your family. Now, do you wish for me to bear the burden of your demise until my last breath? No. The boy struggled free from the sorcerer's embrace, fervently shaking his head. I will live, and I will live alongside you. So, leave the rest to me. Rokuro watched in irritation. Humans invariably favored insincerity. He cast a veiled glance at the sorcerer's face, realizing he could not eliminate this individual just yet. However, as long as there remained a single breath, he could manage. Couldn't he? Once he had calmed Fushiguro Megami's tumultuous emotions, Nishinari unfastened the cursed tool strapped to his back, presenting the sword sheath to the boy while advising him to keep a safe distance. The sorcerer then advanced toward the cursed spirit. Ah, it seems you disagree. Rokuro remarked with an unperturbed expression, dismissing his opponent entirely. Chapter 23, Obedient. Kensuke sat upright on the tatama mat, idly toying with the newly acquired tea set. The only entrance to the room was abruptly thrust open, yet he maintained his bowed posture. I have failed, he stated with a tone that feigned regret. Though the outcome mattered little either way. The smooth, unblemished wound revealed the severed head of the cursed spirit, which his companion had placed upon the table. That fellow Rokuro dares to treat me so. I shall ensure his demise next time. He spat, flames erupting from the top of his head. Kensuke chuckled softly as he set the freshly filled teapot down, rather than concerned over the outburst following failure. His thoughts were preoccupied with another matter. Did you catch a glimpse of his eyes? Or rather, did he reveal everything he saw during your confrontation? As he donned a woman's guise, Kensuke's smile widened incrementally. Wonderful, he murmured, almost inaudibly. Special grade cursed spirit, Rokuro, possessing intelligence and the ability to communicate, with fiery attacks capable of summoning small volcanoes for collaborative strikes. Domain, Coffin of Iron Mountain. Special grade cursed spirit, unknown, composed of outward-reaching branches, capable of releasing a sea of flowers that diminish the enemy's fighting spirit, adept at concealing its presence. Technique and domain remain unknown. Danger assessment, high. Non-specialized sorcerers must cease all offensive intentions upon encountering the aforementioned cursed spirits, prioritizing their own survival above all. 20 minutes after the relevant personnel submitted their reports, a notification from the Sorcery Director's office was accurately disseminated to every sorcerer. The news of Nishinari confronting 2 special grades without sustaining any harm spread rapidly through the association, prompting the current head of the Nishinari family, who had previously ignored him, to exhibit a friendly demeanor. Yet, as the focal point of the conversation, Nishinari was not present at the Jiu-Jitsu high school. At the Rainfield International Airport, a boy with his eyes wrapped in a black satin ribbon set down his suitcase and embraced the black-haired youth beside him. I am leaving now. Brother, the boy added silently. Be careful on your journey. Nishinari ruffled the boy's hair affectionately. Once you arrive, do let me know you're safe. He expressed concern. Aunt Fujiwara and the others are good people. You can confide in them about anything. And of course, you can always call me. The scandal surrounding the Fushiguro family was finally exposed. Nevertheless, their stance remained unchanged. They were willing to take on the troublesome heir, but only in exchange for something of value. Such shamelessness was something Nishinari could never endorse, so he employed some peculiar methods to effortlessly bring Fushiguro Megami back home. Yet, merely extricating him from the Fushiguro family was insufficient, for Nishinari and surroundings were fraught with danger. The predatory gaze of higher-ups within the association, the unseen machinations associated with Nishinari Takamai, and the myriad others coveting Fushiguro Megami's techniques loomed like ticking time bombs. Who could predict when one might explode? Seeing him off was the wisest course of action. Fushiguro Megami understood this, thus he raised no objections to Nishinari-in's decision. He was far too weak to protect the other. All he could do was exhaust himself to avoid becoming a burden. Family ought to be this way. I know. Fushiguro Megami nuzzled against his companion's embrace. The impending separation before they had truly bonded weighed heavily on his heart. Take care of yourself too, Nishinari brother, he murmured. I will miss you. So will I. Time always seems to fly during farewells, yet every departure is for the sake of a better reunion. The boy inhaled deeply, prepared to embrace a new life. He would no longer be the same. Before entering the special passage, the chestnut-haired boy bid farewell once more, adding, Nishinari brother. One till you come along. I'll watch you go first, the sorcerer replied, shaking his head, a smile playing at the corners of his eyes. I'm just waiting for someone. Fushiguro Megami found the answer within himself. He thought, it must be that person, the one as important as family. A vast expanse of gold and crimson radiated from the horizon, the silhouettes of countless figures gradually vanishing behind the cover of buildings. Nishinari stood before the transparent glass, enveloped in an ethereal orange veil. That little brat you mentioned is looking over there, Rokuro noted. The sorcerer felt a familiar, sweet scent envelop him as a light weight settled on his shoulder. Such a wonderful child, he praised earnestly, reminiscent of a parent boasting about their offspring. Though perhaps just a tad too obedient. Obedient, huh? Came a vague hum, accompanied by a subtle sense of childlike rivalry. So you prefer the compliant type? The strands of Rokuro's hair brushed against his skin, causing Nishinari to tilt his head, only to be met with a kiss upon his cheek that showed no signs of halting. In certain circumstances, language fails to accurately convey an individual's emotions. Thus, humans resort to the harmonious movement of their physical forms to express their thoughts. Satoru Gojo's palm rested against the back of the sorcerer's neck, almost languidly tracing around to his ear, where his fingertips gently caressed the edge of Nishinari-in's ear. Having returned, Rokuro had donned his usual round sunglasses early on. However, upon seeing the sorcerer, he reconsidered, removing them and handing them to his companion, Ijishi, for safekeeping. This was not a meaningless gesture, but rather a subconscious desire to showcase what the other cherished most. Though Satoru believed himself to be adored by his lover in every aspect, appearance, character, and everything else, it did not diminish his joy. No, it did not diminish it at all. Nishinari obediently tilted his head in accordance with Satoru's gentle force, only to be ensnared by a breathtaking shade of blue. Nothing pleased Satoru Gojo more than the knowledge that the person he cherished was equally captivated by him. He lowered his head, revealing his joy to Nishinari in a manner that belonged solely to lovers. Limitless was indeed convenient. It shielded him from swirling dust during work, as well as from the sensory attacks of certain adversaries, and even from the misfortune of being caught in the rain without an umbrella. There was no possibility of getting drenched. Or perhaps other matters, such as employing atomic-level manipulation to expedite travel, significantly reducing the time required for a journey. Ah, we have arrived, he remarked. Even placed in the most inconspicuous location, the destination could not escape Rokuro's keen eye. The outside world appeared oblivious, and Satoru Gojo blinked, extending his mischievous hand. Satisfied with his new hairstyle, Satoru Gojo smoothed down the few rebellious strands atop his head, yet he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. Thus, the six-eyed cat gazed into the mirror and let out a soft meow, exclaiming in delight how undeniably adorable he was. At times, it wasn't that he preferred the light, but rather that in the darkness, he could still see. The pristine white cat ears danced with his movements, exuding a striking presence, a testament to the shopkeeper's astonishing craftsmanship, making it seem as though they had genuinely sprouted from the head of the six-eyed creature, without needing to articulate it. It was evident that Kinji Hakari raised an arm to shield the upper half of his face, more precisely, to conceal the slight redness around his eyes. It was utterly embarrassing. Such matters should have been rejected from the outset. He stammered, "Don't speak," his tone soft and tinged with an almost imperceptible quaver, a stark contrast to his usual manner of speech as a sorcerer. The expression that rarely surfaced, which only he could witness, brought a profound sense of satisfaction to the six-eyed cat. His wrist was grasped and pulled to rest beside the pillow, the gaps between his fingers filled without reservation. And a kiss laden with possessiveness descended upon him. Chapter 24. The journey commences. The unrestrained adult faced the repercussions the following morning, as the clock approached 9. Satoru Gojo grumbled, reluctant to rise from bed. Kinji Hakari, toothbrush in hand, perused unread messages on his phone. After expelling the foam from his mouth, he exited the bathroom and headed straight for the wardrobe. What do you want to eat? Cake, perhaps? Anything sweet would suffice. After all, being late was already a foregone conclusion. A slight delay made little difference, and one shouldn't expect a sorcerer to fill the refrigerator at home. Caught between casual wear and a plain high school uniform, the sorcerer hesitated before choosing the latter. The high collar was quite convenient. If he ordered takeout, it would likely take an hour to arrive. He nudged the source of warmth beside him. No eating in bed. This meant he could linger in bed for another half hour. Satoru Gojo buried himself deeper into the sorcerer's neck, his eyes pleading. Can't you stay and finish breakfast with me? His gaze brimmed with accusation. It had been days since they had shared a proper meal together. An irrefutable truth. Well, there were indeed reasons, such as the nature of the sorcerer's work, but voicing them would only incite the cat's displeasure. That evening, under the watchful gaze of the six-eyed creature, he amended, I'll be quick, probably by 3. However, the crux of his statement did not solely pertain to dining. It was less about the act of eating and more about being together, engaging in meaningful or trivial activities with someone with whom he shared a close bond. The essence lay in their togetherness. Satoru Gojo's expression drooped. The cat, feeling wronged, buried his head deeper, refusing to rise without his beloved fish treats. He realized he had been neglecting his boyfriend's emotions, prompting the sorcerer to turn and embrace the large feline creature, placing a gentle kiss on his brow. The sorcerer felt a twinge of regret. It's my fault. Is it? The six-eyed creature feigned a stern demeanor, akin to a proud feline with its chin held high, concealing its yearning beneath a veil of arrogance. Kinji Hakari brushed against the mythical creature's wing-like lashes, acutely aware of his misguided attempts to seek forgiveness. Considering it's your first time, he mused, casting a furtive glance at the human, striving to appear nonchalant. I forgive you. It was indeed splendid to be forgiven by the kind-hearted Satoru-sensei. The sorcerer leaned closer, their noses nearly touching. I'll finish quickly, he requested. I wish to see you when I finish work. Satoru Gojo discovered a new revelation. Was he indulging in a playful display of affection? His eyes sparkled like an actor poised to take the stage. There must be a grand entrance. That was indeed a dangerously bold statement. Kinji Hakari replied. Let us keep it low-key, shall we? Absolutely not. I can definitely make a striking impression, he retorted, completely misunderstanding the intent and attempting to persuade him. Just like a reunion between movie protagonists, one must never underestimate that. Wasn't that a flimsy argument? A thought crossed his mind, his sapphire eyes fixating earnestly on Kinji Hakari. You must run over to me. Run over? The sorcerer asked, bewildered. Yes, run over. As if you're racing towards the finish line, Satoru Gojo declared. Just the thought of it feels exhilarating. Kinji Hakari did not refuse but instead voiced his concerns. If it's too extravagant, I might just slip away unnoticed. The six-eyed creature scoffed. Regardless, I will catch you. He feigned a menacing tone. If I'm upset, I'm rather difficult to appease. Yet, there was no intimidation in his words. If I'm merely downcast, perhaps I might relent. Do you truly wish to see me sad? The six-eyed cat gasped in horror. I must go to work, he stated, sounding as cold as a spouse on the verge of declaring indifference. You wouldn't want to part from me, Satoru Gojo pointed to himself. A kiss is all it takes for me to leave. The sorcerer was not entirely derived from the prestigious school, but like the children, he too was discovered after revealing something different. Subsequently, professionals would arrive, speaking in a tone reminiscent of a multi-level marketing pitch, proclaiming, Congratulations, you have been chosen. Join us in saving the world. Such words might be enticing to the youth yet untouched by the harsh realities of society. After all, who hasn't harbored dreams of being a superhero? However, for those entrenched in the grueling 996 work culture, such encounters would likely lead them to dismiss the overtures of what appeared to be an illegitimate organization. It's merely a change of workplace, Takahashi Yasuki thought. It's not like that. What we're doing is truly meaningful. Very well, a rookie supervisor paired with a novice sorcerer. Takahashi Yasuki, a diligent worker, awakened his curse technique during an attack by a cursed spirit, liberating the restrained power within him. His seemingly mundane life transformed upon joining the Sorcerer Association, only to be revealed as a descendant of a formidable sorcerer. The familiar notion of bloodline superiority. Neither party was one for lengthy introductions. After a brief exchange, they delved straight into the matter at hand. Takahashi Yasuki stood at the somewhat desolate entrance, his eyelids flickering. A graveyard. It certainly aligned with the sorcerer knowledge he had recently crammed. Curses often materialized in locales that evoke human fear and disgust. Kinji Hakari gestured toward the northeast, where a hospital stood, along with the chimney-adorned buildings they had passed en route. Ah, one-stop service, is it? Setting aside the macabre humor, Kinji Hakari glanced at the somewhat inexplicably excited assistant supervisor. Will we set up a tent? Ah, yes, indeed. The fledgling sorcerer looked at Kinji Hakari, who showed no intention of entering, and raised his hands in a gesture of exasperation. Aren't you going to provide me with some offensive weaponry? Perhaps a handgun or something. Inside, there were curses, and going in unarmed was tantamount to inviting death. Carrying a firearm without a permit is illegal, Kinji Hakari reminded him. Besides, you don't need such cumbersome means. Takahashi Yasuki pondered. Perhaps he did need them. Your technique is quite unique. It functions like a continuously operating machine, perpetually collecting and compressing the cursed energy emanating from within you. Furthermore, the alteration of your technique doesn't merely affect your cursed energy, your body, too, is being honed day and night to align more closely with that energy. Thus, weaponry would only serve as an encumbrance to your potential. Your implication is that I merely need to execute a simple output of cursed energy. Takahashi Yuki's gaze drifts aimlessly. Is this truly not an excuse for being unarmed? The auxiliary supervisor has laid down the account, and Nishiyama Shin nods slightly. Indeed, he says with a profound significance, if one does not harbor an unwavering desire to survive, one will surely perish. Should I resign now? Is there still time? You must remain composed, comes the shout from a partner. You've already lost your house. Has the current policy deteriorated to this extent? Nishiyama Shin suppresses the inquiry bubbling within him, only stepping into the tent after Takahashi Yuki's presence has receded. As for the guiding task, it is still necessary to follow along. Chapter 25, Grave Visit. Due to the lackluster weather, the inside of the tent is shrouded in a dim light, complemented by the cemetery's characteristic silence, where even the chirping of insects and birds is scant. It feels as though one has instantaneously stepped into the realm of the deceased, like a blurred black and white photograph, suddenly splashed with an incongruous burst of color. Takahashi Yuki walks with deliberate slowness, taking his time to inspect each standing gravestone, attempting to glean the essence of the lives behind the simple lines etched in stone. As a worker, despite proclaiming grandiose statements about the end of the world, he is, at his core, just an ordinary individual harboring humble dreams of a better life. After all, who would wish to die when they can live well? Yet, there are moments, especially in the stillness of night, when an absurd sense of unreality washes over him. Has he truly lived? The solemn vow made upon entering society to lead a good life has, over the monotonous grind of day-to-day labor, transformed into an elusive carrot dangling before a mule, forever out of reach. Work is for the sake of living well. Endurance is for the sake of living well. Yet, in striving to live well, he has never truly lived. His life resembles a nested doll, akin to an NPC programmed with a set beginning. Oh, but wait, games do have a completion date. Takahashi Yuki is someone who readily embraces new experiences. Otherwise, he would not have decisively abandoned a less than ideal yet stable job to become a sorcerer. This stems from an innate dissatisfaction within him, a fantastical subplot that, while heightening his doubts about the authenticity of this world, rekindles a flicker of youthful hope for the future. Perhaps I am the protagonist, he muses with a hint of arrogance. The protagonist squats by a neglected gravestone, casually resting his shoulder against it, as if it were that of a close friend. He hesitates, realizing how disrespectful this may seem, yet remains oblivious to the peculiarity of conversing with a gravestone. Just the thought of lying here like you in a few decades gives me a sudden sense that life is rather intriguing. I am an ordinary person, he states, rising early and returning late for work daily. My social life is a complete mess, and I harbor no expectations for marriage or children. Now, having changed jobs and acquired a place to live, albeit fraught with danger, the feeling of being explicitly needed by someone is rather pleasant. Thus, barring any unforeseen circumstances, I shall persevere in this endeavor. Takahashi Yuki rummages through his pockets, only to remember he has quit smoking. After a thorough search, he discovers a piece of fruit candy that had fallen from the car, feeling somewhat sheepish. I'm an orphan, supported by kind souls all the way through university. This is my first time visiting a grave. The novice sorcerer scratches his head and places the somewhat cheap orange candy before the gravestone. I haven't brought anything else. So here is this. I'll bring something better next time. He ponders what he should prepare for his next visit, perhaps sensing that his actions are somewhat absurd. Takahashi Yuki chuckles softly. I've rambled on so much, I wonder if you even want to listen. Likely, he is not alone in his solitude. The grave, overgrown with weeds, bears witness to the absence of visitors, with a thick layer of dust accumulating on the gravestone. Takahashi Yuki kneels to gather the wild grass at his feet, forming it into a ball, which he uses to wipe the dust from the gravestone. What a coincidence. You share the surname Takahashi. The cemetery has fallen silent, and from a distance, blackbirds perch on the withered trees, their gaze fixed upon him as though scrutinizing the living. The corners of his mouth straighten, and with a touch of defiance, he clears the obstruction from the lower right corner. The name Takahashi Yuki is not uncommon. In fact, a gathering of individuals sharing the same name would likely overwhelm the cemetery. However, to share the same birth date as well? That would be exceedingly eerie. A chill runs down the spine of the sorcerer, an unsettling sensation enveloping him, urging him to flee. Yet the sudden weakness that courses through his body makes him foresee the awkwardness of his fall. Takahashi Yuki stumbles forward, his cheek grazing the stone steps, drawing forth crimson blossoms of blood. The sharp pain jolts his dulled senses back into awareness. Nishiyama Shin lingers at a distance behind the novice sorcerer. Once Takahashi Yuki disappears from the narrow path obscured by the gravestone, he recognizes that this curse is somewhat peculiar. His outstretched hand hovers in midair, sensing a slight, nearly imperceptible resistance. It is a transparent membrane, or perhaps a barrier connecting to an unknown realm. The barrier does not reject him, indicating entry is possible, and the dark-haired sorcerer no longer hesitates. The environment within this realm mirrors that of the cemetery, retaining its eerie and foreboding appearance. The only notable difference, as Nishiyama Shin turns to look, is that the narrow path has vanished, replaced by a series of cold gravestones arranged in layers. Positioned near the center of the graveyard, Nishiyama Shin surveys his surroundings, his gaze settling on the most conspicuous and desolate sight. It almost blatantly beckons those who enter, signaling that something is amiss. The dark-haired sorcerer halts at a safe distance, refraining from advancing further. Golden light flickers in his eyes as he peers through the dust covering the stone. The gravestone is inscribed with the words "Grave of Nishiyama Shin." His expression remains impassive, even though the information on the gravestone aligns perfectly with his identity. It fails to elicit any reaction from him. He quietly awaits the next development. The wind, reminiscent of a baby's wail, gradually subsides. Aside from Nishiyama Shin, this space holds no other living souls, including Takahashi Yuki. A crow, startled by the sudden vibration, flaps its wings and takes flight. The gravestone before Nishiyama Shin fractures from its center, revealing a fissure in the ground behind it. A figure bearing an identical face to Nishiyama Shin begins to claw its way out. Even its clothing bears a striking resemblance to his own. Beneath the tattered, insect-eaten garments, pale skin is riddled with cracks, hinting at the bones within, gradually mending as it emerges. After approximately half a minute, this doppelganger of Nishiyama Shin is fully restored. Once the last remnants of flesh smooth out, a spark of life ignites in its eyes. Its expression, demeanor, and the seriousness with which it regards others mirror Nishiyama Shin's precisely, as if it were a mere copy-paste. Nishiyama Shin furrows his brow, feeling a wave of nausea wash over him. Record, April 13th, 2017, Nishi, Tokyo City. An abnormal gathering of cursed energy appears above Rinsen Cemetery. After examination through the window, it is confirmed to be a Grade 1 curse, Cursed Body. Chapter 26, Cursed Body. The chilling curse tool pierced through the chest, its blade wholly obsidian, striking a somewhat intimidating figure that ultimately was merely a construct of cursed energy, not the true essence of the afflicted. Dust scattered across the ground as Nishinomiya retreated the cursed tool, seemingly hearing a sound akin to shattering. His gaze fell upon the birds that had inexplicably returned, and with a swift motion, he seized one before it could react. Beneath its dark wings emanated warmth, unmistakably the essence of a living creature. The crow, upon Nishinomiya's gentle caress, stilled its frantic movements, its small, black eyes gazing curiously at the sorcerer. There was no malice in its demeanor, only a simple inquisitiveness. A flicker of cursed energy escaped Nishinomiya's fingertips, and he released his hold on the crow. The agile bird alighted upon his arm, using its equally dark beak to probe the luminous orb before it. Upon sensing that the human before it possessed something it desired, the crow swallowed the cursed energy and hopped onto Nishinomiya's shoulder. It lightly brushed its beak against the sorcerer's cheek, conveying a willingness to establish trust, while remaining acutely aware of Nishinomiya's expressions, prepared to flee at the slightest indication of danger. What a clever little creature. Can you lead me to others like myself? The blackbird tilted its head, seemingly unable to comprehend. Nishinomiya sent forth a surge of cursed energy, and the crow, having successfully procured its reward, flew to an inconspicuous stone tablet. It turned back and emitted a couple of low caws, signaling the sorcerer to follow. The air quivered momentarily. Takahashi Yuki found himself in a dire predicament, preoccupied with the crimson liquid streaming down his face, struggling to control his still-numb body as he rolled to evade an attack from another version of himself. A fist imbued with cursed energy slammed into the ground, sending shards of stone flying, striking him painfully. What is happening? He thought, glancing nervously at the shattered tombstone. Is it neurotoxin? The relentless onslaught from his counterpart pressed on, and Takahashi had only just become a sorcerer 3 days prior, lacking even basic training, having previously been just an office worker. This truly is a life-threatening job. He concentrated cursed energy in his eyes, only to see cursed marks that mirrored his own. This cannot be real. Of course it is not. Just as there are differences between individuals, the cursed energy of sorcerers varies. Even between identical twins, it cannot be identical. With no other option, he had to run. The frantic Takahashi brushed past a suddenly appearing sorcerer, the pursuing figure behind him showing no signs of slowing down, fixated solely on Takahashi. The novice sorcerer had taken quite a detour. Nishinomiya-kun, help me. Why run? Nishinomiya pondered. Thus he kicked the oncoming rookie away. Takahashi was sent sprawling. The domain of the afflicted does not directly harm intruders. It acts more like a mirror that absorbs cursed energy, projecting the intruder's energy to create a bizarre doppelganger that turns against them. Therefore, the strength of the created substitute correlates with the intruder's own abilities. But this imitation has its limits, defined by the intruder's cursed energy. Takahashi had an abundance of cursed energy, more than anyone he had encountered thus far. Moreover, due to the nature of the projection, whatever the doppelganger could do, Takahashi could do as well. An opportunity for training presented itself, and Nishinomiya felt justified in stepping aside, leaving the stage to the newcomer. Counterattack, failure. Another counterattack, another failure. The novice sorcerer's body, propelled by inertia, crashed into several stone tablets, their gray-white surfaces distorting into mocking visages in Takahashi's dizzying vision. The pursuer slowly approached his side, emanating an air of superiority. The doppelganger conjured by the afflicted made no sound. Yet the sorcerer seemed to hear a series of questions arising from within himself. Is this the resolve you have chosen to embrace? Do you think this is merely a game? 2 of Takahashi's ribs were fractured. His left shoulder dislocated from the recent assault. Even the simplest act of breathing brought excruciating pain. The bird surrounding Nishinomiya chirped twice. He won tea. He glanced at the seemingly defeated novice. Should any true peril arise, I will save him. Yet, should that occur, he would advise Takahashi to relinquish his aspirations of becoming a sorcerer altogether. This was not a matter of strength or weakness, but rather whether one possessed the resolve to pursue their chosen path. For this is not a hero's journey paved with flowers and applause. Those who tread this thorny road harbor, to varying degrees, disparate yet similar aspirations. Ultimately, they will all perish along the way, clutching their unfulfilled desires and regrets. In life, they were unseen. In death, their deeds shall remain unsung. Before the specter of death, all becomes meaningless. Takahashi, naively interpreting his situation as merely a change in occupation, was evidently woefully unqualified. In other words, he had yet to grasp the implications of danger. As Nishinomiya had initially stated, regardless of the reasons that lead one to become a sorcerer, they must always nurture an unwavering desire to survive. The blazing cursed energy radiated brilliantly. Akin to a nascent sun, Takahashi could muster no thoughts of resistance, aware that the forthcoming strike would be fatal. Yet, inexplicably, the opponent's movements seemed to decelerate dramatically in Takahashi's perception, accompanied by a surge of nausea rising from his chest. This sensation surged forth like a sudden tsunami, composed not of water, but of the long-ignored emotion known as fear. I am an ordinary person, a person who fears death, mundane yet unwilling to accept mediocrity. I became a sorcerer for the sake of shelter, to escape a monotonous existence, but more so, to fulfill my yearning for acknowledgement. Yes, I long to be seen. For I am different. The clash of cursed energies momentarily shook the very fabric of the domain. Takahashi remained clad in his mismatched attire. Yet the recent battle rendered him akin to someone who had just emerged from a tumultuous crowd. He turned back to his first mentor in his sorcerer's journey, a broad smile spreading across his face. Nishinomiya-kun, I will live on. After all, I am the protagonist. The crow, though bewildered by the human's words, felt an inexplicable sense of embarrassment, prompting it to disdainfully avert its gaze. Nishinomiya lowered his head to stroke his new pet's wings, pretending to have not heard the youthful proclamation. Chapter 27, The Strongest. An addition was made in the previous chapter. Do remember to check. With a sound reminiscent of shattering glass, the true form of the afflicted emerged. Takahashi concentrated his cursed energy, intent on thoroughly exorcising the entity. The cursed spirit retracted its butterfly-like antennae, curling up weakly. Unlike typical curses, The afflicted had expended nearly all its cursed energy in constructing its domain, rendering its body diminutive. Akin to an ordinary caterpillar, a crow flew forward. The feeble afflicted made no attempt to react as it was consumed by the strange bird. Takahashi refrained from approaching hastily, fully aware that this crow possessed cursed energy. Is this the curse of a symbiotic relationship? Takahashi Yuki inquired, as Nishinari had just shared relevant insights with him. This could indeed elucidate why crows not only go unscathed in the domain, but also enjoy unrestricted access. Nishinari shook his head, lightly touching the beak of the returning bird with his index finger. It is a living being imbued with cursed energy. It cannot be ruled out that this mutation occurred under the influence of some dire circumstances. Given that this is a guided mission, there will inevitably be an evaluation segment by a teacher. The poor novice, having just completed the curse exorcism, was immediately assigned another investigative task. Time was of the essence, leaving no opportunity for the refugees to change attire, as the supervising assistant drove them to a commercial street not far from the target location. Nishinari meticulously perused the report in his hands, inscribing comments in the blank space at the end. The novice, now clad in fresh attire, approached alongside his partner. And to his surprise, Takahashi Yuki had transformed into quite a striking figure, coupled with Nishinari who had been standing there all morning. His delicate features emanating a cold and aloof charm, and a crow perched on his shoulder. This peculiar ensemble inevitably attracted numerous glances. Takahashi Yuki, inherently somewhat socially anxious, shifted slightly toward Nishinari. Why do I always feel as if someone is watching us? It's merely your imagination, his partner replied after surveying their surroundings. Just curious passers-by casting a glance. They won't be fixated on you. The novice attempted to once again sense that uncomfortable feeling of being observed. But it truly seemed to be just his delusion, and he nodded, albeit skeptically. Nishinari-kun, are you planning to head home next? Takahashi Yuki asked. The sorcerer handed the report to the supervising assistant. I must see who is coming to collect me, he remarked with a smile directed at his junior. Do your best. The sensation of being watched returned, even more pronounced than before. Takahashi Yuki followed the source of the gaze, only to witness the sorcerer's figure transition from a slow walk to a run. He then leaped into the arms of a peculiar man with a blindfold, who seemed to notice Takahashi Yuki's scrutiny and accurately turned his gaze in his direction. The supervising assistant appeared quite exhilarated. That's Satoru Gojo. Satoru Gojo, Takahashi Yuki repeated. Is he really that impressive? He is truly the strongest, came the reply. Animals possess an acute sensitivity to danger upon spotting the six eyes. The crow exhibited signs of agitation, and as Nishinari drew closer, it took flight. Nishinari had been running towards him, and the process of Gojo's face becoming increasingly distinct gave him the illusion that they had not seen each other in ages. This illusion tugged at the sorcerer's heartstrings, compelling him to hasten, faster and faster, until he was enveloped by a familiar aura. Such a good boy, came a voice that drew a stark contrast between the sensations of praise and being praised. The lips of the six eyes brushed against the sorcerer's ear, speaking in a tone audible only to the two of them. I am very, very happy, he murmured, placing a kiss on Nishinari-in's ear tip. His words laced with mirth. You really came running. Undoubtedly, the six eyes was astute, possessing an innate understanding of how to interact with various individuals without effort. He seemed to instinctively know what distance was just right for both parties. As for why he left an impression of being unreliable, it was entirely due to his poor character. Thus, when the sorcerer inquired about making a grand entrance, the six eyes had merely been jesting, maintaining his usual nonchalant demeanor. As if playfully seeking a reward. I want to do anything to upset you. A model boyfriend indeed. Gojo paused, then shifted the conversation. But Aheen, it seems you often stumble upon peculiar things. The bird, he mused, evoked a sensation akin to discovering one's owner petting another cat. Is it a substitute for my presence? This statement bore an unmistakable feline undertone, reminiscent of a cat's aversion to birds. The thought slipped out before he could contain it. One day, Gojo will truly become a cat. Isn't that wonderful? Gojo retorted, genuinely intrigued. A precious cat that cannot be separated from its master. He elaborated on the advantages. You need do nothing but showcase your beauty. That is fantastic. But if I become a cat, I want to be able to date. Gojo regarded him with a glance, as if truly grappling with a difficult choice. Then perhaps not. But wait, we could both become cats together. His enthusiasm rivaled that of an elementary school child. The six eyes was not alone. He boldly brought his students outside under the pretense of an outdoor activity, then irresponsibly allowed them to roam free. Just before departing, he was halted by the only female student. Are you really going unprepared like this? Actually, I do have a backup plan, Gojo replied casually, glancing back with empty hands. But I don't like being ostentatious, so this is perfectly fine. After all, No matter how I appear, he adores me. Ignoring the last remark. It was already remarkable that Gojo was capable of caring about others' feelings. Maki stroked her chin. Nishinari-sensei indeed dislikes flamboyance. But there are essential steps that must be followed in a relationship. I have prepared movie tickets, Gojo interjected. I know about these things. He winked at the students. So? Don't disturb the teacher's romantic time, okay? But the pressing issue remained, the bird. Takahashi Yuki and the others had already left, making it impossible to ask them for assistance in watching it, and allowing it to follow would inevitably cause unnecessary troubles. Let us send it to the students, Gojo suggested. The six eyes did not miss the bird's action of diverting its gaze, having its destination determined by a mere exchange of words. The bird, enveloped in boundless limits, stiffened its body but surprisingly showed no intent to attack. It merely pecked at Gojo's hand in a retaliatory manner when he released it. Gojo was not one to be angered by a mere bird. He chimed playfully, in this household, I am the one who is most favored. Chapter 28, The Proposal. A newly released, widely acclaimed romance film. The seat was chosen in the middle rows, towards the back. They arrived not too late. Yet several scattered spectators had already settled in. Continuously absorbing new information was an experience far from comfortable, a trait that six eyes could not evade. Thus, Gojo endeavored to avoid densely populated areas. If necessary, he would wear a specially designed eye mask capable of providing some relief. Yet, who would wear such an impractical and unflattering mask on a date? That would be utterly lacking in taste. Fortunately, Six Eyes discovered a way to feel at ease by joyfully enveloping himself in another person's aura, wishing he could dismantle the bothersome armrest to press himself closer. Feeling uncomfortable? Came a muted inquiry. Not really, he replied, his silvery locks ruffled by his movements as Gojo leaned in a little closer. Do you smell something fragrant? Roses. Nishinari struggled to distinguish the scent of flowers, yet he heard the sound of cellophane crinkling from the back row just before the lights dimmed in the cinema. Sending flowers was one of the essential activities between couples. It was rare for Gojo to miscalculate, shifting his body slightly. Could you wait for me a moment? Wait. Nishinari grasped Six Eyes, who was about to leave. Though this may seem an inappropriate question, would Gojo be upset because I didn't prepare flowers? Saionji spoke directly. Not at all. Simply being together is wonderful, and rather than flowers, I would prefer Ayin to give me something. The dessert sorcerer cheerfully and precisely interjected, softly reassuring. Therefore, Wataru need not dwell too much on it. What truly matters in a date is the feeling shared between both individuals. Indeed, we are quite compatible, he continued. But I ought to ensure I can bring you joy. Just as those who profess to dislike receiving gifts often find themselves delighted at the moment of receipt. I am already quite happy, Ziwan Temple In candidly declared, and this happiness stems from my affection for you. So whatever Wataru does will bring me joy. All right, I concede. Saionji admitted, burying his face into the sorcerer's shoulder. This is rather unfair. Unbeknownst to them, the narrative had progressed to a point of friction between the male and female leads. Having initially been engrossed in the movie, Saionji turned his head away with disdain. It would be better to voice it. Merely seeking to avoid conflict will inevitably evolve into more intense contradictions. Perhaps being overly concerned with the other's feelings leads to an inability to articulate one's thoughts, the sorcerer mused. Yet, to disregard oneself entirely is a form of irresponsibility towards the relationship, is it not? Just as Wataru had suggested. The female lead found herself increasingly lost in her suppressed emotions, leading to an eruption of conflict. Those closest to us often know precisely what words can wound us the most. The scene shifted to the female lead departing alone. Wataru, displaying a lack of enthusiasm, lightly tapped his boyfriend's palm. Thus, communication is paramount in a relationship. Every significant bond thrives on this, the sorcerer remarked, gripping the rebellious fingertips. I no longer wish to watch. It feels rather stifling. I long to step outside for some fresh air. The city at 10 o'clock was no longer as boisterous. Vehicles, having missed the peak hours, glided by with a lighter spirit. Hand in hand, the sorcerer couple strolled slowly along the sidewalk. The tranquil glow of streetlights occasionally obscured by greenery, their elongated shadows quietly intertwining. Summer is truly the season for travel, Saionji gestured in the air. Much like a honeymoon for newlyweds. He halted his words. I am not proposing, merely drawing a comparison. A proposal should occur when one is fully prepared. He had completely veered off topic. To take liberties without regard is quite disrespectful. So if Ayin prefers something more traditional, it must be rather novel. To be honest, Ziwan Temple In had never truly contemplated such details. To be precise, he had entirely forgotten about this matter. Wataru seemed to detect this hesitation, his eyes widening. Have you truly never considered marrying me? That is quite irresponsible. What kind of accusatory tone was that? Ziwan Temple In gently touched his cheek. Do I seem like such a person? But you haven't even thought in that direction, he said, his voice tinged with impending tears. This was indeed true. Ziwan Temple Yin continued amidst Wataru's fierce gaze. I habitually assumed we would continue to enjoy our time together, hence the lack of need for proof. With such a statement, it seemed to shift back to being my problem. Realizing this, the delighted cat-like figure angrily nestled into Wataru's embrace. No, there's no time to prepare for a proposal. You must marry me immediately. At this moment, Ziwan Temple Yin raised an eyebrow. Are you unwilling? It sounds as if you intend to drag me along if you are. The sorcerer did not utter any words of refusal. Instead, he pointed at the sky. Even if we prepare the necessary materials, we must wait until daytime. Thus, a significant decision concerning their future was made. Ziwan Temple Yin pretended not to hear Lianjian's cheerful hum. Proposing, shall we go see the sea? Of course. The ever-joyful Wataru had no objections. In the blink of an eye, their surroundings transformed from a concrete jungle to a deserted shore where salty winds blew. Although they claimed to be going to see the sea, they were not very close. Rather, they found a picturesque spot for travelers to take photos. Sitting amidst the sound of crashing waves, devoid of the blinding light pollution, the starry sky above freely displayed its beauty. In this serene atmosphere, Ziwan Temple Yin intertwined his fingers with Lianjian's and solemnly stated, Mr. Wataru, will you marry me? Chapter 29. The past on May 24, 2017, in Sendai, Miyagi Prefecture. Ziwan Temple Yin arrived at a somewhat secluded residence, guided by the address provided by Kong Xiu. After confirming the information displayed at the door, the sorcerer pressed the doorbell. The vintage electronic chime sounded like a stone cast into a lake, creating ripples that quickly faded into silence. After a moment of waiting, slow footsteps emerged from behind the door, but rather than opening it, the occupant shouted with a robust voice, Give up already. This old man will not buy your insurance. Clearly accustomed to such sales pitches, the voice beyond the door huffed. With that time, you might as well try somewhere else. Perhaps you can dupe a few unfortunate souls. Ziwan Temple Yin patiently awaited the end of the tirade before succinctly clarifying his purpose. You've misunderstood. I am here to find someone. Find someone. The elder's tone grew increasingly skeptical, revealing he was not of the patient sort. I live alone. There's no one here you seek. Leave, or I shall call the police. Just as the information suggested, his fiery temperament was evident. Yet Ziwan Temple Yin was unwilling to give up. He retrieved an old photograph from his pocket, showing it through the gap in the fence. The sorcerer expressed his apologies once more. I'm sorry, but do you recognize the woman in this photograph? Leave quickly. The impatience of Itatori Yusuke vanished upon seeing the woman in the photo. He fell silent for a moment. His voice now aged. If you seek this person, I advise you not to waste your energy. Saying this, Itatori Yusuke opened the door. The frail elder stepped aside, allowing passage, while the worn black door creaked as it closed behind them. The solitary abode of Itatori Yusuke, much like its owner, bore considerable age, and the decor reflected the favored style of that era. Yet, the presence of a young person's sneakers by the entrance, sports posters masking the wall-esque cracks, and the wildflowers in a vase, often found by the roadside, hinted at the existence of more than one inhabitant. Itatori Yusuke settled at the coffee table, his words laced with discontent towards someone. This is all my useless grandson's doing. I've long advised him to focus more on his classmates. Humph. You must have a good relationship, Ziwan Temple Yin observed. Despite the complaints, he could sense the elder was less angry than he pretended. What good is that? Itatori Yusuke coughed twice, waiting for the discomfort in his chest to subside before continuing. I will inevitably die. Ziwan Temple Yin poured water from the kettle on the table for him. Itatori grunted, mind your own business, as he redirected his gaze to the family photo on the table. A woman with short hair cradling an infant nestled sweetly in the arms of a young man, a scene so commonplace, yet imbued with an unsettling eeriness due to the incongruous stitches adorning her forehead. The premature death of his son is the most profound sorrow for Toji Fushiguro. He had sensed the impending danger, yet failed to avert the descent into darkness. With a heavy sigh, his murky eyes reflected a tumult of emotions. This woman is none other than my daughter-in-law, the mother of my grandson, Toji Kairi. The genesis of this harrowing tale can be traced back to that fateful afternoon. At that time, still reeling from the loss of his wife, his son returned home exuberantly, accompanied by his newly born child, and a woman bearing an uncanny resemblance to Kairi. He knew well that she was not his daughter-in-law. Yet Toji Fushiguro could foresee the cruel fate that awaited them. As time flowed, the elderly man traversed the corridors of memory, where bizarre and convoluted past events mingled with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and regret. Now, upon recalling these moments, it is only Toji Fushiguro who mourns their plight. The door opened and closed, and a vibrant voice announcing I'm back echoed through the air as 14-year-old Yuji Itatori pushed the door aside. Ah, we have guests. The boy mused, scratching his head in surprise. This is the first time our home has welcomed visitors. Didn't I say not to return so early? Toji Fushiguro retorted angrily. You should participate more in clubs and socialize with your peers, yet you always treat my words as mere whispers in the wind. The youth, unperturbed by the elder's reprimand, maintained his composure, rummaging through a drawer to retrieve a medicine bottle. But you, Grandpa, how could you forget to take your medicine again? The doctor advised that you should take it 3 times a day. I am well aware of my own health. No need for your concern. Toji Fushiguro responded childishly, tilting his head defiantly, displaying his resistance to taking the medicine. The boy placed the medication on the coffee table and headed to the kitchen, returning with a cup filled with tea leaves. I apologize, Grandpa. He has always been this way, needing care yet adamantly refusing any concern. Thank you, Saionji. He accepted the steaming tea. It is I who have caused you trouble. As they departed the Toji residence, the sky still bore the light of day, accompanied by Yuji, who had been hastily sent out by the elder under the pretext that high school students should venture out more. The youth hesitated momentarily before his curiosity overcame him. Mr. Saionji, are you friends with my grandfather? At best, I am merely a bothersome acquaintance, Saionji replied with a nod, recalling the elder's request. The pink-haired boy chuckled. My grandpa may have a bad temper and be quite stubborn, but having friends visit him surely brings him joy. Thank you. The absence of parents had not cast a shadow over the boy's spirit. Under his grandfather's care, he radiated warmth akin to a newborn son, generously sharing his light with those around him. Saionji did not acknowledge Itateri's gratitude, but inquired, Are you heading back to school? Yes. I heard there's a courage test event at school tonight. Since I'm already out, I might as well check it out, the young lad replied, his smile devoid of any sorrow. You attend Sugisawa 3rd High, right? Indeed. How fortunate. I have business there as well, the sorcerer remarked. Perhaps we can go together. The term business sparked curiosity within Yuji, who appeared somewhat excited. It feels like something extraordinary, akin to mysterious events that only occur in novels and films. Saionji, affected by his enthusiasm, playfully winked. Perhaps it involves a ranger on a mission to protect the world, uncovering dangers hidden within an ordinary school. They exchanged amused glances, laughter spilling forth, and Saionji added, But in truth, I'm just an ordinary teacher. The boy exaggeratedly gasped. Being a teacher is a noble profession. How impressive. The sorcerer tousled the young one's hair. Yuji, you are impressive as well. Chapter 30, The Perverse. As the sun dipped below the horizon, the witching hour approached. To the west of Sugisawa 3rd High stood a long-abandoned classroom building, rumored to be the site where someone once leapt from the rooftop, their lingering resentment transforming into a vengeful spirit. Kojima-kun, are we really going in there? A short-haired girl clutched her classmate's arm tightly, her voice quivering with fear, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. It's just an old building left standing. There's nothing to fear, Kojima replied, puffing out his chest. Though he too felt a twinge of fear, the innocence of youth compelled him to project a bolder persona before his peers. Drawing his gaze away from the shadowy structure, Kojima silently reassured himself, it's just a little dark. Clearing his throat, he said, Don't worry, Yuko. I will protect you. Since this place has been designated for the courage test, it must be safe. Besides, if we can find that designated item, we will be the champions of the competition. Though the event was organized spontaneously by the students, it was surprisingly endorsed by the principal, who announced that the winning students would receive a week-long trip to Tokyo, funded by him. This was a tempting offer for the students. Yuko Nobuhira felt a flicker of excitement, but was still overshadowed by fear. Kojima-kun. Kojima placed his hands on the girl's shoulders, his handsome profile illuminated by the sunset, his gaze resolute, as if something profound was blossoming within him. As long as I'm here, there's no need to be scared. Yet, Yuko's words lodged in her throat. The boy was like a gust of wind, effortlessly dispelling the fear that had enveloped her. Taking a deep breath, she replied, I understand. The entities birthed from human negativity are termed cursed spirits, and from an ideological standpoint, they can be seen as distinct life forms. Conversely, objects imbued with cursed properties yet inherently lifeless are classified as cursed tools. The latter typically evolve from the remains of sorcerers, with the most notorious example being the fingers of Sukuna, a real entity possessing 2 faces and 4 arms, severed from 20 fingers post-mortem. Due to their perilous nature, the supervisory department has begun collecting them in recent years. On campus, a dilapidated shutter box, often overlooked, bore a latch that was conspicuously out of place. The lock that should have been there mysteriously vanished. A sense of foreboding washed over Saionji as he pulled open the door, only to find the interior empty, prompting a soft click of his tongue. What's wrong? The voice on the phone inquired softly. The sorcerer shut the shutter box and stepped into the open area. Sukuna's fingers are missing. Are you serious? After a brief pause, Satoru Gojo's voice rang out in a teasing tone. I hope they didn't go out for a stroll at night. If that were the case, it would indeed be troublesome, Saionji replied with a hint of a smile, so I might be delayed in returning. Cat got your tongue, Gojo quipped. Why do you seem so pleased? Don't you want to see me? Not at all, Saionji countered, though inwardly he felt otherwise. I can sense it, Gojo teased, receiving a bag from the store clerk under their watchful gaze. Do you want me to come over? You'll see me in no time. The background was filled with the sounds of passing vehicles, and Saionji inquired, Are you outside? Guess again. You're definitely in Sendai, he stated with certainty. I wanted to try the local specialties, kikufuku. The clerk highly recommended the edamame cream flavor. Is that the sole reason you came here? Six Eyes paused momentarily, raising his voice as if to imply that Nishiyama was guilty of some grave misdeed. We've only just tied the knot. And now you expect me to endure the solitude of an empty bed? Isn't it true that we spend every day together? Nishiyama calmly pierced through the facade of reality. Only in the evenings, he declared solemnly. The hours spent at night hardly count as every day. Initially, it was solely Satoru Gojo who was preoccupied, but following Nishiyama's assessment, both found themselves entangled in busyness, leading to the postponement of their planned honeymoon. He muttered to himself, perhaps I should discreetly slip away while they remain oblivious. Gojo would never engage in such irresponsible antics. The sorcerer could easily envision the expression on Six Eyes' face as he uttered those words, a slight frown of grievance adorning his features. This could be construed as a veiled compliment, prompting Satoru Gojo to brighten almost instantly. Of course, I am incredibly responsible. The sorcerer halted on the playground, detecting the lingering traces of Sukuna's malevolence. Yes, so please, Satoru Gojo-sensei, wait just a moment longer. We shall return home together shortly. The cat-like creature purred. I'll only allow you the time it takes to finish off the Kiku-Fuku treats. Understood. The finger he sought was ensconced within a fabric inscribed with cursed writings, significantly mitigating the potential for cursed energy leakage. The visible remnants clearly indicated signs of having detached. Nishiyama pursued the trail of corruption, briefly brushing past two students. It seems there is trouble at the West Building. Isn't that a place seldom frequented? What could possibly transpire there? It's the main arena for the courage test. I'm not sure why they chose that location, but something indeed has happened. Could it possibly be a vengeful spirit? Don't scare me. But someone has already rushed over to assist. That incredibly athletic student from Nishinaka, right? I know. That Tatari, isn't it? The familiarity of the name caused Nishiyama to halt, turning to face the two students. Excuse me, are you referring to Tatari Yuji? Unfamiliar faces, likely new teachers at the school. One student nodded affirmatively. Yes, indeed, Tatari Yuji. Are you going there to help? Oh, I'm sorry. I'm not a teacher here. I'm a relative of Yuji. Nishiyama waved dismissively. Could you please inform me about the situation at the West Building? I heard from others, explained a taller boy. Apparently, two students are trapped inside for reasons unknown. The aura of cursed objects indeed emanated from that direction, growing increasingly potent. Nishiyama decided not to delay further, instructing the two. Thank you, I appreciate it. However, the situation there may be somewhat complex. Could you kindly ensure that other students maintain their distance? Inherently still children, the students acquiesced under Nishiyama's serious expression, remaining silent until the one who claimed to be Tatari's relative disappeared around the corner. How strange. How did that person know there was danger over there? And isn't that person carrying a blade? His companion patted his friend's shoulder, but with an adult present, there should be no issue, after all. That's Tatari's family. Disturbing families only breed more disturbances. The two fell into silence as they grasped this truth. Chapter 31, The Vessel. As the sorcerer hurried toward Tatari Yuiji's location, the long silent system, nearly forgotten by Nishiyama, abruptly reemerged. Long time no see. Whether it was merely Nishiyama's imagination or not, the electronic voice of the system now bore a hint of warmth. Is there a task? The sorcerer softly inquired within his mind. Yes. An urgent mission. Prevent Tatari Yuiji from being consumed by flesh. As the system's words resonated, a red dot appeared before Nishiyama, clearly marking Tatari's name and precise location. Nishiyama was well aware of the system's mysterious power, so he exhibited little surprise. However, a lingering thought that had been percolating for days suddenly surfaced. This has happened before. Hasn't it? Before the system could respond, Nishiyama continued, if your purpose is merely to enhance your educational endeavors, then the rationale behind remaining at Jujutsu High and assisting Maki indeed makes sense. However, upon reflection, your frequency of appearance is far too scant. I could count the instances on one hand. Furthermore, though not explicitly stated, I sense that you are indifferent to whether I accomplish my tasks. This revelation compelled him to question whether your binding to me was solely for the purpose of education. When considering the proportion of sorcerers within the general population, they are indeed a minority, yet, among this group, talent is abundant. Thus, a system that promotes the guise of education seems to adopt an unusually passive demeanor. Consequently, upon dismissing this perplexing option, he realized the system's behavior appeared more like preparation for a particular event. You are correct, it seemed to sigh, imparting a sense of humanity to the sorcerer. But I cannot divulge more. Not that it was unable, but rather that it was incapable. Following this statement, the system fell silent. A crowd had gathered around the vacant lot beneath the abandoned teaching building, where a middle-aged man clad in a black short-sleeved shirt wielded a shovel, attempting to pry open the sole entrance. Why won't it budge? Is it locked from the inside? The viscous aura of curses had enveloped the entire structure. With an increasing number of curses converging greedily, those remaining here would only serve as appetizers for the curses. Nishiyama furrowed his brow. Producing a special identification issued by the association and the police, he approached the only adult present. Good day. Please organize the students and evacuate them to a safe location immediately. Itadori Yuji had always been aware of his uniqueness, not merely due to his extraordinary strength and regenerative capabilities, but also manifested in the bizarre creatures he occasionally glimpsed. You are powerful. Endeavor to save others within your capacity. Try to assist as many as you can. It's all right to feel lost, and don't mind if you don't receive gratitude. These were the words his grandfather had imparted to him. Though he struggled to comprehend them fully, Itadori Yuji indeed acted accordingly. Gradually, he also understood that with great power came a corresponding weight of responsibility. The pink-haired youth discovered one of the trapped students, Shinpai Yuako, huddled in a corner of the hallway. The short-haired student trembled in the corner, stifling soft whimpers. Upon sensing movement, she instinctively recoiled in fear. Don't come any closer. Yuako, it's me, Itadori. He grasped the arm of the girl about to fall, softening his voice to soothe her terror. Like a startled bird, Shinpai Yuako struggled, only realizing before her stood a human. In the presence of a familiar classmate, her taut nerves began to ease. With a quivering voice, she relayed the danger. Itadori, what are you doing here? You need to run. He is coming for you. Having encountered curses before, her first instinct upon seeing a classmate was not to seek help, but rather to urge him to flee. Yuko Nobuhira revealed her cursed leg, biting her lip as she spoke with great difficulty. Itadori-kun, this is beyond the realm of human resolution. You must leave at once. Do not utter words of despair so readily. The determined expression of the small tiger remained steadfast as he hoisted his incapacitated classmate into his arms. No matter what, we will survive. And what of your companions? Kojima-kun. Abruptly, a figure materialized in the corridor, pale moonlight streaming through the window and illuminating the face of the newcomer. Without a doubt, it was Kojimazawa. Are you looking for me? He asked, tilting his head, a chilling smile etched upon his face, clad in his uniform. At the sight of Kojimazawa, Yuko Nobuhira was struck by fear, losing her voice as she clutched tightly to Itadori's clothing, unable to call out to Ron. You are not Kojima-san, are you? Itadori Yuji raised his gaze towards the figure, his eyes sharp. You possess a modicum of insight. Sukuna stepped forward, the black markings on his skin becoming apparent to the two. He then laughed as if he had stumbled upon something amusing. Ah, so you are indeed a vessel? Ordinary humans cannot withstand the toxins of cursed objects. Even if they could successfully embody them, they would only be able to endure for a maximum of 10 minutes. Much like his current form. To be frank, Sukuna's enthusiasm was waning. He had initially intended to toy with this situation, but he hadn't expected a vessel more suitable for him to present itself here. How could this not bring him joy? The king of curses, with an uncharacteristic benevolence, proposed an option. Little one, I can release your companion. However, in exchange, with a flourish, a cursed object bound by incantations appeared in Sukuna's hand. You must consume this. Do not agree to him, Itadori-kun. Yuko Nobuhira fervently shook her head. Surely, one who would recklessly rush in to save another knows the right choice to make. Sukuna patiently awaited Itadori's decision, though he could have easily compelled the boy to embody him right then and there. Yet, who does not relish witnessing the righteous choose justice? The king of curses smiled wider, anticipating the moment when the other would believe he had successfully sacrificed himself, only to plunge him into utter despair soon after. The mere thought of such a scene was delightfully entertaining. Itadori Yuji remained silent. This adversary was formidable. The terrifying aura radiating from him made one instinctively wish to kneel. Alone, he could not hope to best him, let alone protect Nobuhira. The stark realization of inevitable death surfaced in Itadori's mind. What should he do? Should he acquiesce? But what if the opponent reneged? Just as Itadori wavered, the sound of shattering glass suddenly pierced the air. From outside, Nishiyama Hin came barreling in, wielding a cursed tool, aiming for Sukuna's nape, but predictably, the latter evaded the strike. Seizing the opportunity, the sorcerer crossed the curse and reached Itadori's side. Yuji, never trust the words of a curse. Chapter 32, Sukuna. Never trust the words of a curse. The sorcerer enveloped Itatari within his protective embrace, assessing the resurrected king of curses while calculating how much time remained. Nishiyama-sensei, Itatari exclaimed in delight, his extraordinary ability to adapt to new circumstances manifesting in that moment. You truly are a ranger. I knew you were no ordinary person. The sorcerer remained silent for a moment. We will discuss this later. The curse on Yuko Nobuhira's wound was beginning to spread around her. Yuji, you must take the injured one outside. There will be someone waiting below. The small tiger hesitated. Is that all right? As the embodiment of the curse, standing there with arms crossed, it showed no sign of anger at being overlooked, as if utterly indifferent to the vessel's fate. Upon hearing the sorcerer's surname, a cold, sticky gaze began to revolve around the sorcerer's face. Nishiyama-hin could not decipher what this creature was thinking. The immediate priority was to ensure Itatari's departure. He shook his head. Go? Sukuna's words carried an unmistakable hint of derision. He sneered, a bunch of powerless flies. Yet you persist even to this moment. The curse that had usurped another's body ought to concern itself more with its own existence, shouldn't it? Visualized cursed energy crawled up the blade. Nishiyama-hin positioned the cursed tool defensively before him. Sukuna, with merely a finger's strength, posed no threat to him. Sukuna's attention was drawn to the sorcerer's eyes. Two entirely different hues merging together, and merely locking gazes evoked memories of an era when cursed energy was at its zenith. Indeed. Sukuna's smile could no longer be contained. I never imagined that after all these years, a Nishiyama worth noticing would finally appear. The youth, his body adorned with black markings, resembled a greedy beast under the moonlight, his crimson pupils fixated on the human before him, as if surveying his possessions. Very well. I shall begrudgingly select you as my new body. With the sorcerer's body under scrutiny, he maintained his composure, leading the charge towards Sukuna, the explosive cursed energy creating a scorching presence in the air. Sukuna's current state could not be considered a successful embodiment. He had merely momentarily revived through Kojima's body. When Kojima's flesh could no longer endure, it would signal Sukuna's return to slumber. The association's intelligence indicated that only one finger was preserved at Sujezawa High School. Yet Sukuna now possessed a second. There was no doubt that the King of Curses could sense the locations of the other fingers. But it was impossible for him to seek them out in such a short span, if the association's information was accurate. Nishiyama-hin surmised that someone had deliberately placed the finger here. But why? The sorcerer blocked Sukuna's sidekick with his blade, and as the latter recoiled, Nishiyama-hin pressed the advantage. His vision still caught sight of the red dot. That was the position of the staff. Itatari. From the information revealed by the system, it was clear that the one capable of being successfully embodied by Sukuna was a natural vessel. And this natural vessel happened to be the child of the resurrected Itatari Kairi, which led to an even more outrageous conjecture. What if this body was originally prepared for Sukuna's resurrection? Nishiyama-hin refrained from delving deeper into such thoughts. He could already sense an enormous web enveloping everyone unnoticed. The true intentions of the puppeteer behind the scenes could not possibly be so simple. In the midst of their struggle, the two found themselves on a more expansive rooftop. The once dilapidated building, with its intact infrastructure, lay in ruins under the onslaught of cursed energy. Sukuna halted at the edge of the terrace, bathed in moonlight, his madness intensifying. The moonlight truly must be experienced firsthand to be appreciated. The era when humans scuttle about like maggots is simply magnificent. I can hardly wait to slay you and unleash a massacre. He turned back, malice radiating from him. How about I devour that woman saved by the little one first? Though she had once been a real human being, he felt little sense of belonging to humanity. Otherwise, he would not have been dubbed the King of Curses. Lacking a fundamental reverence for life, indifferent to ethics and morality, he embodied pure malevolence, resembling a curse more than a curse itself, suppressing the nausea rising within him. Nishiyama-hin refused to utter another word, his eyes now entirely consumed by a golden glare. Before that, it should be I who kills you. As previously mentioned, the solitary finger of the cursed spirit posed no significant threat to Nishiyama-in, and it was utterly futile to extract any information from this entity. The sorcerer's patience was gradually wearing thin, culminating in a menacing proclamation from the curse. Next time, I will undoubtedly take your life. The cursed object, ensconced in a shroud of decay, fell to the ground. Upon emergence, Yuko Shinpei's leg wound had been tended to, yet her cheek bore an abnormal flush, a remnant of the curse's lingering toxicity. Even more pronounced than that was the redness encircling her eyes. Although she had gleaned the impending circumstances from the auxiliary supervisor, she still gazed with hopeful anticipation at the figure emerging from within. Nishiyama-in averted his gaze, avoiding the girl's heated stare, and handed 2 fingers to the temporarily assigned auxiliary supervisor. The corporeal student has lost all vital signs. The necessary documentation took approximately 10 minutes. As he passed by the girl, Nishiyama softly uttered, "I'm sorry." The summer's oppressive heat dissipated into the tranquil night, while the girl's sobs echoed eerily in the evening breeze. Nishiyama glanced up at the luminous silver disk in the sky and sighed. This night was destined to be sleepless. The sorcerer searched in vain for a Tatari's presence, only to be directed by the auxiliary supervisor to the expansive student athletic field. Illuminated by lights, the field was nearly deserted, with students who had participated in the courage test departing home under the escort of faculty. Crossing the red rubber track, Nishiyama soon spotted two figures on the opposite bleachers, one tall and one short. While a Tatari's height of 173 centimeters was not particularly short, it seemed somewhat diminished when contrasted against a certain white-haired individual. "Mr. Nishiyama, we are here," Itatari Yuji called out, waving enthusiastically. Wataru Gojo joined in, cupping his hands around his mouth. "We're right here." Chapter 33, Extra, the turbulence of your. Humans can withstand a maximum water depth of 150 meters without any protective gear. Typical military submarines operate within depths of 400 to 1200 meters. What then lies within an 8,000-meter trench? It would be akin to uprooting the tallest mountain on Earth and submerging it such that only its summit remains visible. This is a depth unreachable by human capability alone. 1. The living cannot, but the dead can. It is difficult to fathom a long-deceased individual, whose remains may have long since decayed beyond recognition, suddenly regaining consciousness in a pitch-black expanse devoid of sound. The soul is impervious to pressure. Thus, in the underwater abyss, where the distinction between open and closed eyes is utterly meaningless, Nishiyama became aware of an entity passing through his body. It was then that he realized he was submerged in water. Without celestial references like the sun or moon, his perception of time was exceptionally sluggish. Consequently, he resorted to counting or muttering trivialities to stave off the overwhelming desolation. 2. Upon reaching the count of 259, 246, Nishiyama gradually regained control over his body. And astonishingly, his eyes began to perceive objects within a certain radius. It is crucial to note that this is the deep sea. This was a positive development, prompting him to cease his stationary existence. After an additional 13,896 counts, Nishiyama ascended to the upper stratum of the trench, drifting upward like a jellyfish. Schools of bioluminescent fish glided past, enchanting him with their ethereal ballet reminiscent of a tranquil starry night. Nishiyama had a fondness for the color blue in these fish. Thus, the spirit began to swim alongside the fish, soon arriving at a vibrant coral reef, where the corals clustered together like smoldering embers upon the rocks. 3. The fish halted here to forage, relying on the minute algae clinging to the corals for sustenance. A few seemed captivated by something, quietly departing from their school under Nishiyama's gaze, eagerly squeezing into the crevices of the reef. He followed suit, only to discover the entity known as Gokomunkyo ensnared within the fissures. However, he was unaware of its identity, nor did he know that it contained someone he yearned to meet. Guided by an inexplicable intuition, Nishiyama lingered. Initially, he attempted to grasp it, yet each effort culminated in the entity passing through him. 4, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. The azure fish returned for the 4th time, and Nishiyama surmised that 4 days had elapsed since he first encountered Gokomunkyo. The spirit felt a vague sense of agitation, uncertain of the significance of remaining here. He longed to depart, or rather, he wished to meet Wataru Gojo. Just as he was about to follow another school of fish away, Gokomunkyo unleashed a powerful suction. The world spun violently, and Nishiyama had no doubt that he might be drawn into the all-seeing cubic entity. Time slipped away, and as Gokomunkyo's pull diminished, he sensed a faint ripple of cursed energy when the last grain of sand fell from it. 5. How did you end up here? How could you possibly be here? 6. Nishiyama was oblivious to the circumstances unfolding above. But the mere fact that Wataru Gojo's cursed energy could manifest in the depths of the sea was enough to indicate that Japan had likely succumbed to calamity. In his spectral state, he was invisible and untouchable, unable to influence the material world. Thus, the option to seek aid was irrevocably sealed. He could only remain, watching as Gokomunkyo returned to a state of tranquility, akin to death. Nishiyama refrained from contemplating whether the one inside was still alive. Rather, it was his defense mechanism rejecting the possibility of adverse outcomes. The spirit sat around Gokomunkyo, inevitably speculating about what lay within. Would Wataru Gojo feel cold or hunger? 7. The human body is remarkably fragile. The pressure of the deep sea could instantly reduce flesh to a mere puddle of blood and sinew. Thus, when Wataru Gojo emerged, would he return to the surface unscathed? Could the limitless potential of his abilities protect him? An unknown filament of seaweed drifted by, snagging on the cubic edges before becoming ensnared by the current. A profound sense of helplessness enveloped Nishiyama in. He was rendered powerless. He could neither retrieve Gokomunkyo nor release the trapped Wataru Gojo. Even the seaweed entangled upon it remained beyond his reach. If awakening merely served to once again confront despair, then Nishiyama conceded that he had reached the end of his road. 8. The location of Gokomunkyo's confinement lies within a subduction zone, indicating that as tectonic plates shift, Gokomunkyo would be pressed deeper into the abyss. Even if someone were to locate Gokomunkyo, retrieving it would be an impossibility. Nishiyama awakened amid the dragging sensation. The concept of a soul resting seemed ill-suited to his circumstances. A school of azure fish intertwined to form an immense net. And Nishinoya inexplicably discovered himself ensnared within this web, being swept upward by the migrating shoal. Yumin-Q. He struggled fiercely, attempting to extricate himself from the densely packed fish. Yearning to return to the shadowy depths of the ocean, to the side of Yumin-Q. Please, stop. Yet, no one could hear his pleas. Just as no fish could comprehend the words of a ghost. Ultimately, Nishinoya found Yumin-Q, ensnared by seaweed, hanging from the fin of a small fish, rendering it nearly impossible for the creature to swim. Nevertheless, the shoal would not abandon any of its companions, so it enveloped Yumin-Q and continued its migration. On the 13th day of Satoru Gojo's sealing, Nishinoya discovered he could influence the material world, though his form remained transparent. In a twist of fate, the denizens of the deep appeared to perceive him. They were not frightened by the ethereal bipt, but rather curiously circled around him, occasionally playfully passing through one another's forms. Nishinoya nestled Yumin-Q within his chest cavity, and from afar, it resembled a peculiar heart that did not beat. The fish had elevated Nishinoya to a depth of approximately 1,000 meters, where varying water pressures rendered the ascent inhospitable for the bottom-dwelling fish. The ghost murmured a soft thank you to the receding cerulean star cluster, raising his gaze towards the still unseen surface of the sea, striving to swim upward. With 65-43 meters remaining, Nishinoya counted to 259 for 36, which approximated 3 days in the realm of reality. 15 days had elapsed since Satoru Gojo's sealing, and the connection between sea and sky grew indistinct amidst the waves, as Nishinoya drifted in the boundless ocean. Just as he began to feel like he might transform into a solitary island, a blinding white light drew near. Yumin-Q. Yumin-Q was floating. The man who had taken a step to the edge of the deck decisively tossed down a rope ladder. Nishinoya extracted Yumin-Q from his chest, and water spilled from the cubic eyes, swiftly staining the ground. The ghost slumped onto the floor, and as he looked up, he met the complex gaze of a familiar face. Nishinoya averted his eyes. You can see me. Uehara chuckled, a glimmer of tears in his eyes. Have you forgotten my technique? He could scarcely contain the tremor in his voice. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't simply perish. What is the situation now? What else could it be? Humans have lost. Uehara's spine sagged. A mix of laughter and tears, utterly defeated. Even retaliation is built upon countless lives. The ship bore the emblem of a prominent clan, prompting Nishinoya to speculate. Zenin. The head of the Zenin family was now Kento Nanamai, and the sorcerer's tone dripped with mockery. The association declared any attempts to release him as a crime after the sealing of 6 eyes. Only Nanamai, as his student, has yet to abandon the search for Yumin-Q. So much has transpired in just a year. Uehara inquired. What is your current condition? I do not know. Nishinoya replied candidly. I have been like this since I awakened. He smiled. Perhaps I shall vanish by tomorrow. He was reluctant to delve further into this topic. What mattered now was the crucial endeavor of rescuing Satoru Gojo from Yumin-Q. You mentioned that time is imperceptible within Yumin-Q. Nishinoya pondered for a moment. Therefore, we cannot ascertain how long has passed for Satoru. From an objective standpoint, my suggestion is to wait here until the students within the barrier break the seal. Uehara had no objections to this, as he too harbored concerns for Satoru Gojo's mental state. Thus, they could only prepare for the worst. Time flowed agonizingly slow. 3 brief days felt as though they spanned 3 years. During this interval, Nishinoya's form underwent a slight transformation. Uehara pushed open the cabin door, scanning the room until he discovered a transparent figure beside Yumin-Q. Is this the small change you referred to? Nishinoya displayed little reaction, calmly stating the fact. The soul remains fundamentally intact, regardless. Allow me to counter, Uehara interjected bluntly. Humanity's understanding of the soul remains at a rudimentary level of mere existence. Therefore, I implore you to take greater care of yourself. You wouldn't want to face the loss of companions anew when 6 eyes reemerges, would you? Such a scenario will not occur. What do you mean? Uehara quickly discerned his intent. Do you not intend to confront him? It is fortunate enough that I am a ghost, the spectre sighed, reiterating, I am a being long deceased. Merely having the opportunity to view you once more brings me joy. Thus, I never aspire to witness the dawn of another day. Uehara was at a loss for words, recognizing the futility in persuading him, and could only snort dismissively. Suit yourself. On the 19th day of the seal, the barrier's Kazuri Shoko established contact with Uehara at sea. The physician revealed that the angels would officially utilize their technique to break Human Q's seal at noon today. For the safety of those aboard the ship, everyone must evacuate by 11:50. As the one responsible for updating Six Eyes on the current situation, Uehara piloted a small lifeboat, anchored 1,000 meters from Human Q. Are you really not going to inform him? The small figure on his shoulder shook its head. No need. The hour hand on the watch approached 12, and as the longest hand completed its final rotation, a powerful gust of wind surged, raising waves towering over 10 meters, as if to submerge the entire earth. Before long, a dark silhouette emerged from the waves. Uehara beheld Six Eyes, who had almost instantaneously arrived before him. The pale blue of his eyes was obscured by strands of hair, concealing his expression. The sorcerer tentatively called out, Satoru? Satoru Gojo's voice lacked inflection, and the warm sunlight illuminating his silhouette did nothing to dispel the chill surrounding him. Rather, it accentuated his otherworldly demeanor. The once celebrated Six Eyes lifted his eyelids, appearing to finally recognize the individual before him. Oh, it's you, Uehara. His state evoked an indescribable sensation, prompting Uehara to furrow his brow. Are you all right? He elongated the last syllable, as if unaware of why the sorcerer posed such a question. The glint of mischief flickered across the deity's face, though it was swiftly suppressed. I'm hardly doing well. I wish to immediately eliminate a few curses to alleviate my joyous heart. Noticing Uehara's increasingly grave expression, Six Eyes scoffed. All right, enough teasing. Quickly, tell me the current situation. We must hurry to salvage the situation. He made no mention of his experiences within Human Q. After grasping the general circumstances, he promptly utilized his limitless technique to depart. The sea surface settled, as if nothing had transpired. Nishinoya, who had been striving to remain hidden since earlier, climbed onto the sorcerer's shoulder. We are leaving. I understand. Nishinoya remained unable to decipher emotions, his demeanor cold, yet his gaze fixated on the spot where Six Eyes had vanished, lost in thought. Shall we return together? The strongest return signifies the imminent conclusion of calamity, a thought echoed in the minds of all. The association has become a mere shadow of its former self, with its members striving to make a difference. Naturally, Uehara cannot afford to be idle. His task is to resolve the historical issues left behind by the Department of Curse Techniques. The future of the Sorcerer Association will be composed of fresh blood, each member a towering tree nurtured by hope, destined to sweep away the shadows of the bygone era. As Uehara jested, let me be the secretary to the president. That would be more than sufficient, wouldn't you agree? The air quivered momentarily, and the silver-haired Shoko returned. Uehara's words caught in his throat, and he awkwardly exclaimed, you're back. The floating six-eyed figure inclined its head closer to the sorcerer, its tone laden with significance. Are you addressing me, secretary? The oppressive aura emanating from Gojo Satoru felt even more formidable than before, making Uehara feel as if he were being scrutinized by a ferocious beast in the wilderness, paralyzing him with fear. Why yes, I am indeed speaking to you. The six-eyed figure extended its hand, and Uehara fought against the instinct to recoil, maintaining a facade of calm. What is it? Nishiyama was pulled into the limelight. Realizing his predicament, Uehara decided to fully betray the other. It's not that I wanted to hide it from you. He forbade me from speaking. In response, the six-eyed figure let out a delighted chuckle. How did you discover my presence? A diminutive figure, approximately 10 centimeters tall, was nestled within the collar obscuring Gojo's chin, enveloped by Gojo Satoru's aura. Nishiyama pressed his lips together and hesitantly admitted, you are angry. I realized it when you placed the prison gate upon your heart. The interior of the prison gate was filled with absolute suppression and weakening. Gojo Satoru could not perceive the outside world, only aware that he had been trapped inside for an extended period, until a warm current enveloped him, initially unbeknownst to him. But then, in a fleeting moment, Gojo caught sight of someone struggling to swim upwards alongside him in the depths of the ocean. I am indeed angry. They were so close that Nishiyama could feel the vibrations of the six-eyed figure's chest as it spoke, naturally able to discern the grievances concealed within its words. Do you intend to pretend as if nothing has occurred, only to perish once more in my absence? Nishiyama could not refute the accusation, for it was the truth. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter even an apology. I do not intend to blame you. Gojo Satoru softened his tone, his voice barely maintaining its calm. Stay by my side. Even if you vanish, allow me to witness it. Is that possible? There was no longer any room for refusal. The spirit softly replied, all right. The decisive battle was scheduled for Christmas Eve, under a gloomy sky. Through the research materials on souls left behind by Tsukimo Yuki, Nishiyama finally liberated himself from the peculiar state visible only to 2 individuals. Yet, his form remained diminutive, to prevent any unnecessary incidents. Nishiyama and Itate Shoko remained in the safe zone. By this time, the weather had turned quite cold. The doctor nestled in the sofa before the fireplace, clutching a well-thumbed medical book, flipping through its pages at a rapid pace, inciting suspicion that she had not truly absorbed its content. Nishiyama sat in a similarly warm armchair, while someone nearby had crafted a small nest from a scarf, kneeling at the edge like a puppet, earnestly reading a massive tome far exceeding his height. Shoko, in a fit of irritation, tossed the book aside, rummaging through her pocket for a cigarette, only to remember that she was not alone. "Am I allowed to smoke?" she inquired, echoing her earlier question to Nishiyama during their first encounter, which elicited a faint smile from him. Shoko tilted her head in recollection, then sighed. "Back then, I was still a student. How time flies." "Indeed, it does." He gazed out the window at the gently falling snow. "Shoko, do not worry. We shall emerge victorious." Nishiyama's words seemed to carry a certain magic, calming Shoko's restless emotions with his murmurs, prompting a soft chuckle from the doctor. "That is true. Though I hesitate to admit it, that guy is Gojo Satoru." The grand battle concluded promptly at 6 in the evening, a thick layer of snow blanketing the Torii Gate, as a quiet crowd gathered at the entrance of the Jujutsu High, awaiting the hero's return. As the hour hand pointed to the midpoint, the six-eyed figure, accompanied by his students, appeared on the mountain path. Their gazes collided across the throng, and the flurry of snow could not muffle the jubilant cheers that filled the air. The tiny figure in Gojo's palm tapped her finger against Shoko's. "Shoko, let me down." Nishiyama navigated through the excited sorcerers, inching closer to the six-eyed figure, his form gradually elongating until he fell into a long-prepared warm embrace. Gojo Satoru took his hand and placed it against his face. "We have won. I know. As I have said before, I am the strongest. I am aware of that as well." After a brief silence, Gojo's voice became somewhat muffled. "Can I stay?" The din of the crowd seemed to fade into the distance. Nishiyama could only rely on lip reading to ascertain what Gojo had said, revealing an unprecedentedly fervent smile. "Perhaps not." A light kiss landed on Gojo's brow, the sound of falling snow obscuring his subsequent words. Gojo Satoru nodded in acknowledgement. The process of the soul dissipating resembled a gentle snowfall, as the warmth of the departed lingered in Gojo's hands. He lowered his gaze, silently contemplating his palms. After a long pause, he emitted a sound akin to regret. "You are quite the tyrant." Uehara did not become the secretary to the new association president as he had hoped. In frustration, he slammed the documents on his desk, embodying a quintessential corporate slave. The blue-haired girl pushed open the office door, depositing newly received documents onto an available spot. "President, this is a leave request from Principal Gojo." Uehara, weary of the entitlement, glanced over the request and noted, "Does a leave request truly require this much detail?" Principal Gojo mentioned he was helping his students request leave as well. Kuroi, Kajimi chuckled. The girl discreetly assessed the newly appointed president's demeanor, swiftly retreating before he could unleash his fury. Behind the closed door, a belated roar echoed. "No one is permitted to take leave, absolutely none." Meanwhile, at the designated dining spot, the auburn-haired girl impatiently regarded her 2 peers. "What is that fool up to?" Fushiguro Megami had officially transferred the headship of the Zenin family to Maki, who aspired to revolutionize the clan, and he had successfully returned to the carefree existence of a Jujutsu High student. The boy, well acquainted with someone's temperament, quipped, "That guy has been like this for quite some time." Yet, the observant Itatori Yuji exclaimed in surprise, "I see Principal Gojo." The wild rose approached, as the tall figure of Gojo Satoru was surrounded by 3 girls, and upon spotting his cherished students, he gleefully winked. "I truly do not understand how he is so popular." The girl rolled her eyes, already knowing that his refusal would likely be attributed to "I am already married." The indignant Wild Rose of Justice protested, moreover, taking advantage of the stunning beauty's inability to refuse. To unilaterally proclaim the union between themselves and the other party is rather uncouth. Isn't it? How could this be? Unbeknownst to him, the six-eyed one, with an air of innocence, retorted, "Do not frame it as if I am oppressing anyone. We are mutually infatuated, after all. As for whether there would be any refusal, Wadara Fushiguro was exceedingly confident. Given how much he adores me, he would undoubtedly agree to marry me." The students collectively averted their gazes in disdain. The forward-moving Itatori seemed to have discovered something novel and turned his head. "It's snowing." The six-eyed one removed his eye mask, and at that moment, his limitless technique was unshackled. He joined the students in looking upward, feeling the icy sensation melt upon his cheeks. Indeed, it was snowing. Chapter 34, Atonement. The number of students at the Jiu-Jitsu high school was quite sparse, with only about 3 per grade. However, the seemingly impending closure of the institution mysteriously improved after Zenin Maki's arrival. The summer uniforms had been distributed to the students a week prior, providing somewhat better heat dissipation than before, albeit still inadequate. Moreover, the uniquely gifted Yuji Itadori had successfully transferred to the high school 3 days ago. Although his former homeroom teacher could not fathom why a fine student would suddenly enroll at a vocational high school she had never heard of, a bespectacled, diligent woman repeatedly urged the pink-haired student to voice any difficulties he might encounter. Unexpectedly, when the young Itadori broached the subject of transferring schools to his grandfather, the usually stubborn and rigid Itadori, Yuta, merely raised his eyelids. A change of environment necessitated adapting well to his peers. After that, he did not utter another word. In the training grounds, Maki deftly evaded an attack from her own shadow, her movements sharp and devoid of hesitation. She seemed like an entirely different person compared to before. Inyazuka had gone off to undertake a solo mission, leaving the cursed spirit feeling rather lonely as he stealthily approached the rookie substitutes. Glancing at the inappropriate behavior of the delinquent teacher, he exclaimed, "Can birds eat cake?" The astute Fushiguro, possessing ample authority on the subject, added, "I previously saw him feeding a crow chocolate. Generally, birds should not consume chocolate, yet the black-feathered creatures being fed raised their chins in satisfaction." Itadori withdrew his gaze. Uncertain, "But this seems a bit different, doesn't it?" Maki continued to engage in combat with her shadow, the crow brought back by Zenin, having consumed the cursed spirit, now wielded the power of curses. With a large pet already at home, and given the mutual disdain between them, they had likely clashed before. Thus, it was simply placed at Jiu-Jitsu High, where it could also contribute to the students' training. Panda offered a final remark. It could indeed be classified as a new species. However, if humans are referred to as sorcerers, what should we call the crow? Record, May 2017, due to relentless bullying from classmates, for students, including the instigator, sustained severe injuries. Jiu-Jitsu High School, the Forbidden Room. The walls were layered with talismans, creating the illusion of being enveloped in a waterfall of paper. With specially crafted ropes hanging from the ceiling, connected to long nails driven into the ground. This same arrangement formed an oddly shaped cage, and upon awakening, Okotsu Yuta found himself at the very center of it. Fortunately, there were no bindings on his body, allowing him to shield himself somewhat from the glaring candlelight. The despondent youth slightly lifted his head, spotting a figure not far away. In such a bizarre setting, an ordinary person would likely exhibit signs of fear. Yet Okotsu merely sighed deeply, as Rika had never been so quiet. He recognized the reason behind this was the omnipresent incantations. Good evening," he remarked. Though it was still midday, the figure in the shadows stepped forward, the candlelight illuminating the young man's face, revealing a uniform identical to that of the white-haired man who had previously found him. "Is this a place of execution?" he inquired. "What makes you think that?" Zenin Maki questioned, perplexed. "The person who brought me here." Okotsu struggled to endure the gaze of others, or rather, felt a twinge of fear. His voice grew softer. He said to enjoy the remaining time. It was precisely the kind of thing Wataru Fushiguro would do. Zenin Maki interrupted the youth, who had begun to contemplate his own demise. "You have indeed been sentenced to death." He paused, "but previously, due to Wataru Fushigiro's intervention, it was decided that you would be granted a probationary period. Following that, a formal decision would be made regarding your execution." "I see," Okotsu retreated. Akin to a clam withdrawing into its shell after being startled, the solitary and long-closed demeanor he usually bore suddenly emerged. "Aren't you displeased?" Okotsu opened his mouth, teetering on self-despair. "For someone like me, even if I survive, it will only lead to more deaths. I do not wish for anyone to lose their life because of me. Thus the probationary period is entirely unnecessary." He cautiously inquired, "May I stay here?" "But you must interact with others." "I want to go outside," he murmured, resembling a self-denial rather than a refusal. Stubborn, fragile. Anyone who beheld Okotsu Yuta would conjure these 2 words, along with the aura of a benevolent spirit surrounding him, which could evoke a desire for destruction within others. Conventional persuasion techniques had lost their efficacy on him, prompting Zenin Maki to gently inquire, "At that moment, did you wish to kill those 4 individuals?" The students who had bullied Okotsu Yuta were forcefully confined within a storage locker, although they barely survived after treatment. Their lives would be spent lying on a narrow bed for the remainder of their days. No, genuine emotion flickered across his face, no longer devoid of life. Okotsu anxiously clarified, "I never intended to harm them." He let out a self-deprecating laugh. "But what difference does that make? Rika acted because of me. Remaining here will not resolve anything." Zenin Maki continued, "The power residing within you, that is Rika, if wielded appropriately, can indeed protect others." Okotsu's shoulders twitched as the sorcerer approached him, softening his tone. This is not your fault, but if you must think this way, consider it an opportunity for atonement. To redeem the sins you have committed, learn how to master your power. The youth lifted his tear-stained face. Is that truly possible? As long as you are willing to take that step, it certainly is. The sorcerer placed a hand on his shoulder, encouragingly patting it twice. At that time, you can decide whether to abandon everything once and for all. Thus concluded Okotsu's judgment. As they exited the forbidden room, Zen and Maki lingered a step behind and called out to the youth walking ahead. Yuta, walk out on your own. The summoned student was bewildered but obediently pushed open the door first. A breeze filled with the scent of grass and trees greeted him, accompanied by the close chirping of insects and birds. The scorching sunlight warmed his body, and in such an environment, Okotsu involuntarily relaxed, exhaling a breath of pent-up air. A hand gently nudged his back, a cool voice resonating. Straighten your back. How do you feel? Zen and Maki inquired. The youth felt a flush rising to his cheeks and stammered in response. It's quite comfortable. That's good, the sorcerer nodded, extending his hand to catch a leaf blown by the wind. Embrace your new beginnings, Yuta. Chapter 35, Sprouting. The student dormitories of the prestigious school featured single-occupancy rooms. After properly hanging the nameplate on the door, Nakanishi prepared a card he had ready for the newcomer. This is your student ID. Simply swipe this when dining in the cafeteria. The boy obediently accepted it, and Nakanishi continued. If you feel unwell, you can visit Miss Shoko at the infirmary you just came from. For everyday matters, such as leave requests, you can approach either me or Gojo Satoru. To prevent the newcomer from forgetting to mention the name, Nakanishi explained, that's the person who brought you to the school. Is Mr. Gojo also a teacher? Itadori Yuta expressed his surprise, then awkwardly lowered his head. Not quite like that, is it? He felt that there was something different in Nakanishi's tone when he mentioned this person. Yuta softly replied, yes, there is a slight difference. He glanced at the empty corridor and the closed doors that bore signs of occupancy. Aren't others around? They are all training, came the reply. Meanwhile, on the other side, after finishing her training, Maki collapsed onto the ground. A sleek black crow, having found a delicate pink flower somewhere, gently placed it beside the girl. That's quite pretty. But I'm not fond of flowers, the ponytailed girl said, petting the crow's head. But thank you nonetheless. The crow's black eyes twinkled, and it cawed in response before returning to stand by its white-haired teacher, waiting for a treat like an elderly gentleman. How outrageous. Why the preferential treatment towards girls? Rokuhara angrily tossed a piece of cake onto the ground, only to have the crow peck at it. This wasn't he the first time. The crow had previously used the same tactic to charm his peers upon seeing Shoko. The only one who saw through the ruse, Gojo Satoru, expressed his disdain. Gojo revealed his smooth, white arm and chuckled with a sense of triumph. Blocked, huh? They say birds have short memories, and it seems that's truly the case. Such childish behavior. Maki, exhausted and drained, lacked the strength to retort. Jujutsu Kaisen lowered his head and conversed with the person beside him. How does Nakanishi-sensei tolerate him? Fushiguro Megami declined the invitation to chat and admitted he was unaware. The pink-haired boy, Itadori, pondered for a moment before offering his conclusion. It's love, without a doubt. It's love. Unbeknownst to Nakanishi, his reputation was suffering. The captured crow sensed something amiss and struggled slightly. Gojo blinked and, in a moment of kindness, released his grip, allowing the bird to fly back to its familiar companion. The bird joyfully flapped its wings, but just as it was about to depart, it emitted a shrill cry, instinctively changing direction towards the strongest aura within the vicinity. At the same time, Maki's expression turned cold as she quickly sprang to her feet, the unspoken bond between her and Panda facilitating their swift reunion. Itadori, bewildered, was suddenly seized by the sea-urchin-headed panda and placed within the protective circle of the three. Itadori Yuta, hey. Maki's voice was tense. Nakanishi-sensei, the one accompanying you. It's a curse, isn't it? The already anxious Yuta instinctively shrank back behind the sorcerer at her exclamation. Did Satoru not inform you? Nakanishi glanced toward the only person in the room who was privy to the truth. The raven above, irritated, bent over, laughing at the anxious students, only to straighten up awkwardly under Nakanishi's gaze, suddenly appearing innocent despite its deliberate antics. Weak, pitiable, yet not innocent. The sorcerer stepped aside, revealing the disheartened boy to the others. This is our new first-year student, Itadori Yuta. Originally meant to be a trio, the class had been altered due to insufficient numbers. So for now, he would share a class with Maki and Panda. He patted the boy's shoulder. You also have a very talented curse user in your class, but she is currently away on a mission. Yuta shyly waved, hello everyone. Tiger's hand shot up as he earnestly interjected, but counting me and Megami. Doesn't that make 3 of us? That's because you two are not yet of age, the six-eyed one remarked, having approached without ceremony. leaning against the sorcerer. And your teammate has long been prepared. He winked mysteriously. She is a girl with a very unique personality. Seeming to find the students' reactions too subdued, Gojo added seriously. There's one more thing. Although our Atatari just enrolled, the six-eyed one intentionally paused, creating suspense, is a special grade. The crowd responded with a collective. Perhaps they are too shocked from the earlier scare? Maki commented. Atatari approached Yuta, who wore a white shirt, genuinely praising him. That's amazing. Can I call you Yuta? Since the loss of Rika, Yuta's life had taken a turn for the worse. And it had been a long time since he'd experienced kindness from his peers. The boy awkwardly forced a smile. Thank you, of course you can. His courage began to blossom amidst the warmth of his new classmates, and he stood taller, earnestly introducing himself once more. Hello everyone, my name is Atatari Yuta. It was easy for peers to bond, and the boys happily gathered around, chatting animatedly, leaving the two adults somewhat neglected. The bird returned to Nakanishi's shoulder. Its cool beak, placing a light-colored flower against his ear. Is this a gesture of goodwill? Nakanishi thought, reaching to remove the plant, only to have his hand caught. It's quite beautiful, the six-eyed one commented, moving closer, his azure eyes reflecting only the sorcerer. But if it were the same blue as mine, it would be even better. That way, it would be evident what our relationship is. There seemed to be no direct correlation between the two. Nevertheless, that did not prevent the six-eyed one from coldly whispering to the raven, no more evening snacks. The blackbird, unfazed, hopped over to the other side, nuzzling affectionately against its owner. It had long since discerned the true nature of this household. Chapter 36, Bonds. Being a sorcerer is akin to running a marathon, with the corpses of comrades awaiting at the finish line. The heat was so intense that even the air conditioning set to maximum could not dispel the palpable frustration embedded in the scorching summer. It seemed someone had perished. You know, sorcerers do not generate cursed spirits. If all of humanity were to become sorcerers, then curses would cease to exist. Therefore, wouldn't it be the same to eliminate all those who are not sorcerers? This unorthodox statement did not evoke hostility. Rather, it prompted contemplation. What you suggest is feasible. Yuta. That evening, a torrential downpour ensued. When the rain fell, the banana leaves in the courtyard dripped like boats. And one of the boss's foster daughters, who he could never quite distinguish by name, hopped over. She held a white card, the size of a credit card. In her hand, her face adorned with an unmistakable air of superiority typical of sorcerers over mere mortals. What brings you here? Before the intermediary could respond, the long-haired girl, the type adored by otaku, thrust the card into his hands. Take this to Master Suguru, will you? The young girl swiftly vanished from Kong Shiu's sight. Running her fingers over the card, he glanced down. It was a student ID. Kong Shiu had always possessed a clear understanding of his own position. He was a businessman, with the singular aim of amassing wealth. Thus, he was perpetually found lurking in the gray areas. To be honest, when Suguru Geto sought him out, the renowned intermediary was quite taken aback. He had a hand in the Shinjuku incident, which indirectly led to the demise of Riko Amanai. Yet, his counterpart seemed unconcerned with this matter. Not only that, but under his guidance, Suguru had swiftly ascended to become the master of the newly integrated star cult. The name remained unchanged, yet the members were replaced by sorcerers Suguru had gathered from various locales. The reception room was somewhat tranquil, with a life-sized wooden sculpture of the cult's leader sent by the followers. The artisan had deliberately softened the contours, imbuing the figure with an almost divine quality, making it seem as though one was enveloped in boundless compassion upon gazing into its eyes. Compassion? Not quite. Suguru despised monkeys and the offerings they brought, many of which had been devoured by the pelican he kept. It was only due to the persuasion of his twin sisters that he allowed this particular wooden sculpture to remain. The intermediary found Suguru's figure behind a screen. He was no longer clad in that peculiar robe, but was instead leaning against a pillar in the hall, his hair unbound and dressed in simple attire. Staring expressionlessly at the withering banana tree, Kong Shiu approached, grasped a leaf, and inspected it closely. The problem lies at the roots. It likely won't survive this summer. Then let it perish, Suguru replied, his demeanor cold, as if the sorrow expressed was not his own. Suguru returned to the confines of the screen after regaining his composure. This is from your adopted daughter, Kong Shiu stated, sitting across from him. The smile could not mask the melancholic half-figure in the vacant space on the right. It read, first-year student at Jujutsu High, Yuta Okotsu, special grade sorcerer. Ah, this was fortuitously found by me. It must have been forgotten in his clothing. Later discovered by Maimei and Nanako, who manage his daily needs. Yuta was a special grade sorcerer and the vessel for Rika Orimoto. Suguru's gaze lingered over the card, but it appeared he was peering through it to something beyond. I must find an opportunity to return it. He tucked the student ID away and turned his attention to the somewhat incongruous intermediary. What brings you to me? Someone wishes to meet you, but for some reason, they found their way to me. Suguru, the master of the star cult, chuckled enigmatically. If it's a wish, perhaps they should pray to Sugawara no Michizane. It might yield better results than my intervention. Kong Shiyu's voice grew softer. The nonchalant expression faded as a faint smile graced Suguru's lips, his violet eyes darkening with contemplation. Life is fragile, hence parting becomes inevitable, manifesting in myriad forms. Yuta had unleashed Rika's complete form during a mission, and being still in the observation phase. He had undoubtedly triggered the frail and sensitive nerves of the old guard. By 10 in the morning, Satoru Gojo had been summoned to the Jujutsu headquarters. One could surmise he wouldn't be returning anytime soon. Meanwhile, the investigation into Kairi Tatari had reached a standstill, with the only certainty being that the real Kairi had perished many years prior. The breakthrough still lay with Takashi Nakanishi. Nakanishi had taken a leave of absence, contemplating how to confront the elder when this figure, who had intertwined with his life for so long, unexpectedly sought him out. The air was thick with moisture, and the ominous clouds loomed overhead, appearing as if they might collapse at any moment, imparting a heavy sense of doom. An ant, oblivious to the impending rain, awkwardly ascended the artificially carved stone block, its antennae aiding its exploration of the gravestone's crevices. I never anticipated you would take the initiative to meet me, the young sorcerer remarked, setting down the white chrysanthemum in his arms. His expression softened for a fleeting moment before quickly hardening with an icy demeanor. Still here. Zhang Xing was an exceptionally gifted child. The elder's nostalgic gaze fell upon the cold gravestone before shifting to the youthful face before him. He has practically grown up under my watch. It would not be an exaggeration to call him my child. I have poured all my efforts into him, akin to what I would do for another version of myself. Sorcerers are rarely devoid of talent, but that child transcended mere genius. He was perhaps the most promising candidate to comprehend the concept of extreme. He was destined to lead the Nakanishi family back to its zenith. Looking at him was akin to gazing at oneself. Takashi had once mused that if it were that child, he would undoubtedly succeed. Yet you killed your own child. The rain began to fall, like tears. He allowed the droplets to drench him, regret and sorrow flitting across his aged features, yet not a trace of remorse. Takashi Nakanishi did not deny it. At that moment, he still presented himself as a competent elder, his tone filled with satisfaction. You have grown swiftly. A sigh followed. But like your father, you have become ensnared. That man spoke true. Only hatred could fully awaken the potential of the cursed eye. When your aide uncovered those matters, he shifted the topic. Why didn't you come directly to me? Sorcerers possess a myriad of interrogation techniques. Haven't you been doing well over the years? Although I wish you had. Takashi Nakanishi paused, then suddenly chuckled oddly. But thankfully not, and it led you to trace the clues back to that individual. Chapter 37, Regret. Who is that person? Nakanishi inquired. The rain intensified, followed by a crack of thunder. Takashi shed his cumbersome outer garments, discarding the cane that had supported his walk, in a state of weakness. Knowing the truth becomes a transgression. That cursed spirit will fall to your hand. It is simply too weak. Raindrops cascaded from the elder's snow-white hair as he closed his eyes, reopening them to find his pupils obscured by gold. Perhaps, compared to that era, we are all too weak. Only Satoru Gojo remained unrivaled in strength. However, an era of abundant cursed energy would soon return. There was no need to squander cursed energy on primitive clashes akin to monkeys, and the foresight Takashi Nakanishi had already devised countermeasures. Domain expansion, abyss of suffering. A domain embodies the sorcerer's inner power, constructed through immense cursed energy output, creating a space that grants them absolute advantage, while simultaneously enhancing the potency of their techniques. There are 3 methods to counteract a domain. 1. Escape before the opponent's domain is completed. 2. Use a technique to counter it. 3. Simultaneously deploy a domain, determining victory or defeat based on the strengths of both domains. Of course, among these options, the third holds the greatest probability of success and is the most recommended approach in sorcerer ethics. The ocean of dark, cursed energy spread from beneath the feet of Takamine Nishiyama, an enormous torii gate, deep crimson, as if congealed from blood, descended from the heavens, accompanied by the anguished cries of humanity, rendered insignificant before it, akin to mere ants. Just as the sea of suffering was on the verge of completion, the young sorcerer swept his hair back, revealing a smooth forehead, and his eyes transformed into a golden hue under the impetus of cursed energy. The domain unfolded, and Nishiyama made a gesture reminiscent of a flower-s bloom, Aleia Viginina. Countless flowing strands of golden silk coalesced into a massive cocoon enveloping Nishiyama, which, after a slight quiver, rapidly expanded outward. The collision of domains broadened the space occupied by the two, as a dazzling gold filled the sky, and the tumultuous sea of cursed energy settled amidst the upheaval. Was it stabilized? No, it was not. centered around the young sorcerer. The golden threads radiated outward like a magnificent firework erupting in the tranquil night sky. However, unlike true fireworks, the sparks of violent collision grew ever brighter until the golden light suffused the entire space. Alea Viginina could not inflict direct harm upon those within the domain. Rather, it concealed and magnified the techniques. Under the influence of the domain, every action of Takamai Nishiyama transformed into a scroll unfurling before the observer. Akin to a storyboard crafted by an animator, only animated when stirred. Yet merely unfurling was insufficient. Nishiyama sought to extract frames. The frame extraction process inflicted no pain upon the subject, leaving Takamai Nishiyama to gaze in bewilderment at another version of himself. Materializing into points of light under the assault of cursed energy, his consciousness remained oblivious to this, thus giving rise to a schism between body and spirit. You have lost. The sound of the domain shattering was drowned by the rain as Nishiyama retracted his cursed energy, departing from the side of the incapacitated Takamai. Indeed, he said, I have lost. The raindrops accumulated on the ground, cascading like a stream towards an unseen low point, as Takamai Nishiyama collapsed, devoid of strength to rise. It was that. Our clan's technique, he murmured, blood spilling from his lips, pausing every few words to quell the tearing pain emanating from his abdomen. To witness it in my lifetime, I cannot say my existence has been in vain. Yet still, there lingered a sense of regret. He had dedicated his life to pursuing the extreme, only to realize he had attained nothing. However, he never felt remorse. His expression retained a semblance of tranquility, devoid of any fear of death. Have you truly never regretted it? Nishiyama inquired softly, lowering his gaze. In a photograph, the man bore a smile, curiously too youthful, starkly contrasting with the age inscribed on the tombstone. For someone who disliked having his picture taken, it stood as one of the few mementos he left behind. It was a visage familiar to Takamai Nishiyama. His perfect expression seemed to crack, and Nishiyama, in silence, closed his eyes, unwilling to gaze any longer. After a prolonged silence, the sorcerer heard the frail voice of the elder. That man's name was Kenjaku. He was the sorcerer infamous throughout history. Many years prior, one afternoon, Kenjaku, also known as the one you refer to as Kiyotaka Tatari, approached me with a proposition I could never refuse, to assist him in seeking a body. He chose you. The tone of Takamai Nishiyama shifted, becoming subdued, rendering his emotions indistinct. Hatred is a natural catalyst, he continued, to expedite your growth to an ideal state. He devised a method. The subsequent events unfolded as you are aware. I can share no more than this. With his final breath, the elder sighed. Addressing Nishiyama, Kenjaku was right. We are a pitiful bunch, and power is our greatest curse. The rain fell in sheets, leaving Nishiyama alone in the vast cemetery. The white chrysanthemums he had brought lay inexplicably on the ground, their lower petals stained. The sorcerer plucked a stem from the center and gently placed it beside the lifeless elder. Completing this series of gestures, Nishiyama leaned against the gravestone. The scenes of mutual destruction replaying incessantly in his mind. Unconsciously, he opened his mouth, longing to utter something, yet felt as if his throat were ensnared by an unseen force, rendering him mute. The gruesome images gradually receded, replaced by the faintly faded memories of the past. And the sorcerer observed, from a third-person perspective, the fleeting years spent with the two others. The carousel of memories halted at the moment the middle-aged man departed with his wife, and in a daze, Nishiyama seemed to see the couple turn back, offering him a radiant smile. Upon returning home, Satoru Gojo had yet to arrive. He hurriedly bathed and tidied the damp floor. Kenjaku, lying on the bed, he silently repeated the name, pondering what aspirations lay behind the existence of a being who had lived for over a millennium. As his thoughts meandered, Nishiyama's eyelids grew heavier, eventually succumbing to slumber. Chapter 38, Sleep. In a haze, he felt a damp touch against his face, and upon opening his eyes, he met the intensely focused gaze of the silver-haired Shoko. When did you return? Nishiyama's voice emerged hoarse, laced with a heavy nasal tone. The previous afternoon. Shoko gently removed the damp cloth from his forehead, placing her hand upon it, sighing in relief upon sensing a noticeable drop in temperature. You're no longer feverish. The sound of aluminum foil crinkling filled the room as a cup of warm water was brought to the lips of the seated patient. Is it already the second day? Nishiyama felt a lingering disorientation, instinctively drinking the medicine as Shoko guided him. The sorcerer sipped water like a hamster, the pallor of his lips, dulled by illness, now glistening, enhancing his semblance of recovery. Yet, a slight, unusual flush remained on his cheeks. He was ensnared, like the most precious of flowers, tenderly cradled by a meticulous gardener. Nishiyama's cheeks were enveloped in the warmth of a palm, and he tilted his head slightly, meeting her gaze, the cold beauty of her brows softening. You might catch it. How childish, the adult murmured as he drew closer, their lips nearly touching, handling the moment as if it were a fragile treasure. So obedient. Whether it was the fluttering of lashes trembling under the pressure of a kiss or the shy withdrawal of a tongue pried open, he began to reveal his own fervor. Enchanted by the invader's gentle demeanor. How could you be so obedient, making one wish to hide you away? Nishiyama mused. If you pass it to me. A brief separation allowed Gojo the chance to speak, as he slowly licked away the moisture from the corner of Nishiyama's mouth. Then a Hien will recover. There was no scientific basis for his claim, and Nishiyama noted the faint blood vessels in Gojo's eyes. Haven't you slept? Gojo had seldom fallen ill due to his sorcerer duties. The rare instances he sought medical attention were only for injuries. Yet, since awakening his limitless technique, he had never suffered again. No one could harm Satoru Gojo. However, Nishiyama's illness imparted a revelation. Reversal techniques could not cure a cold. Well, actually, it was the irritable Miss Shoko who told me, he thought. You fell ill, and the cat expressed its dissatisfaction. As your partner, how could I possibly find rest? Only those who toy with emotions would act in such a manner, but I could never be that kind of person. The conversation gradually shifted towards matters of the heart, intensifying with each passing moment. Saionji Yin interrupted the spell casting by patting the bed beside him. I wish to sleep a little longer. Come join me. It was a simple request devoid of any adult implications, merely to sleep together. The six-eyed one found his mouth effectively silenced, and within moments, he climbed onto the bed, lifting the covers to nestle inside. The mattress yielded beneath him, indicating that while he claimed to be seeking slumber, the sorcerer had already been asleep for quite some time and felt little fatigue. The soft rustle of fabric accompanied the sorcerer as he turned onto his side, burying himself in the warmth. Satoru Gojo, however, was quite alert, showing no inclination to close his eyes. After adjusting the blanket snugly around them, he began to gaze at the crown of his partner's head. Contrary to his outward demeanor, the sorcerer's hair was as soft as his innermost self, and the familiar scent of their shared shower gel wafted in delicate strands, captured by the keen senses of the six-eyed one. It evoked an irresistible illusion that his partner truly was infused with his essence. The six-eyed one had always understood that an imperceptible barrier existed between them, but he was reluctant to label it as a rift, deeming it not so grave. If he had to describe it, it resembled an elusive, ethereal entity akin to time itself. It was peculiar, yet Satoru Gojo felt no urgency. He was simply waiting. The six-eyed one rested his chin atop the sorcerer's head, softly placing kiss after kiss upon it. The room fell into tranquility, the two of them synchronizing their breaths. I killed him. The sorcerer's voice was barely above a whisper, devoid of emotion. The death of Natsuyuji Takashi had been reported to the association yesterday. Yet the higher-ups' desire to investigate dissipated after the submission of the suicide note left by the Natsuyuji family. Even the parties involved expressed a desire to forego further inquiries, and outsiders naturally had no grounds for comment. Moreover, the note detailed the transgressions of its author, heinous enough to warrant the death penalty. Yet, despite the apparent confession, it was riddled with logical inconsistencies, leading Satoru Gojo to suspect that other motives lay beneath. However, he was merely the loyal hound of the Natsuyuji family. Recounting the facts with a hint of self-reproach, the true reason lies with me. The six-eyed one listened patiently, one hand encircling his lover's back, gently caressing it. It is not your fault. His other hand found its way to the sorcerer's cheek, his fingertips tenderly tracing it, as he earnestly declared, they would be proud of you. You have done exceptionally well. Human emotions are indeed a marvel, often triggered by a fleeting moment or a single utterance from another. The sorcerer's eyes glistened with unshed tears, akin to a weary traveler finally finding refuge in a warm hearth amid the biting cold. The exhaustion and heartache accumulated along the journey were released at that moment. It was the first time, at least the first time he had witnessed such. A six-eyed one kissed away the tears from his partner's eyes, as if attempting to dispel the shadows that clung to his beloved in his own way. The pent-up emotions found their release, and the weight on Natsuyuji Yin felt considerably lighter, the discomfort of illness having subsided significantly. All that remained was the fatigue of his body's self-healing. The sorcerer yawned, seeking a comfortable position within Satoru Gojo's embrace before slowly closing his eyes. The sensation of their bodies touching was exquisite, encompassing not only the myriad forms of intimacy, but also the profound connection of two distinct individuals, as if they were intertwined in each other's very essence. It was a most satisfying reality. Yet Satoru Gojo found no inclination to sleep. You haven't said you love me yet. The six-eyed one pressed a kiss to the sorcerer's cheek, adding, so you must say it twice today. I love you, the sorcerer replied. Content. Satoru Gojo shut his eyes, allowing slumber to begin to envelop him. After a moment, are you asleep? Not yet. I cannot sleep, and I wish to hear it again. Could you say it once more? The cicada's tone was plaintive, and he began to push his luck. It would be best if you could sing it like a lullaby until I fall asleep. Saionji Yin closed his eyes. Repeat the question you just asked me. Which one? The one about sleeping. I know that one. I refuse, he retorted with a playful pout. To say it again, you'll surely claim you've fallen asleep. Indeed, I have fallen asleep. Chapter 39, A Sweetheart. That woman will absolutely not be my daughter-in-law. It was proven that Itadori Yuiji's instincts were eerily accurate, partly due to the conspicuous stitches on his forehead. Through a continual exchange of bodies, he ensured the prolongation of his life, all the while orchestrating a grand scheme hidden from the sorcerer's sight. His true intentions remained shrouded in mystery. But one could be certain that someone who so blatantly disregarded life was scheming something no one wished to witness. Moreover, he was coveting Saionji Yin's body. The existence of the binding thread had not yet been reported to the higher-ups. The case of Saionji Takashi significantly raised the possibility of an insider within the association. After a mutual discussion with Satoru Gojo, they decided to refrain from stirring the waters for the time being. Time slipped away swiftly, and before they knew it, the sweltering summer quietly passed, giving way to the lethargic days of autumn. Those who toiled might still feel an echo of anxiety, lamenting the impending off-season. However, the sorcerers were unfazed. After all, where there are people, curses will inevitably arise, thus rendering seasonal fluctuations irrelevant. Upon encountering Takahashi Yunsuke once more, he exhibited a remarkable transformation. His previously dull eyes now sparkled with vitality, making him appear considerably younger. He had genuinely found meaning in his work. This change was most evident in his attire. As he approached Saionji and clad in casual wear, "I never expected to see you here," he remarked, carrying a shopping bag from a supermarket, the logo of which Saionji had noticed upon his arrival. They stood at a crossroads. Takahashi Yunsuke glanced around, noting the absence of any supervisory personnel. "Are you on break too, Saionji-kun?" The early autumn sun remained fierce, but the shadows cast by the buildings above offered a moment of respite. Not that he had taken an excessive amount of time off. For an association historically lacking in manpower, the absence of a dangerous, yet somewhat troublesome task had not been elaborated upon. His gaze fell upon Takahashi Yunsuke. "Do you live nearby?" Such large supermarkets located in the city center typically boasted underground parking, yet Takahashi Yunsuke ambled towards him unhurriedly. "It's over there," he indicated, a satisfied expression gracing his face. "I initially thought it would be a desolate spot, but it turns out to be in quite a prime location." He reflected, "This is a level of proximity I never would have imagined before. The association is rather well off, isn't it?" Such remarks underestimated the significance of a thriving sorcerer to the association. However, it seemed he suddenly recalled, "It seems there haven't been any formidable curses lately." Had it been some time ago, he would never have considered venturing outside during his precious days off, instead preferring to lie in the comfort of a soft bed for an entire day. Regardless of the circumstances, the brief respite granted to the sorcerers was a welcome reprieve, remarked Nishiyama. Takahashi Yuki paused momentarily. His recent experiences had significantly deepened his understanding of sorcerers. He recognized that those who could become sorcerers often possessed a hint of madness, particularly among the esteemed special grades, with the exception of Satoru Gojo. These individuals could instinctively sense the inhuman essence lurking beneath the human facade without any deliberate effort. However, the impression Nishiyama left on him was notably different. He appeared stern yet was, in fact, quite amiable. This proximity to normalcy was precisely why Takahashi found himself drawn to Nishiyama. He smiled and responded, "That is indeed true." The casual conversation came to an end when the short-haired man received a phone call. Apologetically, Takahashi glanced at his companion. "I'm truly sorry. I was hoping to invite you for a visit, but it seems everyone is tied up." Nishiyama waved his hand dismissively. "No worries. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future." The vehicle transporting the vacationing personnel soon vanished into the bustling traffic. Following the address provided by the mission, Nishiyama arrived at a cafe discreetly nestled within the city as hustle and bustle. Upon pushing open the glass door, he swiftly spotted a long-haired woman seated by a small window. Nozawa Kodona, clad in a white dress, greeted the approaching sorcerer with a cheerful wave. Although her presence did not evoke the same awe as Satoru Gojo, Nishiyama felt a tinge of disappointment at this realization. After taking a seat, the elegant woman spoke. "With you, I can somewhat ease my concerns." She meant it as a compliment. "I am merely stating the facts," the sorcerer replied flatly, prompting Nozawa Kodona to raise an eyebrow, her smile blooming like a lily at the corners of her mouth. After all, someone who can personally eliminate that old coot, Takuma, must possess a certain fortitude, thus should not be easily swayed by sweet intentions. "Wouldn't you agree, Nishiyama-kun?" Her gentle, yet provocative tone carried no hint of malice. Nishiyama's expression remained unflustered, and he returned her gaze with calmness. It appeared that Miss Nozawa was quite confident in the objectives of their collaboration. Whether or not there is confidence depends on your performance, Nishiyama-kun, she replied with an unwavering smile, extending her hand as if the earlier friction had never occurred. I hope we can work together harmoniously. So, please do not disappoint me. Chapter 40. Sweet Intentions 2 as a profession steeped in millennia of tradition. Many individuals may find ancestral ties to sorcerers, and Nozawa Kodona was no exception. Unlike most who chose to join the association, the Nozawa lineage had always been solitary. Or rather, anyone who drew near was often suspected of harboring ulterior motives. This status quo was disrupted 50 years ago when the cursed object, safeguarded by the Nozawa family for generations, was lost. The luxury vehicle halted in a desolate mountain village, a pristine locale untouched by industrial pollution, where even the breeze felt gentle. The remainder of the path was obscured by overgrown foliage. It was challenging to find even a trace of human passage. Ascending from this point led to the stronghold of the cursed sorcerers. The sight of the white dress vanished as Nozawa Kodona appeared in a practical and streamlined jacket, her long black hair neatly tied back. Nishiyama, bearing the cursed object, withdrew his gaze from the mountaintop and turned to his client. Are you also planning to ascend, Miss Nozawa? Typically, clients were expected to remain in safe confines while awaiting the mission's completion. Those like her were a rare exception. Oh, I forgot to mention. The long-haired woman replied, her striking features shadowed by a hint of darkness. What I need you to do, Nihama-kun, is to buy me some time. The greater the commotion you create, the better. As for the sweet intentions, leave that to me. Nishiyama raised no objections. It is not a matter of trust, she smiled. But it must involve the bloodline of the Nozawa family. The familiar discourse of bloodlines elicited no curiosity from Nishiyama regarding the secrets of another S family. However, Nozawa Kodona was unfazed, even scoffing at the reticence surrounding familial matters. Binding the lives of descendants to a seemingly useless cursed object made her scoff. I longed to crack open their skulls and see what kind of trash fills their minds. At 29 years of age, with only 6 years left to live, she faced obstacles from the stubborn old guard in her family, who, despite not being of the main line and thus free from the curse, continued to impede her quest to reclaim the sweet intentions. They claimed that the current Nozawa family could no longer afford such risks. Their indifference was utterly revolting. As twilight descended and the last hues of dusk faded, the night enveloped the structures hidden among the towering mountains. Nishiyama, finding natural cover, circled around to the main entrance of the cursed sorcerer's lair, noting that the sentinels had changed shifts. After checking the time, he unfastened the cursed object from his person and leapt down as the hour hand struck the next hour. The sorcerer landed stealthily atop an unnoticed rooftop, where muffled voices drifted from within the building. What's the deal? The signal disappears every night. One man complained. Had I known this was such a godforsaken place, I wouldn't have listened to you and come here. Just keep quiet. The living conditions are a bit rough, that's all. You never complained when the money was being handed out, another replied. The first man fell silent for a moment. That's true. He glanced at the status bar outside the displaying area and, choosing entertainment over monetary gain, muttered, Fine, I'm going for a walk. I'm going to die of boredom if I stay here any longer. As the door swung open, the voices grew clearer. Don't wander too far. I know, Koizumi responded impatiently, swaying as he ambled toward the courtyard wall, kicking at the ground. A stainless steel bowl clattered, followed by a cacophony of barking. So, you're here. The sorcerer crouched and tossed a piece of candy into the shadowed area. Here is a treat for you, silly dog. A hand landed on Koizumi's shoulder, startling him. Nishimura, how do you walk so silently? Nishiyama, taken aback by his own clumsiness, withdrew his hand and kicked at the crouching figure. Dogs can't eat chocolate. The cursed sorcerer was sent sprawling, but as he rose, he swiftly retrieved a button from his pocket and pressed it. The alert of an enemy attack echoed throughout the courtyard. On the other side, hidden in the southern flank, Nozawa Kodona, upon noticing the emerging cursed sorcerer, vaulted over the 3-meter-high wall. In no time, she reached the vault where the cursed sorcerers stored their spoils. Faint yet rhythmic sounds emanated from within, and Nozawa Kodona attuned herself to the noise, recognizing its synchronization with her heartbeat. Clad in black, she shattered the second-floor window. The sweet intentions lay atop a sandalwood shelf in the center of the storeroom, pulsating vibrantly as if it were a living heart. The rhythmic thumping resonated ominously in the stillness, with visible blood vessels pulsating with life, enveloped in a mist of crimson. The heart exuded an overwhelming vitality, suggesting it was not merely an object extracted and placed there, but rather existed within an unseen corporeal form. Captivated by the heart's peculiar allure, Nozawa Kodona approached. Halting half a meter away, she gazed entranced at the cursed object, abruptly sighing, What a pity. If it weren't for the need to pay with a life, I wouldn't mind keeping you. As if sensing the malice of humanity, the sanguine mist enveloping the sweetheart grew ever thicker. Its sweet fragrance seemingly poised to drown one in its depths at any moment. Nozawa Kotona's gaze remained remarkably clear, untouched by the allure of the sweetheart. She extracted a small knife from her belongings and drew it across her finger. Using her blood as ink, she meticulously inscribed incantations around the sweetheart. Chapter 41, Delusion. How tragic. If they had found it even a moment later, he might have perished. The youthful, clear voice, characteristic of the young, was chattering away with someone nearby. Suddenly, the door to the ward swung open, and an unknown figure stepped inside. Next time, don't expect me to bring you something. A plastic bag, presumably containing items, was unceremoniously placed on the table, producing a noise. The individual continued, that shop is clearly quite far from where I came. Just getting there took him an hour's drive. Not to mention the 40 minutes to the hospital afterward. Ah, you're complaining, yet you still managed to bring the snacks. The youth retrieved a piece from the bag and offered it to the person who had been by his side. It's from that delightful shop I mentioned last time. He leaned in as if presenting a treasure, and after successfully feeding the other, he feigned nonchalance while discreetly brushing his hand against the other S in a hidden fondle. My taste is the finest in the world. The earlier entrant let out an ambiguous scoff, glancing around before inquiring, where's Shoko? Didn't you say you would bring her some cigarettes? How was I to know you'd be so slow? Satoru Gojo crossed his arms, obscured by the dark lenses of his glasses, casting his gaze towards the youthful figure shrouded in shadow beside him. Shoko left 20 minutes ago. He further added with a wicked grin, she insisted on giving you a watch to keep track of time. The boy with fox-like eyes furrowed his brow in irritation, struggling to comprehend how the culprit behind his tardiness could speak such words with a straight face. As the two seemed on the verge of a verbal spar, the usually inconspicuous black-haired youth lifted his head, a hint of exasperation flashing across his handsome features. Let us not forget we're in a hospital. As if to underscore this reality, the patient stirred awake upon the utterance of his words. After all, they had collectively rescued this individual. Even Suguru, who had only recently been involved, felt a twinge of curiosity. Unlike his friends, the sorcerer stood at a distance from the bed, observing intently. An adult male, bearing traces of cursed energy, clad in garments reminiscent of a jujutsu high uniform, even the buttons adorned with the same emblem. He is a sorcerer. Moreover, this hospital is a property of the Gojo family, with no ties to the association. The uniqueness of his identity was already apparent, and when Satoru declared, "There's no photo of this guy in the association's archives," the sorcerer merely raised an eyebrow, revealing little astonishment. Removing his sunglasses, the six eyes focused intently on the youth's vacant expression, prompting Satoru to exclaim in surprise, "Wow, you can't see anything at all. How bizarre." Even the information observable to the naked eye was met with a blank response from the six eyes, despite being scrutinized as if he were a new species. The young man's expression remained as inscrutable as ever, as if oblivious to the presence before him. Satoru followed the other's gaze behind him and waved a hand in front of his face. "Can't you see me? You must be blind, idiot." Suguru Geto's demeanor shifted slightly, his gaze ultimately landing on the young man on the bed, uncertainty lacing his words. "I feel like I've seen you somewhere before." His remark seemed to trigger something in the six eyes, the white-haired deity scrutinizing the youth for a moment before concluding. "You can't mean he resembles a Hin, can you?" He tilted his head, candidly stating in the black-haired youth's piercing gaze, "Well, there is some resemblance. Perhaps he is a distant relative or something." He was then pulled back by the nape of his neck. The black-haired youth assisted the patient into an upright position, offering him a cup of warm water. The patient remained dazed, akin to a living corpse. Perhaps the dire state displayed by the individual compelled him to alter his approach. "Hello," he paused momentarily. "Do you recall the events that transpired earlier?" Silence fell, as if a stone had sunk into the ocean without a ripple. "Could it be that you hit your head when you fell?" Amidst the bizarre sounds from his peers, Suguru pressed the call button. After a professional evaluation, the conclusion revealed that the patient likely endured some psychological trauma, resulting in a state of self-protection. As for the possibility of recovery, he couldn't guarantee it. Thus, after an informal discussion, the youths unanimously decided to temporarily house the individual in the hospital. After all, they had saved him, and regardless of the circumstances, they ought to wait until he regained some semblance of self-sufficiency before making further decisions. Nagi Nishiyama had visited this place countless times, not because of the resemblance noted by his companions, but rather due to an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if they had known each other for years. It was through this that he began to notice certain quirks of the other. For instance, while an average person blinks 15 to 20 times per minute to ensure the proper functioning of their ocular faculties, the youth's blink rate was significantly lower, averaging around 13 times. When this frequency slowed, it indicated that the individual was lost in thought. During such moments, he would quietly remain by the youth's side, pondering what might occupy his mind. The rain had persisted for several days, rendering the rainy season in Japan particularly arduous for those working. The accumulation of negative emotions led the sorcerers to toil relentlessly. Fortunately, this dismal situation did not last indefinitely. The persistent rain finally ceased this morning. The sunlight, breaking through the glass, cascaded onto a potted green plant by the window, its verdant edges appearing almost surreal under the golden light, as if painted by an artist's hand. So far, the unnamed youth had yet to utter a single word, fully aware that the other might not respond. Nonetheless, Nagi Nishiyama remarked, "At last, I see the sun. I thought it would continue raining. May I open the window?" He turned back. The breeze swept in. The youth's expression shifted slightly. He tugged at the corners of his mouth and passed by Nagi Nishiyama. Just as the boy assumed he would close the window, the other extended his hand. The slight resistance felt on his fingertip jolted the youth back to reality, like a robot activated by a switch, finally bringing him to the world around him. "Have you been here all along?" The flow of conversation was seamless, his expression devoid of any pretense, as he finally acknowledged the presence of humanity beside him. "Yes, I have always been here." If the previous resemblance was merely 3 parts, then when the youth genuinely regained consciousness, his mannerisms and subconscious physical expressions revealed to Nagi that this individual was indeed remarkably similar to himself. So much so, it felt as if they were different versions of the same person from varying timelines. Nagi Nishiyama found himself devoid of further questions as he approached the taller individual. "Would you care to join me for a stroll?" he inquired softly amidst the damp breeze. Chapter 42, Delusion 2. Since they were heading out, the blue and white striped hospital gown appeared rather inappropriate. The youth, Nagi Nishiyama, rummaged through the cabinet and retrieved some cleaned clothing, laying it on the bed. "The attire you previously donned is severely tattered. Considering its potential sentimental significance, I refrained from mending it without your consent." He gestured toward the cabinet and pondered. "However, sending it for repair now shouldn't take much time. There's no need for that. This will suffice." The young man's hand rested on the button of his collar, showing no inclination to shy away from the presence of another individual in the room. It had nothing to do with any trivial matters. Merely fixating on someone changing clothes is rather impolite. Realizing this, the youth, Nishinomiya, averted his gaze. He found it somewhat peculiar. This was entirely natural, after all. It is uncommon for an individual to observe their own past self from a second-person perspective. The rustle of fabric soon subsided, and when he regained his focus, the other was adjusting the hem of his shirt. The light gray fabric concealed fleeting glimpses of flesh tone. Yet Nishinomiya did not miss the grotesque scar that marred the young man's abdomen. When had that been inflicted? Although the other had never explicitly acknowledged such matters, Nishinomiya instinctively believed that it would be something he would inevitably endure. Nishinomiya's hazy memories lingered on the moment he restrained the curse master. He was utterly bewildered as to how he had suddenly arrived here, only recalling a flash of red light before his consciousness faded. His recovery from a state of near lifelessness was largely due to the system's assistance. Just as Nishinomiya could recognize him, the other, Nishinomiya's hidden self, understood his identity at first glance. "My experiences may hold little relevance for you," he reflected, gazing back into the past. Rather than locking eyes with his youthful self, it felt more akin to observing a junior. "This hardly seems fair," he protested. "Just as you would harbor curiosity about me, in exchange for taking you out, you ought to share something about yourself as well." He appeared to have forgotten that he was the one who had initiated the outing. Nishinomiya's gaze slowly traversed the boy's pure black school uniform before settling on his youthful eyes, which were unconsciously tense. The contours were youthful and tender. The deep black irises clear and untainted by any gloom. The light alone was sufficient to reveal that the other's life experiences were entirely distinct from his own. Nishinomiya felt an inexplicable urge to tease him. He raised an eyebrow. "But I can venture out myself." The young Nishinomiya no longer fixated on the scar. He vaguely sensed that the other was not quite as he had assumed. Past and future were not so straightforward. He contemplated, "Shall we go home to take a look?" Nishinomiya's hidden self remained silent, concealing all emotions behind lowered eyelids, rendering his youthful counterpart unable to discern his expression. "If you wish to see, then go ahead." The system sighed. Wasn't it advised to avoid excessive contact with individuals from here? Indeed, everything in this realm was not a manufactured illusion, but a tangible world. The true purpose of the sweetheart had never been discovered, leading to the system's oversight, which inadvertently allowed Nozoa Kodona to unlock the passage connecting here. "Consider it an atonement for my error. How long until we can return?" The system's answer was any time. The reason for the lengthy delay primarily stemmed from Nishinomiya's hidden self facing rejection. Only when his condition stabilized could he ensure a safe return. "Then let us proceed." The curse master smiled. The journey home from the hospital took a mere 10 minutes by car. In this world, the Nishinomiya family did not reside in the ancestral home. And Father Chuhang had not been selected by that individual. They led a simple, yet content life. However, to his disappointment, Nishinomiya's hidden self did not encounter the anticipated reunion. He stood before the refrigerator, extending his hand to touch the elegant script on a pale yellow note. Tonight's dinner will require little Nishinomiya to handle on his own. Your father and I will be quite late, though I might return a bit earlier. Also, do refrain from consuming the instant meals from the shop downstairs. The note bore the signature of a mother who would always express her love for her child. The note seemed to retain the warmth of the moment it was written. And Nishinomiya blinked away the moisture pooling in his eyes. Composing himself, the curse master turned back. What would you like to eat? You can cook? It was no wonder the young Nishinomiya's expression was one of astonishment, for his culinary skills were limited to what was edible, leading him to assume the other was similarly inclined. Nishinomiya's hidden self discerned the implication in his words. I thought it was evident that we are quite different. Yet, it cannot be to such an extent, he retorted. It is as if two individuals sharing the same name fortuitously bear a slight resemblance. Nishinomiya chuckled softly. Unspoken was the fact that this similarity had once existed long ago. Dinner for the two did not require extravagance. After discussing their tastes, they finally discovered a shared inclination, which brought a modicum of joy to the young Nishinomiya. After being declined assistance, he obediently sat in the living room, awaiting the adult version of himself to provide sustenance. Perhaps out of genuine remorse, during their meal, the system informed Nishinomiya's hidden self that Moriyama Akiko was returning. That was their mother's name. Moriyama Akiko had not changed her surname. Nishinomiya swallowed his food and set down his bowl. You'll wash the dishes afterward. I need to step out for a moment. He added, it won't be far, just to purchase something. The young Nishinomiya was bewildered but acquiesced in the face of the other's resolute demeanor. Rushing downstairs, Nishinomiya's hidden self entered the shop, brushing past a woman walking toward him. After quickly acquiring what he sought, he did not retrace his steps, but instead walked to a streetlight, leaning his entire weight against the black lamppost. The young man tore open the plastic packaging of a cigarette, extracted one, and, upon attempting to ignite it, realized he lacked a lighter. A figure appeared in the second-floor window, causing Nishinomiya's steps to falter. The ability of his other eye allowed him to discern the other's features with ease. The system was equally perplexed. Why are you avoiding? Part of it was a sense of timidity upon nearing home, and another part stemmed from the realization, I am not the same person as he. To project my feelings for Akiko onto her counterpart in another world is irresponsible and a form of disrespect to this world's Akiko. Yet he was selfish. Despite having chosen to evade, he could not resist the urge to cast a distant glance. The system once again recognized, humanity is complex. You are indeed correct. Humanity is intricate. The system fell silent, yet Nishinomiya understood that the other had not vanished. Uncertain how long he had been watching, the sound of approaching footsteps drew near, and the young Nishinomiya hurriedly approached him. I knew you wouldn't return, so I came looking for you. Upon noticing the cigarette in Nishinomiya's mouth, his expression shifted to one of surprise. You smoke? Just felt like trying it. The young man frowned, but said nothing. He stepped closer and retrieved a lighter from his pocket. This belongs to Natsuki. I need to return it to her. Nishinomiya's hidden self slightly inclined his head as the flame flickered into existence beneath the streetlight. He produced a card from his pocket and handed it to the young man. You were right. We are not the same person, and I should not pursue your past merely to satisfy my curiosity. The youth took a deep breath. Though I am unaware of what you have endured, I believe you will appreciate this gift. As Saionji's gaze fell upon the card, he momentarily hesitated, his fingers gripping the edges tightening slightly before he swiftly relaxed them, cautiously inspecting for any lingering marks. Before he could utter a word, another unexpected guest made their entrance. The youth, notorious for his inability to conceal his emotions, stood upright, casting a discreet glance at the newcomer before speaking up to preempt any outburst. You've always been the one to pose questions, he murmured, yet there remains one matter of great significance to you that you have yet to inquire about. It dawned on him. Is it because you have never truly answered me? Are you planning to return? Indeed, there are others awaiting my arrival. Without him, Saionji remarked. I find there is nothing more I wish to ask. Truly nothing more? He sought confirmation, such as, who is to be your future spouse? You've secretly wed. Saionji fell silent for a moment. I am nearing 30. Chapter 43, The Inevitability of Transformation. A crimson mist enveloped the entire mountaintop, resembling a colossal spore cloud from a distance. Observing from the shadows, a cursed spirit dangled from a tree, its blue locks cascading down naturally as it turned to its companion. It has persisted for 8 hours. What if he dies inside, and we cannot retrieve his body? The binding ropes only rendered the person immobile, Yet a curse that had plagued a family for years would have been resolved long ago, had it been so simple. There would have been no opportunity for Kanai Nozawa to intervene. Ultimately, it was they who benefited from this predicament. Roko lowered his head, his expression darkening. You underestimate him. I speak of a living person confronting a volcanic cursed spirit, conjuring several modified humans from thin air. He jested. Are you frightened? Think as you will. Do not be angry, Roko. I am merely jesting. The living being's laughter carried a naive malice. How much longer must we wait? There are so many humans below. Perfect for enriching my collection. The technique imparted to Kanai Nozawa was far from a means to annihilate the sweetheart. An inexperienced sorcerer could easily be misled. Yet, this technique bore its own flaws. Once executed, everyone involved, including the caster, would succumb to an unavoidable state of paralysis, an effect that also applied to cursed spirits. They could only enter once the technique's potency waned. After 8 hours of waiting, the living being grew impatient, his curse sprouting a pair of wings. His technique allowed him to alter the shape of souls, thus achieving physical transformation. The blood mist gradually thinned, revealing the structures within. As the winged cursed spirit plunged towards the ground upon breaching the barrier, the living being reset his deformed leg bones after the collision, feeling the stiffness in his limbs as he leisurely rose from the ground. 10 minutes later, the blue-haired cursed spirit met Roko in the storeroom, housing the cursed objects. They exchanged glances, each perceiving the same message. Nothing at all. His technique has rendered all these individuals invisible, the living being observed with a sense of amusement. A new curse lay atop a neatly stacked pile of wooden crates. I hope Jinso isn't angry. The fragrance of sweethearts still lingered heavily in the warehouse. Roko stepped forward, spotting the splattered remnants of cursed energy upon the wooden rack. It was likely not a flaw in the technique. The millennia-old monster would easily err. Roko could only surmise one thing. The cursed object's power had been activated. What a wasted trip. Their mission was to retrieve Saionji, and now, with no sign of him, remaining here was merely a waste of time. The living being was not particularly concerned about the task. His sole interest lay in engaging the severely injured human, ideally transforming him into a puppet. Now, faced with this situation, the cursed spirit felt no desire to linger. Roko, let us return. However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The familiar trace of cursed energy sent a shiver through the cursed spirit. The humiliation of being injured by a human surged within. Flames erupted from Roko's head. The living being stowed away his nonchalance. The stitched marks on his face writhed as he spoke, reminded once more that this world favored him. As the crimson mist dissipated entirely, both the cursed spirits and the sorcerer became aware of Saionji's presence. It's you, Saionji called from an elevated position, his black hair gently swaying in the mountain breeze as he surveyed the sole unfamiliar face in the vicinity. Last time, I inadvertently let you escape. What is it this time? Have you come to meet your demise alongside your new companion? Roko shouted furiously, you insignificant human. The temperature around them surged dramatically. In contrast to his furious companion, the blue-haired cursed spirit appeared considerably calmer, tilting its head, malice filling its gray-blue eyes. Jinso seems to have a keen eye, it mused, preferring the essence of souls over frail bodies, especially those that seemed exceptionally potent. The curse eagerly licked its lips. Leave him to me, Roko. I desire him. Roko remained silent, calculating their combat strength. Jinso's technique had completely faltered, and judging by their opponent's state, he had evidently remained unaffected. Last time, they had successfully fled from the enemy, thanks to Hanamai's intervention. Despite harboring resentment, he understood that a direct confrontation was futile, although they had the advantage in numbers. Roko was loath to stake his life on the newly born living being. He glanced at the blue-haired spirit, fixated on their adversary. Do not forget our grand endeavor. This was a clear reminder, and Saionji would certainly not allow them to depart under his watch. The blue-haired cursed spirit unleashed a swarm of modified beings from its maw, while the living being shrank his own body, seemingly creating an opportunity to escape, yet truly waiting for the moment to draw near Saionji. A mere touch, however fleeting, would be sufficient for him to unleash the inevitability of transformation. Roko understood its intent. After a brief internal struggle, the thirst for vengeance ultimately prevailed. The curse swiftly altered its course. Magma approaching 1,000 degrees surged from the ground as Roko propelled himself forward, intending to restrain their foe and create an opportunity for his companion. The distorted modified beings lingered around them, the living beings' technique enabling them to retain some semblance of awareness even as they transformed into monsters. A low, mournful wail echoed throughout the valley, a look of disgust flickering across Saionji's features. Meanwhile, the living being remained concealed. The sorcerer easily evaded Roko's attack, enhanced by the vision of his abnormal eyes. He keenly noticed the cursed spirit's subtle movements. Saionji chuckled lightly, seemingly mocking their overestimation of their own abilities. Did Jinso not inform you? What? The curse was momentarily baffled. Its attack faltering as it was struck with a violent blow, sent sprawling. The sorcerer tilted his head slightly, dodging the purple blood spewed forth from the cursed spirit's maw, nearly instantaneously arriving at Roko's side. The cursed spirit, lifted by the throat, glared venomously at the human before it, whose face bore a smile. Roko distinctly felt the tightening grip around his neck, an inexplicable sensation of suffocation overwhelming him. Do you recall how I severed your head? Roko paused. The sensation of being unable to control his body within the golden barrier resurfacing. Remembered? Saionji elucidated, because of the guaranteed hit effect. Controlling the main body within the domain is far simpler than executing a technique. In the cursed pupil, a shadow rapidly enlarges, while Neo Hidemi remains calm and unhurried, patiently awaiting the conclusion of his opponent's contemplation. No further explanation is necessary. The sorcerer has articulated his message with clarity. The curse, expending every ounce of its strength, emits a final cry, run. The blue-haired cursed spirit remains oblivious to the conversation between the two, solely aware that success is imminent. The sorcerer accelerates once more, seemingly glimpsing the light of victory ahead. The distance between them narrows continuously, tantalizingly close, just a fraction away from contact. The sound of cracking bones resonates sharply, and the once defiant Rogo weakly closes his eyes, foreseeing the impending fate. Just as his hand is about to make contact with the opposing body, it is seized firmly. A smile graces the sorcerer's face, exuding a sense of foolishness. Ryuvai transformation. The cursed energy operates in a distinct manner under the unfolding technique, targeting the soul. Unless the recipient can shield their soul, they will undoubtedly be transformed by this power. A murderous intent colors the sorcerer's expression, not born from the treatment of his companion, but rather a pity for the foolish. Curses are an amalgamation of cursed energy, devoid of warmth. Yet the sorcerer feels the warmth radiating from his wrist. Though he pays it no heed, he waits patiently for his opponent, who, unable to bear the agony of soul distortion, weeps profusely at that moment. He will benevolently prolong the transformation process, allowing his foe to linger in the mortal realm a tad longer. You seem quite pleased, the non-human entity muses. Yet before it can express its surprise, the grip on its arm shifts to a new location, the pain radiating from its scalp causing its features to contort. The sorcerer seizes the cursed spirit's hair and slams its head against the ground, the immense force imbued with cursed energy rendering it immobile, forced to passively endure the torment. Neo Hidemi's actions grow increasingly forceful, the ground beneath them caving in amidst flying debris. I harbor no penchant for torture, but those are humans, are they not? And children, too. The sorcerer's fury stirs a perverse thrill within the twisted psyche of the curse, which chuckles intermittently, asking, how did you manage this? Neo Hidemi slightly bows his head. Would you like to know? The sorcerer remains silent, yet his posture conveys a desire for further elucidation. With renewed determination, Neo Hidemi presses down with all his might. The reason for the failure of Ryuvai transformation is evident. In the final fleeting moment before the new cursed spirit's consciousness dissipates, it hears the other's airy tone. You are too weak. The sorcerer perishes, witnessing the entire scene. Rogo falls into a contemplative silence, beginning to doubt the feasibility of Kinji Hakari's plans. As the sorcerer draws nearer, he braces himself for death. Yet the anticipated attack does not materialize, and Rogo opens his eyes. You want to kill me? The question seems somewhat foolish. But Neo Hidemi offers an explanation. You know more than your companions, do you not? Chapter 44, Omen. A few withered yellow leaves twirl as they descend from the trees. The changing of the seasons is always so subtly unannounced. By the time one realizes it, they can only sigh and wonder at how swiftly time passes. Just as the merchant remarked, the banana tree in Suguru Geto's courtyard indeed did not endure the summer. Perhaps his slight favoritism prompted the twins to consider replacing it with an easier-to-maintain plant. However, Suguru declined, as he had found new accomplices. And with the increase in sorcerer surveillance, relocating their base became the immediate priority. The new hideout, a multi-level courtyard offered by a monkey, was significantly larger than their previous residence, quickly capturing the twins' attention and causing them to forget their earlier concerns. The presence of Suguru's accomplices left a negative impression on the twins, causing Mimeko to worry as she stood at the door of Suguru Geto's room. Will those people become our family? The leader of the Starry Sky sect, clad in a black monk's robe, drapes the final garment over himself. Casting a reassuring glance at his adopted daughter, not everyone can become family, only we can. Mimeko feels somewhat reassured, but she wishes to say more, only to be halted by her sister's grip. Suguru's desires are our desires. We need only follow his guidance. But those people. Nanako interjects, "We trust Suguru. Haven't we always?" The girl steadies herself under her sister's unwavering gaze, looking at the gentle sorcerer who watches over her, her worries dissipating entirely. "I understand," she solemnly declares. "Then please, Suguru, let us fulfill your ideals together." Nao Hidemi sits on the stone steps surrounding the training ground, a porcelain dish beside him holding several unrecognizable candies. Clever birds tilt their heads slightly, instinctively swallowing the candy into their bellies. Some time has passed since the crow's arrival, and with the onset of autumn, students had recently engaged in heated discussions about whether it would molt. The conclusion was that it would not. Meanwhile, Kinji Hakari's existence lost its purpose following Rogo's capture, as he was one of the few in the know and Nao Hidemi's direct superior. Yagamai Seiryu submitted a polished report. As for Rogo, to prevent any unforeseen incidents, he was placed in a specially designed cell that could somewhat isolate cursed energy, serving as his residence following his capture by the Jujutsu High. The one interrogating him was Satoru Gojo. Does it have anything to divulge? The silver-haired teacher settled beside Nao Hidemi, the presence of Kinji Hakari having set off alarm bells for nearly everyone. And what was more unsettling was their utter ignorance of the enemy, leaving them unsure how to prepare. It was a completely nonsensical situation. Cursed spirits possess a far greater tolerance than humans, allowing Gojo to inject information directly into the spirit's mind while retaining a sliver of its consciousness. Described aptly, it resembled a pawn devoid of knowledge, ready to be sacrificed at any moment. Satoru Gojo, occupying a considerable amount of space, shooed away the oblivious birds, wishing he could curl up in the sorcerer's embrace like a boneless creature. As Gojo appeared, students began making excuses to leave one after another. Thus, only the two of them remained in the training ground. The cloth obscuring his eyes hung loosely around his neck, merging seamlessly with his collar as he lay down. The conversation shifted to Yuji. It was now beyond doubt that the current Itatari Yuji was Kinji Hakari's vessel, coupled with the boy's identity. It was easy to deduce that Sukuna's resurrection was likely part of Hakari's scheme. A number of fingers had been sporadically recovered during this time, and with the 6 fingers already contained by Jujutsu High, Gojo counted them on his fingers. There are already 16. No trace of the remaining fingers could be found, hanging over them like a ticking time bomb, and some suggested eliminating the vessel. In their view, rather than passively awaiting disaster, it would be more prudent to resolve the issue at its source. Sacrificing a small portion to save the majority seemed a highly advantageous choice. Yet the proposal was ultimately vetoed by factions led by the Gojo family. The method of manifestation involved consuming cursed objects, and he recalled the shape of Sukuna's fingers. How disgusting, and those long nails. Won't they tear the esophagus? If a situation were to arise where Yuji were to become a vessel, I would undoubtedly mock him for his lack of hygiene. However, let us consider the brighter side. Nakanishi managed to seize his hand, and ultimately chose not to disclose that the other party had nearly swallowed his finger. Chapter 45, Preview. Akubo-senpai, what brings you here? Recently, there has been a significant reduction in the number of sorcerers dispatched by the association, casting a foreboding atmosphere over everyone, and Ikubo Yuata harbored an unsettling premonition. At Yuiji's beckoning, Ikubo snapped back to reality, momentarily taken aback upon noticing the scarf in Yuiji's hand. "Ah, you've already prepared your winter attire." "Not quite," Yuji replied, unfurling the scarf to reveal his chibi likeness charmingly printed upon it. "This is a gift from Teacher Goju, a little something everyone received." Little Tiger's eyes sparkled with delight. "But since I couldn't find you, I came looking for you." Acknowledging the trouble he had caused, the boy felt a twinge of embarrassment. "My apologies, I lost track of time." "No need to apologize," Yuji hastily interjected. "Whatever has you troubled must be of great significance." Even Yuji could discern the obviousness of his acting skills. Was I that transparent? Yuji pondered his choice of words before extending a pinky. "Just a tad." "Well, that's quite a lot." The special grade's spirit dampened. "I've caused everyone worry, even though it seems I'm the only one who cares." Yuji interrupted. "That's simply because everyone expresses their emotions differently." The pink-haired youth placed a reassuring hand upon Ikubo's shoulder, imparting his beliefs. "And besides, we are the ones fighting for justice." Within the principal's office, Itaki Kiyoshi meticulously reported the recent findings regarding the whereabouts of Itatari Kaori, also known as Kinji Hakari. It was observed that he appeared at a shopping mall in Tokyo on the morning of the 13th. The assistant supervisor adjusted his black-framed glasses. However, by the time our team arrived, Hakari had vanished. Moreover, the information provided by Lord Tenjin confirmed. Itaki continued. Kumo Noritoshi was one of the identities Hakari assumed. Is he always using others' bodies because his true form is unpresentable? Goju Satoru chuckled lightly. Nightingale Masamichi cast a stoic glance in his direction, seemingly resigned to his habitual levity. Is that all there is? The assistant supervisor timidly added, additionally, since 3 months ago, there has been a notable decrease in the number of curses ranked 1 and above. The muscular principal furrowed his brow. Why is this only being reported now? Itaki shuddered slightly as Rokugan interjected. You're not new to this information, Goju Satoru. His tone dripped with sarcasm. Only a pitiful few are truly doing the work over there, and still lack any real authority. There have also been observations from recent missions concerning the residual cursed energy of Suguru Ghetto. That was Akubo's doing. It was him, Goju affirmed. I confirmed it personally. There can be no mistake. Just as he was about to speak, Nightingale abruptly raised his head, gazing out the window with a grave expression. Damn it. It seems that whatever is said will come to pass. Gather all sorcerers ranked semi-special grade and above. Hey, Akubo, the more you worry, the more likely something will go wrong. The blue-haired girl strode ahead, shouldering a naginata. Panda quietly sidled up to the somber youth. Lowering his voice, Maki is concerned about you. Panda reminded Akubo. Maki has been keeping an eye on you. The once clear sky suddenly darkened, and Yuji curiously looked up, gasping as he observed a colossal bird circling above, obscuring the sun. Wow, what a gigantic bird. Is it a cursed spirit? Panda followed his gaze. As the massive avian creature landed with a gust of wind, from which several oddly shaped individuals leaped down, Maki has quite the ominous presage. The curse user, having a fleeting encounter with a cursed spirit, mused nostalgically. Jujutsu High remains unchanged. One of the twins who landed, wearing a disdainful expression, remarked, is this really Tokyo? Master Ghetto? It seems so rural here. Neneko, that is quite rude. What? Clearly, Mimiko thinks the same. Their banter was irksome. And Panda recognized them as curse users. How dare you trespass on school grounds? Brother Yuata 1T let you off easily. You better scram before Brother Yuata makes a move. Akubo exclaimed. In my world, monkeys don't speak. Geto Suguru maintained his smile, treating the high ponytailed girl as if she were invisible, approaching the special grade youth instead. Pleased to meet you, Akubo-kun. I am Geto Suguru. The students in attendance broke into a cold sweat. He is so fast. Stay away from him. Geto loosened his grip, casting a disinterested glance at the sorcerers who had arrived first. So, you're here. His gaze wandered behind Nakanishi. Goju should be arriving soon, right? Should I say it again? Stay away from them. How annoying. Are you this unreasonable with everyone except Goju? That is hardly your concern. The curse user turned sideways, revealing the curse upon him. Let me remind you, that little brat is under my control. Yuji, Nakanishi-sensei, don't worry about me. The restraints around Yuji's neck constricted, forcing him to shout. What is that kid talking about? Nakanishi ignored him, wary of Geto's tactics. The sorcerer retracted his technique, but remained in his altered state. It would have been better if this had happened earlier. The curse user nodded in satisfaction, addressing Akubo again. Yuata, you possess tremendous power, and I believe that such great strength ought to be employed in the pursuit of noble goals. Akubo lowered his gaze. What do you mean by noble goals? I am pleased you did not outright reject me. The curse user expressed relief. Sorcerers possess extraordinary energy, which should naturally garner the reverence of ordinary people. Yet they instead choose to endure scorn in order to protect the ignorant weaklings. Such an inversion of values is utterly absurd. Lamented the man clad in monk's robes. Since humanity has willingly halted its evolutionary progress, it is time to reassess its survival strategy. Akubo-kun. Geto sincerely invited. Let us eliminate all non-sorcerers together and create a world solely for sorcerers. No one will agree with your ideology, Nakanishi countered. You underestimate Akubo. How strange to hear that from you. Geto appeared genuinely astonished. Surely that guy hasn't turned you into this indecisive version of yourself. Whether or not I agree will only be revealed through inquiry. Besides, I cherish everyone except for monkeys. How could I possibly underestimate Akubo? I'm sorry, but I didn't quite grasp the meaning of your words, Mr. Geto. Akubo lifted his head. However, I will never assist anyone who insults my friends. It seems our discussion has reached an impasse. What a pity. But please believe, I did not intend to provoke your ire. The curse user waved his hand dismissively, quickly regaining his composure, then glanced with surprise towards another direction. It's been a while, Satoru. Rokugan took a few steps forward, ultimately stopping beside Nakanishi. Beginning to tease his dear friend. You've been rambling on, yet you still failed to convince my student to join you. That is not the main issue. Geto averted his gaze in disdain. I'm here primarily for another matter. He gazed at the faces of every sorcerer present, and slowly began to speak. At sunset 3 days hence, we shall commence the night parade of 100 demons in Shinjuku, Tokyo. At that time, we will unleash thousands of cursed spirits. With the directive of exterminate all without exception, the leader of the Pangxing sect paused momentarily. If you do not wish to witness hell with your own eyes, Then come forth and stop me. Ignoring the varied expressions of the sorcerers, Fushiguro looked up at the sky. It's already this late. And my adopted daughters wish to indulge in crepes, so I shall take my leave. The pelican opened its mouth, and the curse users retreated inside one after another. In the final moments of ascent, Fushiguro seemed to suddenly remember. Ah, Nishiyama, someone has prepared a gift for you, so look forward to it. Fushiguro's cursed energy soon vanished within the barriers of Jujutsu High, leaving a guilt-ridden Itatari behind. I'm sorry, sensei, it's all my fault. Do not blame yourself. Yuji, said Megami, patting his head. At that time, you were not the only one within Geto's attack range. And nothing is more important than the lives of dear students. Really? The little tiger shed tears, touched. The dark-haired sorcerer glanced at him, his expression inscrutable, sensing something amiss. Itatari knelt smoothly, passionately confessing. I'm sorry, Sensei Nishiyama. If you do not know where you went wrong, do not confess. The pink-haired youth was on the verge of tears, and the sorcerer finally softened his tone. Yuji, I understand your feelings. But sometimes you must rely a bit more on adults. For no one wishes to see their underage juniors willingly sacrifice their lives before them. Nishiyama said, this is a punishment for our negligence. Itatari froze. I understand. Fushiguro's foreboding announcement was undoubtedly a resounding slap to the face of the association. And the operational meeting regarding the night parade of 100 demons officially commenced at Jujutsu High after he departed. In an unknown ancient courtyard, a handsome middle-aged man turned away from the mirror, his rigid features exuding a sense of incongruity. What do you think? Can't tell, right? If you're asking about my appearance with short hair, the gender-ambiguous sorcerer scrutinized closely and concluded, I have never seen this person alive and to conceal from 6 eyes. It may not suffice. Isn't there's someone already covering for us. Guanshuo chuckled, his facial skin writhing, revealing an aged visage. Moreover, this time, the target is not 6 eyes. Chapter 46, Night Parade of 100 Demons. This is an all-out war. We must thoroughly exorcise the curse that is Fushiguro. 3 days later, at 11 in the morning, with less than 4 hours until sunset. Except for the places that must guarantee safety, all special grades in the association, including Satoru Gojo, as well as over 90% of ordinary sorcerers, were dispatched to stand by around Shinjuku. While leaving Jujutsu High, Nishiyama encountered an old acquaintance, Uehara. The man dressed as an assistant supervisor tossed aside his cigarette, and hurried over. I thought you had already gone ahead. The information left by Fushiguro was ambiguous, which raised some concerns, but the imminent night parade was of utmost importance. Thus, under the arrangement of the chief coordinator Yaga Yoshinobu, Nishiyama became the sole free agent for this operation. After deliberating for a moment, the sorcerer conveyed something to the assistant supervisor. Upon hearing the sorcerer's request, Uehara became agitated, unable to comprehend the rationale behind such a decision. But if that is the case, this is merely my speculation, Nishiyama replied calmly, sighing. However, if it truly occurs, please ensure to act as I have instructed. Tokyo, Shinjuku. The sun slowly descended towards the horizon, the clouds painting a crimson hue across much of the sky. The team led by Nanami Kinto had been waiting here for quite some time. The blonde sorcerer glanced at his wristwatch, and one accompanying sorcerer halted in resistance, only to be pulled back by Nanami. This is barrier technique. Nanami adjusted his glasses to prevent those inside from escaping. A barrier was established in Shinjuku at midnight last night, allowing only entry for non-sorcerers. This was the work of Fushiguro. To find such an ally is quite remarkable. This was unavoidable. The association's understanding of Fushiguro had only lingered since his time at Jujutsu High, leaving the sorcerers in a position of reactive measures. The communicator beeped with notifications, and after a quick glance at the messages, Nanami spoke. The barrier team is searching for a breakthrough. Have all sorcerers remain on standby. With less than an hour until sunset, based on the barrier team's progress, it seemed unlikely they could resolve the issue within that time frame. Nishiyama paused at the barrier. After his attempt to envelop himself with a technique was thwarted, he withdrew his hand moments later. Well, did you succeed? Zena Naobaido inquired. No, the sorcerer retracted his hand. Frowning slightly, we can only wait on the barrier team's progress. Control and negation are two different matters. Barrier techniques and innate techniques are fundamentally distinct. Thus, Nishiyama could not ascertain whether forcibly exerting control would yield positive or negative effects on the barrier technique. Time ticked away, and many ordinary people began to gather at the inner wall of the barrier, some cursing, some weeping. At 5:27 p.m., the final rays of sunlight vanished into the night, and after a barely audible hum, a sorcerer shouted, "We can enter." Nishiyama exchanged glances with the head of the Zenin clan, and they both vanished beyond the barrier. This scene was fully witnessed by the curse users lurking in the high buildings. Miguel concealed his presence. retreating a couple of steps to completely blend into the hidden barrier constructed by his companions. The dark-haired sorcerer glided past the low-rise buildings, the blade in his hand smoothly slicing through the surging cursed bodies, leaving behind clusters of black impurities that had yet to disperse. Are we just going to leave it like this? Miguel shifted his gaze, a hint of intrigue creeping into his eyes. I have a feeling this guy will pose an obstruction to us. Looks like I need to repeat myself. The female curse user sighed. Your task is to hold back 6 eyes. Leave the rest to us. Fine, came the tone of concession. The barrier technique imposed on Shinjuku did not dissipate. Rather, Guanshuo, who was secretly observing, actively allowed the outer sorcerers to enter as sunset approached. Thus, he could distinctly sense that 6 eyes was still active within the barrier. Guanshuo estimated the time and summoned a curse user. Find a way to inform 6 eyes that Suguru Geto is not in Shinjuku. In a hurry, Itaki rushed to 6 eyes' side, breathless as he began. Mr. Gojo, there is something very important I need to report. Panda, Fushiguro. The appearance of Satoru Gojo astonished the students, and without granting them time to ask questions, 6 eyes knelt down to inscribe a spell on the ground. Suguru is now at Jujutsu High, which means Maki and Okotsu are in a perilous situation, potentially facing death. Once I deal with that foreigner, I will return immediately. In the meantime, you must protect them, Satoru Gojo stated. I apologize, but we must hold the line. Understood. Kambyu. Just as Guanshuo had anticipated, 8 seconds after the curse user employing the black rope was defeated, Satoru Gojo's cursed energy fluctuations completely vanished within the barrier. On the other side, at Jujutsu High, the curse user leader, who should have appeared in Shinjuku, inexplicably stood before the deep red gates of Jujutsu High. Suguru Geto was acutely aware that even with the assistance of accomplices, his chances of victory would not exceed 30% when both sides exerted their utmost efforts. Not to mention the support from the Jujutsu Alliance, which would further diminish his odds. However, should he manage to absorb the special grade cursed spirit, Rika Orimoto, his likelihood of success would surge to an impressive 90%. Thus, the true intention behind the night parade of 100 demons was to undermine the Jujutsu High. Yet, what he failed to realize was that he was not the only one infiltrating the institution. Chapter 47, Commemoration. The traces of cursed energy above the residential area were so dense that they seemed on the verge of dripping down. The auxiliary supervisor, lurking outside the black structure, furrowed his brow. Indeed, the situation was unfolding as Hideyoshi Saionji had predicted. The rationality of the former sorcerer appeared to be scorched by an intense flame. Beads of sweat cascading down his cheeks, leaving a conspicuous red mark on his skin from his anxious attempts to wipe it away. He cast a glance toward the direction of the teaching building, murmuring to himself, I must hold on, or I will truly become a sinner. Before he could turn back, a gust of wind imbued with the essence of ice and snow approached, causing Uehara's gaze to sharpen. It was here. The majority of sorcerers had been deployed around Shinjuku, while the remaining elite entered the heart of the chaos directly once the barrier was breached. The operational strategy of inward and outward engagement aimed to contain the cursed spirits within Shinjuku while significantly reducing casualties among ordinary humans within the barrier. Hideyoshi Saionji darted through the streets, occasionally encountering unwary curses that swiftly met their demise at the hands of the sorcerers. He summoned the long silent system. Still cannot provide me with answers? No. The anticipated response did not deter him, for he already held a vague notion of the answer within him. Hideyoshi hurled a cursed tool, and the shattered remnants of a stone tablet fragmented midair. He instantly teleported to the side of a child ensnared by cursed spirits. The curses seemed unresponsive, quickly disintegrating into fine dust amidst the surging golden energy of sorcery. The child, freed from peril, gazed vacantly, passively lifted into the sorcerer's embrace. After retrieving the cursed tool, Hideyoshi gently stroked the child's back. It's all right, don't be afraid. Surrounded by ruins, the once thriving Shinjuku had transformed into a hell on earth overnight. Even with the sorcerer's valiant efforts, they could not prevent the occurrence of widespread casualties. Hideyoshi brought the child to the temporary base of the medical team. Mr. Saionji, the sorcerer turned, noticing that the child remained ensconced in the shadows, heavily reliant on him for salvation from death. Upon sensing the presence of another living being, the child shrank further into the sorcerer's arms. It was Itaki, who stepped forward to inform him of Suguru Geto's appearance at Jujutsu High and Satoru Gojo's swift return. The child's soft hair brushed against the sorcerer's skin, causing a slight itch, prompting him to tilt his head. As expected, Itaki, unable to hear clearly, received no explanation from the sorcerer. After handing the rescued child to the auxiliary supervisor, Hideyoshi departed the base without delay. As Satoru Gojo returned to Jujutsu High, the liberated Rika, now at full power, unleashed a devastating strike from the air alongside Yuta Okotsu. In response, Fushiguro, after a moment of stunned silence, released all of his cursed energy. The Jujutsu High was nearly obliterated in the clash of cursed energies, and after a blinding yet silent flash of white light, the victor and vanquished were determined. The six eyes found the dismembered sorcerer amidst the ruins. Why arrive so late? Fushiguro's bloodstained face bore a smile. How are my family members faring? If you don't want to smile, then don't, Satoru grumbled, his displeasure evident. Those who should have fled have all escaped. That's good, he replied, a sigh escaping him, tinged with a hint of regret after defeat. Compared to you, I remain too soft-hearted. Those two were returned under the premise of being eliminated. Weren't they? That is because I trust you, Fushiguro replied. Satoru did not deny it. I have faith in the principles you uphold. You would not kill young sorcerers without cause. Ha, Fushiguro scoffed. Do you still have trust in me? He turned away, seemingly unwilling to waste words on the notion of trust. The sorcerer produced a white card from his pocket. Return this to him. Satoru accepted it, glancing at it. What is this? So, you were behind that elementary school too. Indeed. After a brief silence, Satoru's voice softened. Any last words? The sorcerer met his gaze silently before finally speaking. Regardless of what others say, I genuinely despise non-sorcerers, but I do not harbor hatred for those at Jujutsu High. He lowered his eyes. It's just that this world does not allow me to laugh wholeheartedly. Nevertheless, Satoru's voice remained gentle. Welcome back, my dear friend. Fushiguro paused. At a time like this, you ought to say something more fitting for a cursed person. Forget it. Satoru's lack of seriousness was nothing new to him. Embracing a sense of resignation that they were on the brink of death, he offered a friendly reminder. Let me tell you one more thing. If you hurry over now, you might still catch a final glimpse of him. In his heart, Hideyoshi silently calculated the distance. After confirming that no other humans were nearby, the sorcerer stopped in an open area that had long since lost its original appearance. The night parade of 100 demons had indeed been instigated by Fushiguro, with the explicit aim of targeting Yuta Okotsu, who resided within Jujutsu High. This had been corroborated by Itaki. Satoru's departure signified that there was no longer any concern for the safety of Yuji Itadori, who remained at the school. As for the matter he had entrusted to Uehara, the entirety of Shinjuku remained in a state of communication disruption, leaving him unaware of whether Kinji Hakari would seize the moment to target the cursed finger within the prison. The domain expansion, Drowning Horizon, commenced. The crumbling edifices receded amidst the continuous cries of seagulls, the ground beneath him sinking into soft sand, and palm trees, typically found only by the sea, sprouted from the earth. In the depths of this paradise-like domain, the cursed spirit materialized amidst the crashing waves. The evolved cursed spirit, Yago, clasped his hands together. Technique release, deathly, overwhelming army. Hideyoshi's gaze fell upon Hanamai, a companion of Loke. Your death will serve to commemorate him. Chapter 48, The End. Countless plant roots formed an alternative brown sea surface, with the Shikigami summoned by Yago weaving between the branches. Hideyoshi stood on the beach, where the water level was steadily rising, the lower half of his jet-black, cursed tool embedded in the earth. The dark-haired sorcerer watched with keen interest as the combination attack approached him. Though the agitated school of fish were Shikigami, they did not charge directly at the sorcerer, but instead aimed to bite into the flesh of the target in the next moment. Simultaneously, Yago's presence vanished. The serpent-like branches suddenly accelerated upon touching the sandy ground, prompting Hideyoshi to leap high into the air just before the sharp, spiny roots could catch up. Hanamai offered no opportunity for him to evade. The moment the sorcerer landed, the vines beneath him began to writhe frantically, as if awakened by a beast. Just as the sorcerer sought to dodge, an inconspicuous seed was hurled by the cursed spirit, its blood-red surface cracking open a quarter-sized gap, revealing neatly arranged sharp teeth and an excessively long tongue. While Hanamai was not particularly skilled in offense, her abilities leaned more towards stealth and reconnaissance. A judgment made only in comparison to Loke. On the scattered tree trunks, vibrant blossoms burst forth in a kaleidoscope of colors, their enchanting fragrance weaving through the sea breeze, infiltrating the senses of Nakanishi Yin. In but a moment, it rendered one's mind utterly dazed. The sorcerer, deprived of his support, plummeted from the heights, descending toward the long-awaited Togon, as Shikigami surged forth from the water's surface in a relentless torrent, creating a colossal thrust that transformed the nearby waters into a volcanic-like vent. With an unwavering resolve to eliminate his adversary, he understood that even in failure, they would meet again on the desolate plains a century hence, unrepentant towards each other. Yet, this was the end. There were no further opportunities to advance. The golden and azure ocean vied for space to exist, and in less than 0.6 seconds, the expanded Alea concealed the domain of Togon. An extraordinary seed remained stationary, mere centimeters from Nakanishi Yin, as branches, seawater, fish, curses, and all entities within the domain unfurled before the sorcerer, forming a radiant tapestry. The curse, born from humanity's dread of nature, completely vanished 5 seconds after the effect struck within Nakanishi's domain. Above the city, a colossal spherical barrier shattered, and a uniquely shaped cube silently rolled to the sorcerer's feet. Hell Gate, open. Little Inn, come to your father. A middle-aged man, resembling the sorcerer, emerged from the shadows, a subtle smile gracing his lips. His attire unchanged from years past. The body's reactions could be controlled, yet the mind could not. Upon seeing the familiar visage, Nakanishi felt as if he were transported back to that fateful morning which had ensnared him for many years. Nakanishi. The system's urgent voice resonated like thunder, jolting Nakanishi from his reverie, yet it was too late. All conditions for unsealing had been met. Kenjaku approached the immobilized sorcerer, his expression tinged with a mix of regret and resignation. Originally, this was prepared specifically for Satoru Gojo. If you wish to blame someone, blame yourself for being such an obstacle. The sorcerer enumerated the transgressions of his opponent, the cursed womb of the man-insect, the foretelling imp, the vessel of Sukuna, and the nails I buried within the association. All these became reasons I had to eliminate you first. At this point, Kenjaku's features twisted into a grimace. Reviving Sukuna was also a crucial part of the initial plan. The reason for abandonment was that you prioritized sealing me above all else. Nakanishi immediately pointed out the truth. You said it yourself. Kenjaku chuckled with delight, yet I find it curious. Ordinarily, I would never expend such effort for an ordinary sorcerer. But for some reason, the moment I see you, I am compelled to eliminate you. He lowered his head, surveying Nakanishi face with a gaze reserved for something entirely new. Can you tell me why that is? Is that so? The sorcerer replied non-committally, softly proclaiming, You may not have the chance to find out. No pain manifested, and an expression of confusion lingered on Kenjaku's face. The Hell Gate continued to cling to the sorcerer's form, and with a burst of starlit fragments, it detached from Nakanishi's body, as if it had suddenly perished. The cursed object, a remnant of Genshin, fell to the ground, and the sorcerer, without hesitation, picked up a blade and plunged it into the exposed head. After completing the task, he turned his attention to the system hovering in midair, his gaze falling upon its translucent form, his expression complex. You are somewhat uncertain in your tone. I do not exist, the system stated. In other words, I am like a mirror. Any being can only see themselves reflected in me. The sorcerer nodded, and after a moment, he inquired, Is it over? It is over, the system replied decisively. Thank you. Nakanishi. Now I can reveal everything to you. No need. Let the tales of the old world remain in the old world. Unexpectedly, Nakanishi waved his hand, sheathing the cursed tool on his back. If you intend to tell me that the original binding subject was not me, then it is unnecessary. Of course not. The system hesitated. You know, a softness enveloped Nakanishi's heart, and he smiled. Are you leaving? Yes, I have enjoyed my time with you. The system, or rather, the consciousness birthed from the old world, once again expressed gratitude to the sorcerer. Thank you, Nakanishi. It is time to say goodbye. A breeze seemed to stir. Goodbye. The sorcerer responded softly. He then walked toward the white-haired divine child, whose boundless technique instantly enveloped him. At that moment, Nakanishi finally answered the system's question in his heart. Yes, he had always known. The main text concludes here. I apologize for the roughness of my ending. There were moments I almost gave up, finding my writing utterly lacking in coherence, and I lacked the courage to revisit it. I am deeply grateful for everyone's companionship along this journey. This is, in strict terms, my first completed work, and I owe its fulfillment to your support. Thank you immensely. There will be an epilogue to follow, and once it is completed, it will truly be the end. However, I firmly believe that their story is never truly finished. Additionally, thank you once more. Chapter 49, Epilogue 1. It is well known that Satoru Gojo may be late, but he will never go missing. After waiting for someone for nearly 3 hours, Yaga Masamichi, in his frustration, called Nakanishi in. Little Inn, is Gojo with you? The dark-haired sorcerer was busy familiarizing a newcomer with their surroundings, apologizing silently as he stepped into a corner. No, when he left that morning, Satoru Gojo was still comfortably nestled in bed. Several hours had passed since then, and upon opening the chat interface, Nakanishi found it still stuck on the inquiry about whether the other had risen. No reply. This was peculiar. Nakanishi asked, Is something wrong? It was not anything significant. Rather, Yaga Masamichi struggled to control his emotions, dramatically recounting how he had been stood up. Along with that, he lamented the recent sloth exhibited by a certain individual. All of it was true, and lacking any excuses to defend Satoru Gojo, Nakanishi could only listen in silence as Yaga lectured him. Eventually, when the sorcerer promised to bring the 6 eyes before him, Yaga softened his stance. Then I entrust this to you. The newcomer was handed over to a Tatari, who had just finished a mission. The pink-haired youth happily took the new junior with him. Nakanishi was left alone in the corridor, reopening the message box. Why aren't you replying? Still asleep? After about half a minute, the other responded with a flurry of garbled text. One message after another, they seemed urgent, yet beyond human comprehension. The sorcerer, in good spirits, dialed a phone number. It was hung up. Seconds later, the other called back. Hello? The background noise was chaotic, akin to fabric rustling, as if captured in a pocket. Nakanishi seemed to hear a faint yelp. To be frank, at that moment, an absurd thought flickered through his mind. However, it was swiftly dismissed by Zenin Jinjuru. After all, it was unlikely that anyone could abduct the Six Eyes. Is Wataru at home? The response was still silence. A normal person would have likely lost their temper by now, and Zenin Jinjuru sighed. If he is at home, let out a sound. A pitiful whimper emanated from the receiver. Realizing that something might indeed have transpired, the sorcerer gently reassured the one at home to stay put and not wander off. He would return promptly. The sorcerer took an unusual route, managing to return from the Jujutsu High in less than 10 minutes. Upon pushing open the bedroom door, he found the room shrouded in darkness with the curtains drawn tight, an eerie stillness enveloping it. In the center of the bed, a mound was raised. As Zenin Jinjuru approached, he discovered white down feathers scattered about, having escaped from under the covers. The sorcerer's eyelids twitched. Miss Shoko arrived half an hour later. Observing the sofa, which appeared to have been clawed by some large feline, Shoko settled onto the folding chair thoughtfully prepared by the sorcerer. The camera focused on the fluffy object resembling a tail at the sorcerer's waist. Shoko blinked, finding it rather fashionable. Where's that guy? What happened? She inquired. The belt coiled around the black-haired sorcerer's waist stirred, and a similarly furry face peeked out from behind Zenin Jinjuru. Meow-ow, meow-ow. This was Shoko's first encounter with the snow leopard's call, and a sense of disillusionment washed over her as she sorted through her slightly chaotic emotions. Simultaneously noticing the familiar cursed energy emanating from the snow leopard. It's Wataru. Meow-ow. It's me. Huh. My longtime classmate is actually not human? Shoko exerted considerable effort to prevent this ludicrous thought from dominating her mind. Miss Shoko shook her head and spoke slowly. How long has he been like this? Zenin Jinjuru had already calmed himself before Shoko's arrival. About 4 hours. Well, there are no signs of a curse. It shouldn't be due to a sudden affliction. Among the trio, Shoko had always been the most reliable, a fact that was also reflected in her professional demeanor. The mature woman glanced over the sleek, glossy fur of the big cat. I need some fur to take back for testing. Upon hearing the word fur, Wataru's white ears perked up. Perhaps due to his body's adaptation, even his psychological state leaned more towards that of a feline creature. The big cat grew somewhat restless, especially when the sorcerer stood up and declared he was going to fetch scissors. The force emanating from his midsection caused Zenin Jinjuru to plop down at the edge of the bed, and before he could straighten himself, a warm head pressed against him. Meow-ow. Don't you want to turn back? Of course I do. The snow leopard whimpered, standing up and circling around Zenin Jinjuru, constantly rubbing against him, even offering his soft, fluffy tail to the sorcerer's hand, all to showcase his excessively beautiful fur. Even as a snow leopard, matters concerning Wataru's handsome image were absolutely off-limits. Everyone present had a profound understanding of the Six Eyes, and naturally, they could discern this from his body language. Zenin Jinjuru helplessly reached for Wataru's tail, which was as long as his own. I must check. I'm very worried. As for Shoko, she was certainly enjoying the spectacle, and she deduced from Wataru's behavior that his habits might gradually align more closely with those of actual felines. Miss Shoko added, including their intelligence. Ultimately, the fur was given up, and after escorting Shoko to her car, the sorcerer returned to find the oversized snow leopard sitting pitifully on the bed, clutching its own tail. Don't be angry, okay? The sorcerer approached and gently stroked the big cat's ears. Wataru, regardless, is the most handsome. There was no anger. Perhaps due to the heightened sensitivity of his ears after becoming a snow leopard, Wataru trembled slightly at the touch of the black-haired sorcerer. The Six Eyes curiously regarded Zenin Jinjuru, who appeared much larger from his new perspective. By the way, felines express affection by grooming, right? He mused, only to be silenced by Zenin Jinjuru clamping his mouth shut. No, you can't. There are barbs. Rebuffed, the cat's pupils dilated. I'm not a common snow leopard. At that moment, Wataru had fully embraced his role. It was uncertain whether it was due to his dehumanization, but his sense of shame was aligning more with that of a normal human. Thus, when the sorcerer opened his mouth to examine him, the big cat shyly revealed only the tip of his tongue. Zenin Jinjuru silently withdrew his hand. Warm, moist, without barbs, and pink. The snow leopard let out a mewl, extending his own pink paw pads toward the black-haired sorcerer. Zenin Jinjuru. Plan successful. The bizarre incident of Wataru transforming into a snow leopard had only been disclosed to Shoko and Yaga, and the highest echelons of the jiu-jitsu world had quietly put their work on hold, with the external explanation being that the Six Eyes was on a business trip. As Miss Shoko had surmised, the strongest was indeed now resembling a big cat. Especially in his personal sphere, he became increasingly preoccupied with certain matters, including, but not limited to, ensuring that before the sorcerer left the house, he had to rub against him to cover him in his fur, guaranteeing that his scent permeated. Moreover, he would be waiting right at the door when Zenin Jinjuru returned home. Why? Naturally, it was to groom. This led to the sorcerer facing inquiries from his students. Has the teacher recently gotten a cat? With him only able to respond weakly, under the knowing gazes of those in the loop. Fortunately, this situation did not last long. If it weren't for the sudden and dramatic transformation, Zenin Jinjuru would have asked, question, how to persuade a feline who dislikes water to take a bath? Answer, with the human they adore wholeheartedly. The Shoriad dispensed warm water meticulously adjusted to the cat's preferred temperature, several degrees higher than usual, quickly filling the bathroom with steam. When the sensation of dryness touched his hands, Zenin Jinjuru realized that the other party hadn't lost their limitless curse technique. If you don't take a bath, you'll have to sleep on the sofa tonight, the sorcerer said, uttering a reluctant threat. The big cat, who despised water, bit down on the tip of his tail. Tilting his head, meow-ow. Zenin Jinjuru shook his head, firmly reiterating, no indulging. The black-haired sorcerer donned a white t-shirt, visible only at home. The low neckline made it easy to glimpse the outline of his collarbones, usually concealed by fabric. Due to the snow leopard's resistance, the colors on his body became uneven. Wataru the cat turned his head in displeasure, releasing his limitless technique while mischievously placing his front paws on the sorcerer's shoulders. Warm droplets slid along his skin, entering the neckline, prompting the mischievous creature to be gently pressed down. The foamy shower gel traveled from the top of his head all the way to the tip of his tail. Fingers caressed his body delicately, creating a surprisingly pleasant sensation. The snow leopard transitioned from initial resistance to comfortably squinting his eyes in mere minutes. With the sorcerer deliberately avoiding his ears, Wataru's bathing experience was almost perfect, nearly sending him into a trance. The water washed away the foam, enveloping him once more in the weight of dampness. His nose and ears itched, and the Six Eyes controlled his trembling as he was sweetly wrapped in an oversized blanket. The towel absorbed most of the moisture, leaving only a small portion for human technology. The hairdryer emitted a low hum, and even though the feline creature possessed remarkably acute hearing, it succumbed to slumber under the soothing ministrations of the sorcerer. Once confirming that the cat had completely dried, Nakanishi gently kissed the top of the feline's head, signaling the onset of human cleaning time. The sound of water was muffled behind the bathroom door, barely audible, while the large creature on the bed twitched its ears, stealthily approaching the frosted glass door. Propping itself up with deftness, it let out an ambiguous mewl when the door remained shut. However, upon Nakanishi's emergence from the bath, Wataru was nowhere to be found. Following the trail left by the feline, the sorcerer made his way to the adjacent dressing room. The cabinet door in the corner stood ajar, and even before drawing close, one could hear the rustling sounds within, revealing a long, snow-white tail adorned with black spots. Unabashedly exposed, the creature within wriggled out. The good news, it was Wataru in his semi-human form. The bad news, he was slightly shorter than his adult self. Sporting round sunglasses precariously perched on his nose, a cherished possession, and clad in the oversized uniform of an adult sorcerer, which hung loosely on his frame due to the lack of properly fitting attire. Fresh from his bath, the sorcerer's eyes shimmered with a steam-kissed pink hue, while damp black hair clung together, water droplets occasionally cascading down. Nakanishi maintained a hand resting on the doorknob. The young Wataru, with ice-blue eyes peering through the edges of his sunglasses, seemed to have set something down, his once-focused gaze swiftly averting. His voice, though subdued, was unmistakably clear, Nakanishi. The first thought that crossed the sorcerer's mind was that Wataru, already wed to him, would never address him as Nakanishi. The syllables Wataru had just uttered were abruptly altered by the sorcerer. Wataru. What was this absurdity? The youthful Wataru wore an expression of disdain, clearly displeased by the sudden formality. Did he not know to dry his hair before emerging? A dismissive sweep across the floor marked with traces of his presence was accompanied by a huff from his nostrils. Or do you wish to be nursed back to health after falling ill? He expressed a hint of dissatisfaction towards the unreliable adult. After all, I am still a minor. Yet, Nakanishi found himself somewhat distracted. In truth, during this period, Wataru did not hold a significant place in his world. Their interactions had only increased after the sorcerer faced upheaval and became a curse-slaying assassin. Or perhaps it was merely Wataru's unilateral obsession. It was absurd to think that the future strongest sorcerer would take an interest in someone so disheveled, akin to a stray dog. Noticing the sorcerer's prolonged silence, Wataru bit his lip, feeling a twinge of uncertainty. Had he spoken too harshly? This uncertainty transformed into indignation upon recognizing Nakanishi's expression, his eyes widening in disbelief, as if questioning, "I am right here, and you are looking through me." The young heir had never endured such indignity. His face was awash with irritation. Yet, an apology would only stoke his anger further. Wearing a uniform to bed was uncomfortable. Moreover, Nakanishi had not rummaged through the wardrobe to retrieve sleepwear for Wataru, merely repeating what the younger sorcerer had said, "You are right here." Engaging with the awkward disposition of a teenager, Nakanishi decided to be direct, rendering Wataru momentarily speechless, staring at the fabric in his hands, lost in thought. "Is this that guy? Yes. It belongs to me," Nakanishi interjected, casting a glance at him, "and it has yet to be worn." The high schooler, feeling his mood lift, scoffed lightly. "So what if it has been worn? I would never hold that against you." His words, seemingly innocent, were interpreted by Wataru as something far more inappropriate. The tips of the young sorcerer's ears flushed crimson beneath his hair, and after stumbling over his words for what felt like an eternity, he finally erupted in embarrassment, shooing the sorcerer out the door. "No way, I need to change." No peeking. After changing into his sleepwear, the high schooler somehow managed to conceal his animal ears and tail. Upon witnessing Nakanishi tidying up the guest room bed, he gasped in shock. "Why do you need to prepare a new one when you already have a bedroom?" Nakanishi replied candidly, "I thought you didn't want to share with me. You didn't even ask me." Wataru, suddenly irked, retorted, "And of course, after marriage, we should sleep together. Or do you think we want to be together in our daily lives?" Though there was no direct correlation between their statements, it did not prevent Wataru from expressing disdain for his adult counterpart. "I wouldn't be tasteless like him." Nakanishi felt compelled to clarify, only to receive a cold huff from Wataru. Ultimately, the well-mannered Wataru achieved his desire to share the same bed with the sorcerer. After the lights dimmed, he lightly brushed his lips against Nakanishi's cheek, feigning ferocity as he swiftly retreated beneath the covers. Good night kiss. The end. If you enjoyed this, please like, comment, and subscribe. Thank you for your support.